Something like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show, weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
We can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillars. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment out to hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media, and you won't have to worry about it because you're going to have me right here to make sure that happens. And if you've already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead and hit that like button, because you already know what time it is, and you know that this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it. You've even seen some people do it well, but what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. There are so many people who need to get great content like this, and it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we want at the end of the day? Don't we want the world to be a better place? Of course we do. So share the content now. Share it through your social media. Share it through word of mouth, or even text someone's phone. But do what you got to do to help spread the word. And y'all, today is going to be a fantastic show. And I'm going to be honest, I don't even know why, even though I know why. We are going to be examining the term F.B.A. If you don't know, that means Foundation of Black America. I have put some links in the description. You know, and anytime you check it out, the Roger Report Live, you want to check the description before the show starts, because there could be some links, y'all. And there's some beef brewing, based on what I heard. There's some beef brewing about this F.B.A. term, and I don't really recognize what the beef is, but I'm gonna say we're doing the show regardless of me recognizing exactly what the beef is, because I don't even know why there's a beef. And we're doing a special episode today because, you know, on my show, y'all, if you've been paying attention, I don't like dropping names of people, but I'm going to allow the panel to drop some names today just because of whatever it is that's going on. We going to see as the show turns out. So if, you know, we going to see what it do. Now, before we get into this too heavy, y'all, let me first of all say shout out to all the people who give me views on a regular basis. I appreciate you very much. All right. Shout out to all the people who hit that like button every time they get a chance. You hit that like button. Shout out to people who leave comments after the stream. These are all things that help with that algorithm, that help grow the channel. So I definitely appreciate all of that. And shout out to everyone who send a financial contribution over here at the Roger Report Live because y'all allow me to do these things, and I can do them in a way that I wouldn't be doing it if y'all wasn't a part of the process. So shout out to everyone who done put money on the wood at the Roger Report Live because it's always good here. All right. And speaking of that, I want to say shout out and give a special thank you to the sponsor for the sponsor of today's stream, my main man, Ama Z. Shout out to Ama Z. You are the sponsor of today's stream. Thank you very much for your dedication to the channel, my brother. Appreciate you big time. Appreciate you big time. And let me give a few shout outs to some of the first people to check in, because when you start a show, it's always great to see that you got a few people checking in. But y'all know how I go over here at the Roger Report Live. There can only be one. So shout out to the Highlander of today's stream. My main man, Trail Bentley, has done it again, representing like he does. Hashtag Long Live Habitual Line Steppers. Hashtag Negroes in the Wilderness. Hashtag Dignity Over Vagina. Hashtag Al Gore's Babies. Hashtag Hell Hydra. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Glad to have you in the building. We got MJ. The second is in the house. Great to see you, my brother. Great to see you. We got Gold P in the building. What's happening, my brother? What's happening? Floyd Thompson is here. Yay, yay. Good to have you in the building, sir. We got Tunnel Runner who done pulled up a seat at the cool table. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Shark Sims is here. What's going on, my brother? What's going on? We got Ahmed Global in the house. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. I'm listening. What's happening, my brother? What's happening? We got Brooklyn's finest in the house. What's good? What's good? What's good? We got Inspired True Broadcast in the building. Great to see you. Great to see you. We also have Nice Sometimes. What's going on? What's going on? Hey, appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. And Inspired True Broadcast. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? We also have There I Said It in the building. Good to have you, brother. Good to have you. And shout out to the brothers helping me get off to a good start. We have, excuse me, we got a couple super chats already, and we ain't even got the show started good. So, you know, that's always great. You know, it's always great. So shout out to Inspired Truth Broadcast, who says, I still can't believe ABC said F.B.A. You know what? I saw that myself. I was like, what? I haven't seen that this morning, man. I was like, what was that last night? Last night or this morning? What? Hey, what? You know what? Hey, good stuff, good stuff. That's what I'm going to say. Good stuff, good stuff. You know, you push the right things. Eventually, the right things will show up. So I was glad to see that. Glad to see that. And shout out to There I Said It. He says, salute. And thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. You've been a long time blessing to the channel. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Appreciate you big time. Appreciate you big time. And shout out to my main man, Gold P. He drops to $5.95, y'all. And Gold P says taxes paid. So shout out to him for the Trail Bentley tax and the Landlord Sims tax. Appreciate you, Gold P. Appreciate you, Gold P. Y'all, we gonna get into this one. Of course, this is gonna be interesting. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all, I don't exactly quite know what the beef is. I've been thinking about what kind of beefs could there be and what they might mean. And today, again, y'all, I'm going to allow the panel today, just for today, to drop names where necessary. Okay, because some names are gonna have to be dropped necessarily. If y'all don't know. If people have not been to my channel or on my previous channels, I just prefer their name not to be brought up in our conversations. That's just what the rule is. If I ain't seen them over here, I don't want guests bringing up people's names. But today, if there are necessary names to bring up, we're going to bring up the necessary names because I'm interested in what's all the beefing about. Okay. And, I did a little glazing over there, here, there, try to see what was going on, to see what people mean. Yeah, and I'm going to tell y'all, the links in the description, those were just the first random links I pulled up. I pulled up something about F.B.A., and I put the links in as they came up. Now, the bonus link, that was something on Tariq Nasheed, because to my understanding, he's the person who made the F.B.A. term popular. I believe he also created the term. I do believe he created the term, if I'm wrong. And then, matter of fact, because I put that bonus links, was something that I didn't pull up randomly. I saw him there, so I was like, let me click onto that. And even based on how you said it there, it sounded like he very much made it up. So yeah, we can pretty much confirm he actually came up with the term. Okay, I'm gonna say pause for the young people. Pause for the young people. Shout out to Trev Bentley. He said glazing. Pause, maybe. Hey man, I don't unengage people like that. They got to live in my world. I don't have to live in theirs. So I'm going to just say it like that, my brother. They got to live in my world. I don't have to live in theirs. So I ain't got to do all that pause and stuff. I know it's funny in some cases, but I ain't got to do all that pause and stuff. Okay. But I did go over some stuff along the internet, just to try to see what the beefing was about. And I did see something interesting. That clip with hold on real quick. Shout out to all my hoes of mine house. Thank you very much, my brother, for the super chat. He says, ha! Dear YouTube, fire Roger. Hashtag talking about nothing. Well, I would say we definitely talking about nothing they need to worry about. That's for sure. We talking about nothing they need to worry about. But we gonna talk about it. It's definitely gonna be good. And that's real talk. Okay, we're gonna talk about it, and it's definitely gonna be good. Now, shout out to Inspired Truth Broadcast. He said ADOS versus F.B.A. versus Pan-African Battle Royale. Now, I'm gonna say this, y'all. Especially if you've seen the link. Tariq Nasheed cleared up exactly why he picked the term that he picked. I was a person that did say ADOS. In the past, we were saying ADOS. I was okay, that's cool. That's cool. But then as I thought about it, and then I also heard the term F.B.A., I think, honestly, especially for legal reasons, F.B.A. is just the right term to go with. It's just the right term to go with. Now, I don't know why is anybody supposed to be battling over these things, but to me, it sounds like F.B.A. is just the right term to go with because it's a term that expresses nationality. Okay. Now, I know people may say, well, American descendants of slaves is saying a nationality. See, when you start talking, especially legal language, and you start talking about slaves, you can put yourself in a box that you don't need to be in. Okay? You can put yourself in a box that you really don't need to be in. So I just think that's not the best term you could use for legal purposes going forward. Okay? And if anybody who's even wonder why I stopped saying ADOS, that's really the reason. Okay? F.B.A. is saying who a people is. It is telling you the nationality of those people. And it's making it real hard to misinterpret who is being referred to by saying foundational Black American. Makes it very hard to not understand who's being referred to. Okay? It does. All right. It's not a perfect term, but it's one of the best terms we got that I can tell. As far as I know, one of the best terms we got. Okay, shout out to Gold P. Appreciate the super chat again, my brother. He said the foundational Black Americans for the win. Hey, you know what? And see, we are a people. Now, I have seen people talking about, it's divisive. We shouldn't separate ourselves like that. And I'm going to say realistically, the term FBA is not a divisive term. Realistically, Black people who are not from America have been separating themselves from Black people who are from America for a long time. Okay. Now there are advantages to just about anything. Well, there's pros and cons to a lot of stuff in life. Now, as a Black man who grew up in a city that's very separated, okay. Now I know people say, well, Chicago, you got a lot of, they say Chicago, one of the most racist cities in the country. No, they say it's the racist country, the racist city in the country. Okay. Now, there's a lot of things I can look at to say, you know what, there could very much be some truth in that. because it ain't like you can't see racism. Now, I'm gonna say the racism is more subvert than in other places. There are some places that are more overtly racist, but are they more racist than Chicago? I don't know. Chicago does a good job to let you know that now we one of the top cities when it comes to racism. Does a good job. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's my city. It is what it is, but you know, it makes its efforts. Because you in Chicago, you go to neighborhoods and you will see the black neighborhood versus the white neighborhood. And even when you go to white neighborhoods, they have breakdowns of their neighborhoods. You got the Greeks over here, you know, you got the you know, Polish people over there, you know what I'm saying? You got all types of little groups that they separate even amongst white folks. Okay. Now when it comes to black folks, I'm gonna just keep it real. Yeah, the African black folks, they kind of stick to their own too. You know, you might go to a area, it ain't an F.B.A. area. It's Ethiopians, for example. Okay, they live amongst each other. All right. Now, in that clip, you saw a woman say that before Africans come to America, they are given a speech to not mess around with black folks that's over here. Now, see, this is the thing. The term F.B.A. didn't exist, so they would say the black people over here. And I've heard this time and time again. Okay, and I understand mainstream media paints a picture about different people. And ever since I heard on mainstream media that they said some buildings probably fell due to heat. Okay, it was more than one building. I'm just all I'm gonna say, y'all. It's more than one building, and I knew enough from just being a Boy Scout to know that that was a nonsense example. I say the experts on mainstream media now have to be questioned. Okay, I was watching news shows, and multiple news shows said it was a fire in the building, two buildings to be exact, and the reason the buildings probably came down is because it was a little too hot. Now I seen all that white smoke, and just Boy Scouts alone taught me that if you got white smoke, that's a cooler fire. It's relative to a fire being cool. You know, the hotter the fire, the darker the smoke. So to say some buildings fell down because it was hot, I said, okay, well, I can't just take these people word for it because hey, they clearly are not that good. Okay, that's what I have to do, y'all. They clearly not that good. All right. You know, maybe that's the best they can, but they best is trash. That's all I can say. If that's the best they can do, they best is trash. So just can't take it. You know, I got to side eye a lot of stuff nowadays. Now, shout out to Gold P. Appreciate you one more again. He said Ado started out strong until it was appropriated and also became all inclusive. Everybody can't be Negro though. When we say Negro, we know who we talking about. Now, I'm gonna say this, Gold P. I'm gonna just tell you straight up the straight up truth. I don't know anything about other folks trying to be included in F.B.A. Okay, I like the way Tariq Nasheed explained it and why he used it the way he did, so other people couldn't be included. So yeah, I don't get what you mean. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't understand anything about other people trying to be included in F.B.A. Because if you weren't foundational, you couldn't be included. If you're not black, you couldn't be included. And if you're not American, you couldn't be included. So I don't know if you. I mean, I can understand why people want to hang out with us and be good with us. I get all that. I mean, who wouldn't want to hang out with me? That's how I look at myself. Who wouldn't? Okay. You want to hang out with my group? Who wouldn't? But foundational Black American makes it very clear who's being referred to. So I don't know about other people trying to, quote unquote, get down with us. And people can be down with us in spirit and things like that. But you either are something or you're not something, And, I'll say in that clip, especially even in that one with Dr. Umar, and y'all, if y'all been around, y'all know I did some shows. We done put Dr. Umar's black card to trial. So uh, but it was interesting to hear somebody saying something about Pan-Africanism and F.B.A. I'm just gonna say it was interesting because I don't even understand where that makes sense unless you're trying to make a deal with Pan-African people. You know, you got Africans who want to make a deal with F.B.A. people. I can understand that, but you know, it's foundational Black American. Okay, now everybody else know who they are, and they're not confused. Every Nigerian know they're Nigerian. Okay, the Nigerians I've come across, they are very proud of the fact that they're Nigerians. Okay, they've went out of their way to let it be known that they're Nigerians. Okay, and it ain't just been Nigerians; it's other folks too. You know, they let it be known who they are. You know, a lot of people from other groups that are not foundational Black Americans kind of want you to know that they're not a foundational Black American. So they make it plain on who they are. So I'm not gonna act like anybody ever hid anything. Okay. Now I knew one guy, just one, literally just one guy. He has a Dominican background, and I didn't know that for a long period of time. You know, he started busting out the Spanish, and I had questions like, "How you speaking fluent Spanish, brother?" And then no, I'm Dominican. Okay, cool. And it wasn't like he was trying to hide it or nothing. It's just that's only one person that I know of who didn't just kind of throw it out there right when I first met him. Okay. But usually anyone who's not a foundational Black American, and they are Black, they make it known that they're not a foundational Black American. And I'm saying before this term existed, they went through the trouble of letting it be known that they different. I can't be mad at them because who shouldn't be proud of who they are? You know, can't tell somebody not to be proud of who they are. You know, it makes sense to me to be proud of who you are, whoever you happen to be. Even if you got a terrible track record if your people got a terrible track record, you got to take some pride and try to make the track record better for the future. You know, I mean, don't hold on to nonsense, you know. And shout out to Turkish Tyrone. He said, "Happy F.B.A. History Month. Respect." Shout out to Tariq. Yep, shout out to Tariq. And yes, y'all, happy F.B.A. History Month over here at the Roger Report Live. But y'all know we gonna do Black History every day around this piece. Okay, y'all know how that go. But y'all, I hope y'all are having a great F.B.A. History Month. Real talk. Okay, I hope y'all are having a great F.B.A. History Month. Now I'm gonna say this, y'all. What? Hold on, I got one more to read. Shout out to Gold Pete. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. He said ADOS became an all-inclusive. Everybody cannot or is not included in being F.B.A. or in our image. That's what that means. Now I'm gonna say ADOS was a decent separation, in my opinion. It was a decent separation because it did say American descendants of slaves. I'm just saying F.B.A. is a better term for legal purposes that, I may or may not say during the show, but legally it's just a much better term than ADOS. But to me, that separated us very well. Now, if there's people trying to be down and be included with us, I mean, that says something about that person, but I'll get into that maybe momentarily. Shout out to my main man, Trail Billy. Appreciate you, my brother, and appreciate you for the 57-cent Trail Billy tax. He says, they said, shout out to Trail Billy. Now, I have heard this from other ones, y'all. Like I said, I knew one guy with a Dominican background. He didn't go out of his way to tell me he had a Dominican background, but there's a lot of other ones that say, as Trail Billy put in his super chat, they said, me no Black, okay? F.B.A. said, we're Black and proud. And you know what? There's always been a difference. I'm just going to say that real talk. There's always been a difference. And shout out to Trail Billy, because the me no Black, that's a hilarious thing because we've heard it so much. That's funny to me just to hear somebody say me no Black because, like I said, other groups of Black folks have never had a problem separating themselves from Black folks of America. It's never been an issue for them. And I've said publicly myself, I don't even want to jump on their cases too hard because I get that they get a bunch of propaganda against what Black people are. before they get over here to America. And who gives them that propaganda? White people. White supremacists to be exact. Those are the main ones pushing the propaganda. So we know what we know about other places because of what we've been able to see. Just like when we grew up here in America, they told us Africa was this super poor country, and you start learning certain things, maybe in school, maybe you see a documentary and things like that. And you start picking up the fact on the fact that people have been lying to you. People have been lying a lot, and they've been lying to you your whole life. So I understand. I'm supposed to think of every black person as this poor person that's starving, basically about to die, a fly laying on your eyeball. You won't even blink because you're so used to it. That's the image that, white supremacy controlled American media gave me about Africa. Just now I'm old enough to know better. That's all. Now, is there somebody poor in Africa? Yeah, it's poor people all over the world. It's poor people here in America. So how you gonna not have a poor person in Africa? But it ain't what they told me it was. And that's just it. It ain't what they told me it was. Now, I'm gonna say, y'all, if there's a bunch of people trying to be us all of a sudden, I mean, okay. I understand wanting to be down, wanting to be with the quote unquote cool kids. I understand that. But if you want to hang out with us, that's cool. Now, if you want to do something else with us, that's a whole different story. Because now I'm going to say, when I was watching a clip, to hear somebody say anything about reparations, referring to American reparations to black folks of this country, and to hear anybody say anything about Africa, that sounded absolutely insane to me. Okay? Sounded absolutely insane. That makes as much sense to me as me going over to, say, Germany or something and asking for reparations for the Holocaust. Like, I ain't have nothing to do with the Holocaust. I wasn't there. That wasn't my people. Why would I be trying to get reparations for a Holocaust that happened in a whole different country that had nothing to do with my people? It's just stupid. But that doesn't mean people won't try stuff that's stupid in order to get some money. So obviously there are some people trying to scam their way to some money that is really no reason to give it to them. But, the love of money is the root to all evil, y'all. The love of money is the root. I know some people think it's money itself. No, it's not money itself. It's the love of money is the root to all evil. Now, I'm going to bring up a guest, y'all. I'm unfamiliar with the guest, so we're going to cover the screen just for a minute to see how he's talking. I don't get no bad vibes or anything like that. His name is Mr. USA. I'm going to bring him to the forefront so he can, matter of fact, before I let you go, let me get the rules out, okay? Let me go over the rules, y'all, for all the new folks, because, every show you get some new people, so you got to read the rules from time to time, okay? So before we bring him up and let him get cranking on something, let me get the rules out and do this real quick. So, and shout out to all the new people who are going to come in today. Welcome to the Roger Report Live. All are welcome. All are welcome, okay? But rule number 1, no talking over the host, which is me, of course. So be careful and don't end up talking over me. Number 2, stick to the subject of the show. Sometimes people want to talk about a lot of different things. This ain't the time for all the other stuff. It's about what the subject of the show is for the day. So stick to the subject of the show. Number 3, be respectful to others as they speak, y'all. We don't want no confusion up here. I don't want people coming up here getting loud and trying to have viral moments and all that type of stuff. This is a channel for intelligent discussion, not stupid people, okay? If you want to represent yourself as a stupid nigga, just pick another channel to do that on. I ain't going to say you can't do it. You got a right to be a stupid nigga in public, but just don't do it over here, okay? Number 4, everyone is afforded a 2-minute uninterrupted opening statement. Use it wisely, y'all. So that means you got 2 minutes to get it off your chest. Just make sure you're on subject of the show, okay? Number 5, different opinions are welcome, but you must remain respectful at all times, y'all. Understand, if you disrespect anybody here at the Roger Report Live, that means you're disrespecting my guests, which just means you're disrespecting me. So don't look crazy if you get booted. Okay? Don't look crazy. You disrespect anybody, you're disrespecting my guests. Everybody here is my guest. The chat is my guest. The panelists are my guests. Everybody's my guest. Okay? So don't disrespect my guests. And number 6, keep the cursing to a minimum, y'all. Please. I know some of y'all are intelligent. Y'all can speak wise without cursing so much. So hold that down, y'all. Hold that down. Stop the cursing. I want people comfortable sharing this with children of the right age based on the parent. So let's keep the cursing to a minimum. But Mr. USA, you're going to get the mic first. We got the great Black Uru coming in behind him. But Mr. USA, I'm going to let you go first. And Black Uru has elder privilege. So usually he would go before you just because he has a certain privilege. But because I don't know you, I want to hear what you got to say. And I just got to get you, are you a troll or not? Basically, that's all I'm looking for. Are you a troll or not? I don't think you are. I don't have no bad feeling or whatever. But we just got to get that out the way. So, Mr. USA, you are now on stage. You have the mic. You got a 2-minute opening statement. Let's see what you do with it.
Well, shout out to you. Can you hear me, bro?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay. I don't think I need 2 minutes, but we're talking about F.B.A. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. He got it mainstream. Shout out to him. But I don't consider myself an F.B.A. or ADOS. So I'm an ethnic American, which means both my mother's side and father's side goes from me to my parents through Reconstruction to slavery. Ethnic Germans are the only Germans on earth. Ethnic Italians are the only Italians on earth. And we are ethnic Americans, which means we are the only Americans on earth. And that's what I don't like about F.B.A. is that foundational black. That black means you're still tethered to Africans and Caribbeans because in America, our federal government in all 50 states still declare to this very day Africans and Caribbeans are black. So you're just a different type of black, but you're still black, which means Africans and Caribbeans will continue to eat off your plate. It doesn't delineate. Also, you have to remember our ancestors hated to be called black. Now, James Brown wrote the song, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. But very few people, I discuss it on my channel, very few people don't realize that a decade later, James Brown took it back. He said it was a mistake for him to write the song Black and I'm Proud. He said it makes us irrelevant. It's a setback. He said he only wrote the song because he was bullied by the Black Panthers and other groups that kept hounding him about, making something about calling himself black because James Brown called himself an American. So yeah, there you go. And Martin Luther King Jr., when he said he's black and beautiful, he was talking about skin complexion. He was not saying we were black people. If you listen to him, he says, the white man has condemned the complexion of our skin. I say we're black and beautiful. So people get him wrong. Martin Luther King Jr. was talking about complexion. James Brown took back Say It Loud and say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. He goes, that's worthless. I didn't want to write it. I was bullied. And it keeps you tethered to Africans and Caribbeans. And once again, our ancestors hated to be called black. It was a racial slur to be called black. As you know, Smokey Robinson said it. Hey, man, when he was young, you called somebody black, that was a fist fight. Tom Joyner said him and his brother got in a fist fight because he called his little brother black. And so there you go. Black has been a racial slur. Our ancestors hated it. Martin Luther King Jr. was only talking about skin complexion and not us as a people. James Brown took it back. And worst of all, you're still tethered to Africans and Caribbeans. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Interesting commentary. But I do want people to understand blacks were in this place before it was called America. It ain't like black people came over, got here because of slavery. Blacks were already here. And that's why I say, to me, the term foundation, it makes sense because there were people here that were black before these white folks ever even came over here to colonize this particular location. We were already here.
Yeah, I agree.
So to me, it doesn't tie anyone to Africa and the people that were here, I'm going to say we're not tied to Africa because we were culturally cut off. And at the end of the day, I love Africans, but they ain't my people. And I don't think they don't have any misunderstanding of that. They don't see me as them. And I don't have no problem with them just because I understand that I'm not them. I'm not them. Possibly you could find some DNA, that could link us, but then technically you could find DNA to link every human. Okay. So I'm not saying there's an insult to them. They know I'm not them. I don't speak their languages. You
Hey,
know.
bro, you're missing your. I'm not saying what you're saying. I know you don't want me to interrupt you. I'm going to
No, no,
simply say
no, no.
I'm not saying what you're saying.
No. It's 2 minute uninterrupted opening statement. No, you can interject here and there. We just want to make sure things are respectful. That's all. So
Yeah, yeah,
now you
I
fine.
agree with what you're saying. I'm simply saying when I said that our federal government counts Africans and Caribbeans in America as black like us. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we have any connection to Africa. I agree with you. We're the natives. I 100% agree with you. There's no debate there. I'm simply saying that our federal government in all 50 states, when you say you're foundational black, you're saying you're black, and our government says, yeah, you are black, and these Africans and Caribbeans are black, so they eat off our affirmative action, set asides, grants, all that. So all I'm saying is that I'm not saying what you're saying. That hey, I'm saying we're African. No, I agree with you, bro. We're the natives. We're on one page. I'm simply saying that when you say you're foundational black, that our government agrees. Yeah, you're black, and these Africans are black, and these Caribbeans are black, and Afro Latinos are black, and they're all gonna eat off your black plate. Though you
No,
earned it throughout slavery and Jim Crow, you're all
no.
black, so they get our stuff. So
I,
that's what I
I
mean.
I get what you're saying, but I'm gonna just say realistically, the government plays shady games all the time because it's people that come over here and they are black, but they classify themselves as white, and now you know what I'm saying. Now it's a difference. So the government play all kind of games with that stuff. So I totally get what you're saying, and I can't disagree with you because the government gonna play. That's what they gonna do.
Facts,
But
right? We
uh,
agree. See, we agree on almost
yeah.
everything, bro.
So all right, now let me get these other gentlemen in. Black Guru, you got the flow, my brother.
Hey, how you, Roger? Thanks for having me. I hope you and the gentlemen on the panel, folks in the public chat, are doing well. I wanted to maybe clarify something that may somewhat disagree with what you were saying with regard to the distinction between ADOS and FBA. Because you said something about there was a problem with the term, maybe from a legal standpoint, uh, regarding FBA, or rather ADOS versus FBA. I actually think the opposite might be true if you look at why ADOS was created. ADOS was created primarily as the basis for the reparations argument, and specifically reparations from slavery. So the assertion of American descendants of slavery was to align with the argument for reparations. Now, foundational Black Americans, as I understand it, includes Black people who were here, or people who were designated as Black people who were here, that were not necessarily enslaved. In fact, in one of the videos you saw, the gentleman referred to there essentially being three groups of, or subgroups within the foundational Black American designation. That was the ADOS people, or the slave people, Black people who were here that predated the the arrival of the Europeans, and then apparently Black explorers that came and went as well, and some may have established permanent residents in the United States who may or may not have been enslaved people. So I think ADOS specifically defines who is qualified for the reparations argument. I don't know if FBA does, though, because of how FBA defines itself. I don't know if, for example, if you're saying your people were never enslaved, then technically you were from some group of Black people who were never enslaved, then you would not be eligible for reparations from slavery. So I think that's an important distinction, but I think it's actually, maybe actually the opposite of what you're arguing with respect to the reparations issue. Now, I do think the FBA designation might be more uh, accurate and encompassing when you embrace the when you embrace the argument that we were here, that we didn't just come here on slave ships, that we were here before slavery, and that some of us came here outside of the slave trade. So if you accept that, then F.B.A. would be a more accurate description of who and what we are in totality.
Yeah. Well, I agree with what you're saying, because when it comes to reparations, of course, that should go to the American descendants of slavery, who are not necessarily all F.B.A. people, because there were Black folks who did not necessarily, luckily for them, their people didn't have to deal with slavery. So there were free Blacks in America, so let's keep that in mind, y'all. There were some free Blacks in America. But yeah, when you talk about reparations, yeah, that would, to me, I'm fine with that going to the American descendants of slaves. Because, like I said, y'all, when I first heard the term, I still thought it was a good term. I know for certain legal purposes in the future that I ain't really trying to get into right now, it might be a better term to use. But people know, to me, using F.B.A. to delineate who we are with a name that we came up with sounds fine. Because, again, every Black person I talk to that's from somewhere else, they just about make it clear that they're from somewhere else. And my thing is, it's never offended me, because they're proud to be who whatever it is that they happen to be. How can I get mad at you for being proud of who you actually are? It doesn't even make sense to me. But Gold P, you got the flow, my brother.
Man, what's happening? What's happening?
What's happening?
Peace to everybody on the panel and in the chat. You know I'll start, Roger. Everybody hit that like button, support the channel. You're on the Roger Report. Support the channel, subscribe, share, hit the Cash App, support the channel, not only with a like, but financially as well. Taxes paid as well, Roger. Now, I pay the taxes, brother. To come up here and say something.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Now, let me put some clarity here. When ADOS came into play, which is American Descendants of Slavery, it started out strong. That's what I was saying to you, Roger. It started out strong. And then we started seeing the cracks, meaning there was a significant amount of inclusivity, appropriation happening. Everybody now is saying, yeah, I'm an American descendant of slaves now. That would mean people who were enslaved somewhere else would come with that same idea and bring it to United States, but or they would omit the fact that they were slaves somewhere else, not necessarily here, but they want to become inclusive and say, yeah, we were slaves too. And who's going to go look, right? So then we seen it became even more watered down and even more inclusive for everybody. When it became a distraction, it lost its meaning to who it really was meant to be for. So then here is Tariq saying, hey, hold on. We got to put more clarity on this and be exclusive, right? We got to exclude, because this is speaking about someone who is here, which is the foundation of America, the people who was out there putting things together, really putting in the work. Not this was, for example, I say my family, Black Guru said his family was sharecroppers. My family was sharecroppers. Roger, I'm straight next door to you. I'm out of St. Louis, Missouri. We know what the St. Louis, Missouri was about. Okay. And I always tell you I don't always tell you, but I tell people all the time, my birth certificate says Negro on it. Now, I know it says it can be looked at as a negative because, they put Negro on it. But look, There was a lot of things, as you said, Roger, there's a lot of things that America has done, but there are things that come back and reshape and bite them in the butt. Hence why we can say, hey, yeah, we foundational. It's right there on my birth certificate. See, you close the door, you lock the door. F.B.A. closes the door. When you show you can literally prove that you are foundational, your family is this, that, and other, you lock the door. People get mad at that aspect. They get mad because now they can't, it's even a harder struggle to appropriate that, to be inclusive. We're always expected to include everybody. Then when we say, hey, hold on, no, we're not including you. Like Trail Bentley said, hey, me no black. Me no black, but we can't say that, can we? And I'll leave it at that.
Well, to me, I'm gonna say there's a lot we can say. Now I'm gonna say shout out to Alistair. Alistair came through on the Cash App. Appreciate you, my brother. Dropped the 5. He said, "Happy F.B.A. month. Happy F.B.A. month, everybody." Again, real talk, real talk. Shout out to my main man, Roastmaster 1. He says, F.B.A. all day, and he dropped $50.57. So shout out to Roastmaster 1 for the 50, and shout out to him for the 57-cent Trail Bentley tax. Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you, my brother. And shout out to Trail Bentley coming through again. And shout out to you one more time for the 57-cent Trail Bentley tax on yours as well. He says, redo the show, the hierarchy of who is black in America, i.e. F.B.A. versus Obama blacks. Well, you know what, Mr. Bentley, I might just do that because I've been considering that too. I might just do that. Now, I'm going to say, shout out to what you're saying, Gold P, but this is the thing that's problematic. When somebody lies and you just let them have, okay, if you just let them have they lie, that's a your fault thing. I ain't going to let you have your lie. If you're a descendant of slavery, that's fine, but slavery didn't happen just in America. So if you're a descendant from somewhere else, you're still not us because you're not an American descendant of slave. You may want to be included, but you're not. I don't know what's up with F.B.A. people, even though I do. But why do y'all let somebody else tell you that they can be included in your stuff? And then when other people tell you you can't be included in their stuff, you cool with that. That's the mentality. Y'all got to throw that out the window. You either are us or you're not us. It ain't a personal thing. It's a business thing. You either are or you're not.
I'm just sharing with you, Roger, what things that took place when it came to how the conversation, how we got to.
No, I totally get what you're doing, and I'm not saying you're doing it. I'm not trying to imply you're doing it, but I'm saying any of us with this attitude that somebody else could just tell you that they included in your stuff. Right. You got to change your mindset. You either are on the same team or not, man. I ain't never had a problem decipher who's on my squad and who ain't on my squad. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say sports is a great analogy for life in general. If you wearing our jersey and you on our squad, you good. Now, that don't mean I don't like you as another player, but you don't play for my team. I still respect you. I got love for you, but you're just not on my team. It is what it is. So some stuff we can do together, but there's some stuff we can't do together. Because when it's time for us to play, I can't shoot my ball in your basket. That ain't gonna work. Okay,
hey, Roger. Go up to Afro Merchants.
Who's this nigga? Go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to keep it so you won't miss them. You can address it. That's okay. Afro Merchant, man. Okay.
I get that. No, I get to that in a second. I got you. I'm gonna say, who's this nigga? Oh, but you ain't supposed to be in my chat like that. But it's all good. It's all good. I'll let you slide. I'll let you slide. But shout out to all my hoes demonetized. He says cancellation tax for the Roger Report. # pull the plug. Hey man, I can appreciate that sentiment. And you know what? There's some people out there who gonna feel that way for real. Especially by the time this show is over. I'm sure. But well, you say you want Afro Merchant pulled up?
Yeah, because there was another aspect of it that I just didn't want to address, but he put it in there, so you may want to address it. That's why I'll leave it.
Well,
Leave it.
I don't know what it is, so I
But
wasn't gonna address
I'm gonna
it.
tell you, Roger. I'm gonna tell you, Roger. Okay, there it
This is why I
is.
tell niggas stay out my chat. This is why I tell niggas stay out.
I'm trying to help you out, Roger.
Okay, let's see what Afro Merchant said. Afro Merchant says that's not what happened. Let's be honest. People didn't like the optics of a gay woman leading the movement, and I can understand. There were organizational issues, individual feminist and online beef.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say I guess that's
yeah.
true. I guess that's true. But
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say that it was a mass of people, because being gay is pretty much accepted in Black America. The women have accepted being gay wholeheartedly, and then you have men that don't really trip about it. So to say that there was some type of big movement because the lady who was helped leading it from the term of ADOS, I'm gonna say it probably was there's always going to be some noise around something, but most Black folks, I'm just saying from what I can tell, from most Black folks cool with people being gay, because the just about every woman done accepted it. Matter of fact, women try to push people to be gay. I know they try to push their sons to be gay, so it don't seem like they got a problem with gay folks at all. A lot of women got friends that are gay. They even sleep with their gay friends. They have sex with their gay friends. They've had babies by their gay friends, and I'm talking about the males. So they seem to have fully accepted people being gay. So I don't see no women attacking a movement because a female was involved and she was gay. That don't make sense to me. And then a lot of Black men, I'm just going to keep it real, a lot of Black men are still led by women, so therefore they're going to accept gay too. So I don't think gay could create too much of a stir.
Well, Roger, I just, that's why I didn't really bring it up, because that can lead down a whole different path.
Well,
and
that's
not where we're at.
My thing is,
that's why I let you.
But I'm saying this. He put it in there. He put it in there to say, let's basically be real about what happened. Understood. And I'm saying, let's also be real about Black America.
Yeah.
Black America. I'm just saying, Black America don't have a problem with gay folks.
No, but I think you're making broad statements about Black America, and maybe what you need to look at is who were the actual figures involved in the debate. And if you look at who the actual figures that were involved in that particular part of the debate, you're Tariq Nasheeds and those types of people who actually had influence on the issue. They had either they had an issue with her profile being gay, or they use that as a means to usurp her position and leverage in that particular issue. So you can make broad arguments about whether or not Black people in general like gay people, but I don't think that's what really happened. I think you had certain players in that particular issue who capitalized on that and made that an issue and focus on it in a way to which make it disruptive, and then use that as a way to then leapfrog in terms of a position of leadership on the issue. I think that's what I saw happen.
And I'm gonna say, based on Black people in America, that's a much more reasonable conclusion. Now I can see people in positions of leadership, having their tussle over control of power, but the way Afro Merchant said it, he basically said it's because she was gay, as if the people didn't accept her being gay and a leader at the same time.
Well,
and I'm just saying,
you don't. To be fair to him, though, I mean, he's got 200 characters he can put in a chat thing. Maybe if he was on the panel, he could more flesh out what his position is.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to clear it up. It couldn't have been because of the people. It's saying the collective of Black America. That couldn't be the actual reason, because Black America embraces gay folks a lot based on what I can tell. Okay, they embrace it. You know what I'm saying? I've hardly ever seen a woman that I don't know in my personal life have a problem with anybody being gay. I you know what I'm saying? I can't even think of one offhand, and I'm literally trying to. Okay, so I'm just saying it wasn't because she was gay. Now maybe the leaders of these particular groups did something with each other. So like what you just said, Black Rule, makes a lot more sense. But I'm just saying it wasn't the people. It couldn't have been the people.
You know, and a lot of times, you know, there are different kinds of gay people. You know, there's different kinds of lesbians, there are different kinds of gay men. And sometimes stylistically, your form of gay is more palatable than somebody else's. You know, your presentation, the way you talk, the way you interact with people. I mean, you could be a lesbian, but if you are particularly affable to men, for example, then you're not going to have much of a problem. But if you were perceived to be, you know, somewhat combative towards men, then that kind of will exacerbate their view of your sexuality. So a lot of times it's not so much about whether you're gay or straight. A lot of times it's very personality driven. And I think Yvette, I've seen more charismatic lesbian women than her. I'll put it that way. And it's not a slight of her. It's just that's what I've observed. And I think that her lack of charisma, frankly, can be and has been effectively used against her.
Now I'm gonna say who we are as a people, or even if we getting reparations, ain't got nothing to do with being gay or not. So I don't know why Gold P want to gay up the conversation.
Wait a minute.
When this ain't really about. This ain't really about whether no. This ain't really about whether you gay or not. You know, if a person is F.B.A, they could be gay or they could be straight. If the person is ADOS, they could be gay or they could be straight. And if the money come, it ain't got nothing to do with their sexual orientation. Well, I mean, there's a lot of Black people who can't seem to talk about Black people without bringing up gays as if they had the same struggle we have.
I didn't say
they
it,
had to fight
Roger.
the same fight we fight. No. But you went into the chat and brought attention to something.
Because Afro Merchant was saying something, and I left it for you to read.
I tell folks, if I don't highlight it, don't worry about it. Now, I know I don't see everything, but hey, if I don't highlight it, I don't worry about
it. And I know you don't like to go into the you know, you don't like us, I guess, going into the public chat, but the brother Turkish Tyrone makes a very relevant point about what happened there. And that is Yvette was perceived to be a tool of the Democratic Party. And of course, a lot of people, especially a lot of Black men in particular, in light of what happened with Obama and all of that stuff in particular, were rejecting that. So that was also a part of how things fell apart for the specific support. I mean, the support of ADOS in general and the specific support of Yvette Carnell, that her being perceived to be a shield of the Democratic Party, a stooge of the Democratic Party, worked against her and worked against the broader ADOS movement.
Okay, well, see,
and it was tone talks with her on that.
Well, that means so they didn't like her. So that's basically what you said.
No. They was railing against both her and Tone Talks, and then
No. I'm saying they didn't like her, and based on what Black was saying, they didn't like her personally, and they had issues with the Democratic Party. See,
well, both are the Democratic Party.
No. Hear what I'm saying, Gold P. It had nothing to do with the fact whether she was gay. They didn't like her, and they didn't like stuff going on in the Democratic Party, which is very different than bringing something up about being gay, which was what you wanted me to highlight. It wasn't even part of, it wasn't even the issue. Okay.
Look, man.
But let me read Turkish Tyrone's statement since Black Cruz said bring it. And Black Cruz, you got privilege, so you can do this. You can go in the chat if you want to.
Except for P, right? Except
no. Other people don't do it, Go P. It's just you be breaking protocol. But I didn't let you slide. I didn't let you slide with breaking protocol today and other days. Now, Black Guru, the people with the elder privilege, the Ivy League privilege, the PhD privilege, yeah, they can do stuff, and I'm gonna let them do it. You know,
I want to know why you so disrespectful, Roger. You ain't let Champ say nothing.
I'm trying to let Champ say something, but you trying to block me from reading this because since we brought it up, I gotta read it. Okay, I gotta read it because we brought it up. Now, shout out to Turkish Tyrone. He said, I think there is truth to what Afro Merchant is saying, but I also think that Tyreek wanted to do his own thing and found an opening. Yvette showing loyalty to the Democratic Party turned folks off. So you know what? I can accept that. And if they just don't like Yvette and then they don't like the Democratic Party, yeah, that's a problem. You know, at least on her end, that's definitely a problem. You know, and yeah, I'm gonna say I've watched some of the stuff that her and Tone Talks did. Yeah, she could use some charisma. It wouldn't hurt her. You know, I'm just keeping it real. She could use a little charisma. That definitely wouldn't hurt her. That's for sure. Okay, because I'm a person who used to watch the channel at least for a little bit, so some charisma definitely wouldn't hurt her. Shout out to Landon. He say F.B.A. have too many dire problems to deal with any extra confusion. Shout out to you, man. That's all I'm saying. We ain't got time for all the extra stuff. We got enough business to take care of without bringing in unnecessary extra stuff. Real talk. But now let's turn it over to Champ since he is here. Champ, you got it, my brother.
Good morning. Happy Friday to you, everybody on this panel. First, let me just say shout out to ABC News for bringing the term foundational Black American yesterday when we were talking about Black History Month. I thought that was a really, really, really good move on the part of the channel for bringing that up yesterday. Second, foundational Black American, first of all, is not an organization. It was not an organization. And while we give credit and show so much love for our brother Tariq Nasheed for, bringing the term foundational Black Americans, it was originally started by a gentleman by the name of Dr. Claude Anderson, who talked about it in various speeches, books that he wrote, Black Labor, White Wealth. He talked about, about Black Americans being foundational, that we've been here longer, even before the quote unquote before the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, we're a special people. We're indigenous to this land, and we went through an ethnogenesis during that time period. That is the term foundational Black Americans and everything else. Yes, there were Black people, who came from Africa and they intermixed, with the indigenous natives, indigenous Black people and everything else. And as I said, we are from an ethnogenesis and everything. Foundational Black Americans is a lineage as well. Many of us can trace our lineage mainly from the South, whether it's from Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Arkansas, Missouri. That's what the term foundational Black America means. It's a lineage and ethnogenesis. We're not at all. We're not Africans, okay? Not all of us are Africans. And I think what's happening right now is one political party, the Republican Party. Now, some people think it's a divisive move that they're doing this, but it's the right strategy, though, because they're trying to go after the disaffected Black people who have been here for generations, who have voted for Democratic for so many years, but get ignored because the Democratic Party has been putting their emphasis on immigration and everything else. And so, therefore, their priorities on the new immigrants and everything else, while the black folks, who went through Jim Crow segregation and everything else for generations, who have voted for Democrat, they get pushed to the sideline and everything else. And so now the Republican Party sees that and they're taking advantage of everything else. So, I'm no political, I don't bow down to or listen to any political party. I'm independent, but I think it's something that we should be watching and everything else, by the way.
Well, I'm gonna say this ain't really got nothing to do with either political party because first of all, neither party likes us. That's just number one.
True.
Number two, the best political move somebody could do is say we're gonna be the reparations party and try to make sure these people get reparations. That party can get my loyalty at least for a time,
right.
But I ain't heard neither party say they trying to get us reparations.
Oh no, exactly.
So I don't even see this. I don't even see the importance of political parties unless we want to bring up the fact that how they ain't neither one of them trying.
Well, both political parties are pandering, to black folks and everything else. They're pandering to, black folks who come from an immigrant background, as opposed, that one party is pandering to black folks who are black people who have been here for generations and everything else, who are foundational Black Americans.
I don't understand why anybody is voting for any Democrat or any Republican. They've both been in charge long enough to know that they're not the party for you. Now, if you own a corporation, I understand why you voting for those parties. If you own like a major corporation, yeah, I get it. If you Bill Gates or somebody, or you, well, not Elon Musk, he's South African, but Bezos. That's what I was thinking about. When you people in those positions, I totally understand why you vote for the Democrats and the Republicans. But a regular, everyday, average American, I have no clue outside of choosing to be stupid why you vote for either party, and that's just real talk. I vote for an individual, not a party.
Hey, did you guys hear about the supposed accidental loan forgiveness? Did you guys for student loan forgiveness?
I don't know. Do y'all know what the subject of the show is?
I'm going somewhere with it, man. I'm going somewhere with it. Okay.
No, I hadn't heard it. I hadn't heard anything about
that. Okay. I don't know.
So there was this supposed accidental student loan forgiveness. Now, when we talk about student loan forgiveness, a lot of those, because the support supposedly the Democrats and whatever go towards support towards the HBCUs and et cetera, et cetera. Well, a lot of those HBCUs have what in it? Not foundational. So when that happened, a whole lot of things fell out. See, I'm saying that when it comes to us, foundational Black Americans, there's a whole lot of against type energy. There's a lot of people against us. But when it comes to these, how is it that you have an accidental student loan forgiveness thing and it's speaking for all these who aren't foundational?
Well, hold on. Let me make sure I heard that right. Well, let me just ask him real quick. The accidental forgiveness went to who? Who did you say that was to go to?
Student loan act. There was student loans. There was
for who though?
Okay. Well, now let me ask my question. Was the student loans given solely to Black people? Forgiveness was the forgiveness given solely to Black people?
I don't know that.
I mean, well, then how is that relevant to what we're talking about?
Because a lot of the student loans, which we know Democrats tend to, and mind you, I'm not a Democrat nor Republican. I want to make that clear. But a lot of the conversation speaks to the student loans that are given to a lot of the monies that are given to HBCUs. Kamala was what? HBCU. She is not foundational. And that's my point. A lot of if it's us talking about, yeah, we need these monies, there's a railing against it. But when it comes to,
I guess I could see a connection if the forgiveness was given only to HBCUs or only to supposedly given to those people. I guess I could see the connection. But if this was some kind of accident that was given to everybody who had a student loan, I can't really see a connection between that and what we're talking about here. I mean, if everybody accidentally got it, it didn't matter if you were black or white or male or female. It didn't really matter. It just went up.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the. I'm gonna say I'm not.
You know, yeah.
I'm having trouble seeing the correlation. Are you saying they accidentally forgave student loans only at particular HBCUs? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying when I seen the article, right, I should have been more prepared to read you guys the article. That's on me. But when I seen that whole thing, and it said an accidental student loans program, the student loans forgiveness, that automatically triggers in my mind, because of what era we're in now, or what time we're in now, it speaks to a lot of the people who are not from here, who are looking for in. We've seen Nicki Minaj.
Okay, go Pete. Respectfully, I don't see no correlation in what you're talking about, and you just not prepared enough to talk about it.
Okay.
So why don't you
just let it sit with you then?
Yeah, why don't you get the article, see if it's show worthy, and see what we can get popping on that, because unless we know who it's going to, we can't even really say too much about it. You know what I mean? Now I'm just gonna say I'm not for student loan forgiveness for anybody. If you took a loan, I pay your loan back. It just is what it is to me. Shout out to Inspired Truth Broadcast. He said Green Party has reparations in their platform, and he got that little thing. Yeah, and you know what?
Yeah, they do.
I've told y'all before, the people I be voting for, they don't make it in office. So that's all I'm gonna say on that, though. That's all. The Obama is the only person y'all know of that I voted for who got in. Even from a local thing, Obama's the only person y'all know of, and I voted for him only the first time. I didn't even vote for him the second time, because I vote for what's good for me, my family, my people, my city, my state, my country. I vote for what's good. I ain't got no reason to vote for something that ain't good for me. Okay, now shout out to Trust. This from the daughter of the channel, y'all, but I'm gonna read it like she said it. She said, Roger, this is for Gold P and Gold P only. You know what, Trust, I appreciate you. And I'm gonna say, shout out to you for the charity. That's what I'm gonna do.
Why I gotta be charity, Roger? Shout out to you, Trust. Yeah, I'm up here with some busters, Roger.
No, it's all good. But I couldn't just let that go with nothing. But yeah, my thing is this, y'all. The reparation arguments, yes, I do believe that should go to Adolph's people. Anybody trying to attach themselves to that, to me, sound crazy. Like I said, when I just even heard in the clip that somebody was talking about Pan-Africans, and my thing is, what did you lose through American slavery? That's my first. What did you lose through American slavery? Nothing. All right, so shut up. Why are you even talking? And I think sometimes our people got to learn how to ask the right questions, and sometimes the right question is, why are you even talking? This ain't got nothing to do with you. Why don't you do everybody a favor and just shut up? Because you comment on something that ain't got nothing to do with you. You ain't gonna get no check. We didn't work for you. You don't own us, and that's a slavery mentality in itself. For anybody who's truly African to even suggest that there should be reparations to African people for work they didn't do is looking at us as slaves. Because slaves mean you getting labor for free. You getting forced labor for free. Anybody who wants my money for something I did is looking at me as a slave. And that's just real talk. So, I don't know who said it, but I'm going to say if you are an African, man, just know to shut up when your time comes. This ain't got nothing to do with you. The only thing you can do is cause unnecessary friction between two different groups of people on a subject that ain't got nothing to do with you. Just shut up sometime. Okay? I ain't saying you got to shut up all the time, but some things you should shut up about. It just is what it is, And if you really believe that ain't what it is, go ask somebody for reparations for the Holocaust. They got more money. Okay, ask for them those reparations. Something else that literally had nothing to do with you. Okay, so yeah, that's crazy talk. Now I'm gonna say, if you're a Foundation of Black American, y'all just politely tell people to move around. I'm gonna say that because they ain't really no good terms. So just politely tell people to move around who start talking crazy like that. Okay, that's what y'all do. All right.
Well, in one of the videos you presented, Roger, that featured Dr. Umar Johnson, he appeared to be taking the position of Pan-Africanism over that of F.B.A. If you look closely at that video, so there are some people who are presumably who have an F.B.A. background who are more Pan-Africanist or more felicitous to the positions of people who are not F.B.A. and might not even be American. So that's something you got to consider, that some of the argument, I guess, against F.B.A. or strictly or strongly asserting the F.B.A. position, some of the people who are opposed to that might actually be or appear to be people who are themselves F.B.A.
Black Rose, that's a fantastic point. And I'm gonna say again, y'all, them videos I brought up, except for the one that said the bonus link, them was just what popped up first. So it just happened to be one of the videos that popped up first. Now, for those who remember, we did a black card review of Dr. Umar Johnson, and he didn't fare too well. Okay. Now you see why he didn't fare too well. If you missed the show, this is why when we reviewed his black card, he didn't fare too well, because he do stuff like this. Why are you even having that conversation with them? I understand he's a Pan-African. He calls himself the Prince of Pan-Africanism or something like that. But bro, this ain't got nothing to do with them. You smart enough to know it ain't got nothing to do with them. So just respect them. Tell them, look, man, everything ain't your business. That ain't mean we can't do business together, but everything going on with us ain't your business.
I don't mean no harm to say this about the Pan-African community, but half of y'all are scam artists.
Well, no. My thing is, I can't just let you say something like that on the show.
Not all of them.
No. This is the thing. Whatever they are, the subject we're talking about today has nothing to do with them, literally.
Exactly.
Literally. So they don't even need to be brought up, other than the fact to say this ain't got nothing to do with them. Okay? So I'm just clarifying the point. Us, reparations, what we're called, how we view ourselves as a people, any name we give ourselves, this ain't got nothing to do with them. They their own people. Okay? They are people from their particular country. They know who they are.
But they're not, but no, hold on. They're not their own people. A lot of F.B.A. people are Pan-Africanists. In fact, they're amongst, have been, Malcolm X was Pan-Africanist. So I mean, there are lots of. No, I'm just saying that part of the argument, Roger, or part of the confusion within the issue of FBA is there are FBA people themselves, you know, blacker than you and I am, who are devoutly Pan-African. And part of the complexity, even
Go ahead, brother.
I'm trying to say part of the complexity in asserting the FBA position has been there are some amongst us who are ambivalent about the issue of asserting FBA because they view it to be a threat against a more global perspective of blackness, even amongst FBA people themselves. And that's why there is a lot of confusion and hand wringing over this issue.
And you know what? Let me say to make a better statement, because you're right. It's not like being Pan African, because I was referring more to the African side, but it is a group of Africans and a group of Americans. So to clarify and to make a better statement, at the end of the day, us being FBA ain't got nothing to do with the African side. Any reparations we get ain't got nothing to do with the African side. So anybody on the African side, this ain't got nothing to do with you. Now, if there's a person on the FBA side who wants to give their money to Africans for whatever your reason is, that's fine. If we get reparations or something, you give them your money because you believe in Pan-Africanism for whatever your reasons are. But it has nothing to do with a political reason when it comes to anything on the African side. You cannot include everybody in everything. And truth be told, if you're an intelligent person, that's nothing but trying to sabotage the goal anyway. When have you ever seen someone successfully? Well, no, I ain't gonna say it ain't never happened, but it does make it harder to get anything from a financial standpoint when you start trying to include people that are not old.
Well,
it just always makes it more difficult.
I would say this, man. We're always in a.
Haven't you said enough, Gopi? Haven't you said enough?
Go ahead.
Haven't you said enough? Can we get usual business? Is that okay? Is that okay?
Go ahead, man.
No, I'm messing with you, bro. I'm just messing with you. But usual business came up. I want to get them in. That's all. But usual business, you got it, brother.
Hey, what's up to the chat? What's up to the panel?
What's happening?
I think I'm probably gonna rub some people the wrong way on this one. Ultimately, I think people are kind of always losing the quote unquote the plot. We always losing the plot because of the trees, as we say, right? Because at the end of the day, Pan-Africanism was invented basically by Black Americans. But if you really want to kind of get into the details of it, really, that's kind of how I kind of went. And it was there specifically for a reason. What it was to help themselves, right? Just like anything else and everything else, right? You come up with something to quote unquote to help yourself out of a situation, right? So like even when those people came to like we had Kwame Nkrumah come from Ghana, come to America to learn how to and study from Black Americans, right? He did that with the intention to go back to his country and help his people. Main word was help his people first, right? And then after that, he could do something second, right? So the first thing is one must help themselves first. So even with that is the concept of even Pan-Africanism, it was to quote unquote help us out of our position and to do more, right? After we got ourselves out of that position. So I think that as the quote unquote times is turning, you figured out that not everybody has the same aligned goals, right? Because my line goals probably not gonna be the same as a Nigerian. My same goal will not be the same as a Jamaican, and my line goal probably won't be the same as a South African, right? So that got to be taken into account, and when those are actually taken into account, you actually figure out that Pan-Africanism, in a sense, can work, but it can't work because at the end of the day, you got to have select people in it. It can't be everybody because not everybody got the collective best interest of the group at heart. So simple as that.
Well, I'm gonna say real quick. I'm gonna say, then you got to go pee. What I'm saying is, from the African side, what we're talking about has nothing to do with them. If you, as an individual, are Pan-African, that's fine. That's your business. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not even saying there's something wrong with that. But it ain't got nothing to do with reparations. It got nothing to do with what we decided to call ourselves as a people. It's got nothing to do with our standards or how we hold ourselves. We make those decisions first. And then what you do with that and connect to some African group of people, that's your business at the end of the day. But the African side of it ain't got nothing to do with this conversation. Now, the American, if you want to help get reparations or help make sure we earn proper status in this particular country, the Africans can't help you do that. It has nothing to do with them. This is a whole different country. Remember, Africa is a continent with different countries. So when I said those people know who they are, that's what I was referring to. Them people know if they're South African, they know if they're Nigerian, they know if they're from Uganda, they know if they're from any particular place you want to. They know who they are, and we don't define who they are. It would be silly for us to let us have other people defining who we are. That's just silly in general. So this is not saying be anti-African. I'm saying this business ain't got nothing to do with the African side. It just don't. Now, if we collect some money and you want to give to some African people, it's your money. Knock yourself out. But this ain't got nothing to do with them.
Can I go now, Roger?
Although I do want to applaud. I do want to applaud Usual Business because he provided, I thought, a very concise but excellently crafted description of sort of the motivations and the history of Pan-Africanism. I think you did a wonderful job in doing that, and that you conveyed a wisdom there that was kind of reminiscent of an old man in a sense, because you talked about some historical influences in Pan-Africanism, and you talked about what the true motivation of Pan-Africanism was. So I just wanted to applaud your apt description of it.
I'm a young man, but I stand on the shoulders of giants. So I do acknowledge that. So
hey, I appreciate you, brother. I do appreciate you too. Real talk, real talk. Thank you for being a part of the show. Now you can go, P. We had to get that out the way.
You see how I just was quiet and just let it rock. Hey, I appreciate it. Unlike some people. But I'm just going to say, man. Hey, listen. We have always been inclusive in everybody, and I think that's a fail on our behalf. We're known as the most welcoming people on the planet. Us over here in America. I mean, that's been proven many times over. If it wasn't the truth, then why do they find a way to always want us to fight for them, but then don't want to give nothing back? Hence, I know many of us used to wear those, red, black, and green colors, the kufi and the necklaces and all that. Yeah, but we found out. At least some of us did. And I'm saying, nah, we can't rock like that.
I think, Gold P, what I think we have collectively had a naivete about how the world works, that other people who have had their own nations and have had to have diplomacy and fight wars with other people and establish trade relationships with other people. I think because we have not had that experience as a people, we don't really, we lack a certain sophistication about how human beings as a collective, tribes, nations really work. We expect a certain ethic and morality and reciprocation, sort of based on, to a large extent, Christian values. No other group of people actually operate that way in the world.
Facts.
And it's not a criticism.
We are the best.
It's not. Hold on. Well, all right. Well, we can subjectively debate that. I'm just saying that part of our problem with dealing with non-FBA people is they are developed in a different way and in a way that is more typical of how all other groups of human beings on the planet, who and especially those who have not been trifled with in the way that we have, um, they are more typical of how human beings actually interact. It's always self-interest. It's always territorial. It's always tribal, and the only way you even break tribes is usually you got to kill up enough of a certain tribe to then have that tribe relent to becoming a part of your tribe. And then you do that enough of time, and then maybe you have a kingdom, empire, or country, or whatever. But none of this stuff just kind of naturally comes together based on morality and reciprocation. Usually and very often, at some point, somebody's got to bleed to be made to do right.
Well, once again, that's
Hold on,
us.
hold off, Gold Pig. Hold off, Gold Pig. I gotta handle a little bit of business, and we got another guest that then came up. Okay, we got another guest, Gold Pig. Can somebody else talk?
Go ahead.
Can somebody else talk? That's all I'm saying, brother. Can
Yeah.
somebody else talk?
Me and Black Rule are having dialogue, and here you go.
Yeah, but I want to hear. I want to hear usual business and
Well, we got
I got something.
now I got two guests waiting. So if y'all don't mind, let me say shout out to Bright Phantom. Shout out to Bright Phantom. Bright Phantom drops $10 in the Cash App. Says peace and salute. Hey, shout out to you, Bright Phantom. Shout out to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. And shout out to the darling of the channel. Yes, trust herself. She drops in 557. So shout out to you for the Trail Bentley tax. Appreciate that. She says, I'm happy to be boat stop black. Long live the habitual line steppers. Shout out to you. And I'm just as proud myself. I'm just as proud. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all, I don't know where my family come from. I can only track them down to the plantations. That I know. I know where the plantation. Well, I'm gonna say the family historian tracked it, but I just go to the plantation. That's where the information get murky for mine. But it is what it is. On that note, but I got to get these new guys in. We have Ado Sims in the building. I see what you did there, brother. And we got Truth Teller that came up. So Ado Sims, you got the mic, and we get Truth Teller right behind you. If Gold P will allow somebody else to talk.
Hey, look, I pay my taxes, man. All right. I'm the only one who pays Shark Sim tax. Now, talk about it. Go ahead.
So let you get your money's worth then, real quick.
That's what I'm saying, Shark, man. What the problem is, man? Go ahead, man.
So the young, how y'all doing today? Happy Friday and all that. I hope everybody enjoying their day and gonna have a safe weekend out there. The young elder Uru and the young fella, I think Mr. USA, they summed it up as best as possible. This is a thing where we got to take our feelings out and what you think is best. We cannot be calling ourselves black because the government sums everyone that's colored up as black. And if you're asking for something for black people, they're going to use their technology to tell you, well, we can't give it to everybody. So we had to delineate and make it ADOS. Then y'all was talking about the fact that it was usurped from Yvette Carnell in Tone Talks. Yes, it was, because they were putting pressure on politicians. They was putting foot in behinds, and it was finally being spoken about until Tariq Nasheed and them came in with that COINTELPRO and messed up the whole program. Like I know people like the word black, but you're not black. So if, and like Roger kept saying that he likes black. All right, you like black, but at the end of the day, you can't use it. But you can say you're a foundational American. You know what I'm saying? Because we are the foundation of America, and we've been here before almost everybody. But we really this is not a thing of what we feel. This is like we're trying to get something done. We're trying to move our stuff forward. And we got people fighting to the point where it just brought everything back to where we have nothing again. We're back to talking about rappers and dumb stuff when we was actually on a path to talking about getting our reparations and putting foot to behind to these politicians in cornering them and having them talk about this stuff. Like they was bringing it to the floor, and now look what we got right now. So them people, I like in the words of Uru, them peoples is them peoples.
All right. All right. Well, if that's it, we're gonna get truth telling here. And then we'll go to you, champ. We'll go to you after truth telling.
Okay.
I was gonna start out with saying something completely different, but damn, F.B.A. Sims made me change how I'm gonna open up, man.
You disrespectful. ADOS Sims.
Sorry, ADOS Sims. I'm sorry.
No, he meant to
All
say
right,
that.
I'm
You know
sorry.
what it is.
I apologize. No, he needs to be respected. That's what he is. I'm gonna respect who that man is. He's my brother. We come from the same lineage, so I respect it.
Ooh.
All right. Yvette and them, y'all need to do y'all research on what Yvette and them was actually doing at the time, and also what y'all perceive as their accomplishments. They didn't accomplish anything. The only thing that was moving at the time that they were pushing the ADOS thing was a study on how slavery and discrimination affected Black people. I'm sorry. Whenever they ever did a study before they gave a group of people money in this country. So we can stop there and stop saying we were getting somewhere when they were doing this ADOS thing. Not only that, they partnered with the Democrats in the guise of it would help push this. But as you can see, most of them same Democrats that they was partnering with at the time is still in office and ain't nothing changed. So we can lead them to the side. We have to understand words have definitions. You can't say foundational Americans because that also means white Americans. They were here too. That also means Native Americans. They were here too. You say foundational Americans, that means you qualifying everybody for reparations.
Yeah.
So therefore, you can't do that either, and you can't say not Black. We were designated as Black when this country, before this country started, and when the country was started. We were involved in it as being people of color, Negroes, Black. Wasn't no African American anywhere during them time frames. So that's the other problem with that whole African thing. I am not from another country. I'm not from Africa. My ancestors haven't been in Africa in centuries. I don't know why everybody want to put Afro in front of their names, but my ancestors, it's been more than 15 generations since my ancestors have even been in Africa. Why in God's name would I associate myself with a place that they didn't even start calling Africa until the 16th, 17th centuries? So we can stop with that right there. Secondly, I'm gonna come draconian with this nonsense with these niggas, with everybody trying to hate on us. The reason why we've always been Black Americans. Half my family is Caribbean. They didn't call themselves Black. People from other countries, even the Black ones, came here and said they were not Black. They said it to your face. I've had Cubans say it to my face. I've had Jamaicans, Trinis, Africans. They all said it to my face growing up and as an adult. They didn't start that I'm this Black stuff until this 2000s. So let's put that to the table. And I understand our Pan-African brothers think we can all get together and be mighty, but nigga, you need a partner that's on your team. They not on our team. So until then, I'm not messing with none of them until somebody can tell me what deal how I'm going to benefit teaming up with these people. Because as of right now, I don't know if you've watched these videos, Umar ain't say nothing about how we going to benefit teaming up with them. All he talked about is helping Africa. Well, I don't live in Africa. Why would I help Africa and still be over here suffering? I'm good with the Pan-Africans. Them niggas could jump in the lake. We got to focus on ourselves. All I know is since this whole F.B.A. thing started cooking, we done had a lot of reparations talk in a lot of different states. And now, shout out to the folks. CNN is using it. Shout out to that brother on CNN. He might not have a job after that, but shout out to him. So
You
we
got
need to make
Tucker
sure that we
Carlson.
abide.
You got Tucker Carlson
Tucker Carlson,
Well,
you making jokes to tease tethers. That's what he using.
Yeah,
but truth teller,
and
Right.
and also
truth teller.
too, you also have a governor, a candidate from Florida that's using the term F.B.A. Foundational Black American. But one quick point I want to talk about this.
Well, that was the guy. That was the guy who was talking with Tucker Carlson. That's
Yeah.
the guy. The guy you're talking about is the guy who was talking with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, they're going after Byron They're going after Byron Daniels. But let me go back to this
truth teller. You do
ADOS.
remember ADOS was making so much noise that they were starting to call them Russian bots. Like, so you can't take the fact away from them that they was doing what they was getting that talk out there. Now, I do agree with you when you said that whole Democrat thing, and that's one thing that I have a gripe with them. Like, they just riding this Democrat coattail instead of saying whoever gonna do what, that's who we rocking with. So I can't disagree with you on that. But them boys did. Them people did put their foot up and had people to the point where they was just trying to discourage the name and call them Russian bots and all kinds of stuff from Joy Reid, all of that. Their name was ringing way before that F.B.A. stuff came about. That's why I said I feel like that was more so COINTELPRO. And now you got Tucker Carlson.
So why is it a problem when we say
FBA originated from Dr. Claude Anderson through his speeches and through his books that he written on black labor, white wealth.
No one is denying that.
Also,
it's the verbiage that you have to use when you're going against these white people. They have tricknology, so it's the verbiage. You have to delineate yourself from everyone else, and everyone else in the face of the government is black. But all these other people call themselves black when it's time to get the goddamn stuff that we fought so hard to get. They don't.
That's why the term FBA is being used. That's why Dr. Claude Anderson started it and everything else. And that's why
FBA is
also using it as well too.
But the language of FBA the language of FBA is still inclusive to everyone because the government. I don't think.
All right, y'all.
Hold on.
We let's relax. Let's bring it down a notch. Black Room, I'm gonna let you go because you got Elder Purge. But after you, I want to we got a new guest here, y'all. Niggas Love America is here, so go ahead, Black Room.
No, I was going to say something, but I was going to say something, but I think I was enjoying the fight there for a moment. So y'all continue.
I wanted to say one more thing too before
he was like, "Throw that goddamn chair! Throw that chair! Goddamn it!"
Yeah, I want to throw some chairs too. Shoot, with the P on it.
All right. Well, let me just say real quickly, y'all. I don't think we ever gonna come to any perfect language. I do believe that ADOS term will be necessary for slavery reparations purposes. But I am gonna say right now, I don't think we're getting any reparations as long as we putting in Democrats, as long as we putting in Republicans. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna happen.
Okay.
You know?
I just want to say this too, real quick, that the term ADOS was actually stolen from a guy by the name of Norris Shelton, who was running as an independent candidate in the state of Kentucky when he was running for state senator. That's
it was descendants of Africans. That's what he called it.
Thank you.
Why is it a problem when we say we want to say, hey, we are foundational, we black people, and we all American? Why is it a problem? There's always a problem when we want to say who we are. We want to designate who we are. Then it's always a problem.
Yeah. There's
always a problem when I'm trying to get a new guest in, and Gold P just gotta say something. And the new guest come up.
Gold P is not a problem. You can
the
say
new
whatever
guest
you
come
want
up.
to say, but
Gold
when it comes time to go to court, we have to have the right language.
No, I do see what you're talking about. I just said, y'all, Niggas Love America did come up, so I kind of announced it.
Oh, my bad,
you just said, screw that nigga. He ain't important. Let me talk anyway.
Gold P, you did start it. Gold P, you did.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm
Go ahead.
trying to give this man his proper
Yeah,
respect.
I'm
I don't
throwing
know
more
what got
chairs
into
in
you,
here.
brother. I don't know what got into you today. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm a
throwing
little Paul. But niggas love America. You have the flow, my brother. And
Yeah,
you know,
go
my
ahead.
apologies on behalf of for what Gold Peaches did. I apologize, brother. I didn't mean for that to happen to you. I tried to get you in. My apologies, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I get it. Baby, I'ma piss on you. Piss on you.
I listened to yesterday's show.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. He told us too. He told us. I guess he's starting out right now.
yeah.
Today gonna be the day. Everybody getting some. Everybody getting some.
All
You
right.
never get past that, cuz. You never get past that.
Oh,
He'll
y'all always
never
had
beat
that
them.
work for me, huh?
He'll never beat them allegations.
Yeah, no, I mean, he told us that's what he was gonna do. And it seemed like that was his way of doing it to you just now. That's what I think that was. Real
Yeah,
talk.
I'm throwing chairs with P on it. That's
Okay.
right.
Hey, on a serious note, I want to say this for the record. I wholeheartedly support FBA or ADOS in their fight to get their reparations. Okay?
Right here.
All right. 100% behind you. All right? Hey, I want y'all to get your money. Okay? And I heard a bunch of lies that, oh, y'all niggas are just going to blow your money away. And I said, so what? So what if he decides to waste his money on white prostitutes? You know, he going to snort cocaine after the butt crack of a white woman. Or if he's like me, he going to have her dip her toes in some watermelon and put them pink toes in my mouth. I don't mind that. That's some money well spent. That's some money well spent right here. I ain't mad at that, man.
Hey, man, how come he owns something, but yet I get all the work, man?
Hey, I
Hey,
don't appreciate you referencing Shannon Sharp in your opening
yeah,
play. That
yeah.
wasn't right.
Hey,
That
man.
was
Even though I was trying to hold it together, but I did laugh. I don't appreciate you jumping in on his uninterrupted opening statement. This was his uninterrupted opening
That's
statement,
okay.
so
That's okay.
I
Baby,
don't
I'm
see
a
what
piss
you're
on
on.
you.
Okay.
I'm cool with that. We are.
I mean,
I'm
the
just
man
dodging.
said watermelon with
I'm just dodging piss right now. That's okay.
yeah, put y'all in a pissing match. What are y'all doing?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
I mean, Gold P threatened us all yesterday. That's all I'm gonna say. He threatened us all, but you know, let me move the mic on. Then, if he's done, let me move the mic on. We got the Great Black Reset who done showed up, so let's move the mic on. You got a Great Black Reset.
fellas, am I coming in loud and clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Solid.
I want to say yesterday was one of the greatest shows I have heard on the internet ever. You guys did an excellent job. I didn't want to come up here and break down the quality of the show. Y'all did excellent yesterday. Um, Today, why y'all over here disrespecting the golden shower all day today? What's going on? What is happening?
Hey, man, just give your statement, man. Why you bringing me into this? No,
But
man. I blame this
the
on Roger, man. I blame this on Roger.
but on the topic, it is very important that this FBA thing be settled. I think it's all of you guys make some great points. Politically, it's causing an uproar because once and for all, it's actually bringing the separation that is needed from other people from other countries that can claim to be black. And now the United States is having to be more accurate as to where their money is going. So yeah, we do need to be separated from them as a people because we don't necessarily we have our own country. It's America. We're Americans. We're Americans. We're not Africans. We're not anything else other than Americans. And they don't need to be able to come over here and claim the things that we've worked hard for just because they can say that they're black. Nah, nah, I am with the separation politically. And if they want to advance themselves, they need to know politically that they need to align themselves with us to get the best of what it is that is going to be for them in the future. So I think we need to continue to make this push to make FBA, just like we went from black to Negro, BA.
I look like we lost him. And I'm gonna say, y'all, as Tyreek Nasheed said in the video, I don't know if it's the one that's in the link or maybe something else that I saw. But just because America tried to make black bad, don't mean we have to accept it as a bad thing. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna say this: when it comes to the reparations argument, just run me my money. Now, if you done put yourself in a position as a country where you got to run somebody else's money that you really don't owe them, I ain't even looking to fix that. You see what I'm saying? So you gonna have to make some adjustments for yourself because you've been mistreating us for a long enough period of time, and you got to clarify. All I know is I need my money on the reparation side. But
exactly.
when it comes down to it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, America might have put us in a position where they may have to overpay. And my thing is, you gonna have to give me my money even if you got to overpay. Not saying that people should that's not from the true lineage of us should get this extra money too, but that let America figure out how to get itself out that jam. That's not really for us to figure out. And I'm gonna say, when it comes down to it, we as a people should be able to identify ourselves the way we want to identify ourselves, and it should be respected. So I'm gonna say, for me personally, I do like the term FBA. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of good positive things that go along with it as far as I'm concerned. The term ADOS, yes, I think it should be also a term that's going to be used when it comes to the reparations issue. I'm gonna say that from a reparation standpoint, good term to use. Okay. Other than that, I'm going with FBA because I think it's going to
As
do
far
more
as
for us politically in the future. It's going to do better for us politically in the future.
And
Go ahead,
that's
I
where
would
you're
like to
Tyreek.
go
getting it
after you
wrong,
finish, though.
Sully. You
politically,
can't.
just so y'all know, politically and technically, ADOS is not a better fit
It
for the
is
fight
not.
for reparations in the court. So that's why I
Exactly.
said. That's why I was saying words are important. You're saying you're saying American descendants of slaves.
Yep, you can come from
The first
another
thing
country.
the first thing they're gonna say is, well, the women are gonna come out the woodwork. You know who was the first slaves? We don't even want to go down that path. And then you're gonna have the Irish, because they like to say that now, even though it
No,
ain't true.
they're gonna go even further back. They're gonna say
Uh,
all
it,
the citizens that
it,
were enslaved
truth
by
teller,
Rome that have become Americans deserve
truth teller,
Right?
reparations.
Nah, nah, nah.
Thank
Y'all,
you.
truth
now
teller.
y'all, now
Let,
y'all
let,
Yeah.
reaching
let
for
Yeah.
me
straws.
let me ask let me ask truth teller a question.
Yeah.
Truth teller, what about descendants of American slaves?
It's
Exactly.
still
That's what I keep saying.
problematic. That was the original. That was what it was. My man came up with that before they switched it to ADOS. But that's problematic because our understanding of is America's two continents, not one
Come on, bro.
country.
Stop playing with me now,
What
bro.
about okay, hold on. What about
Hmm.
of the United States of America? What
There we
about
go. That's the
America
specific. Yes.
descendants of slavery of the United States of America? Okay,
Correct. Because
okay.
if you say
I agree with
American
that.
descendants of
I agree
slaves,
with that.
you have to include the slaves from Canada.
Mhm,
What?
Like
mhm,
I listen. I
mhm.
know that you guys think what he's saying is ridiculous, but you got to think what a lawyer
And
would say
Mexico.
in a courtroom.
No,
When
no,
lawyers
no.
get in
You
courtroom,
no. You're at no, no. I
go ahead.
mean, I totally agree. I totally agree that diction has been an issue on this issue, and I appreciate Truth Teller helping to refine it to the most clear and direct definition.
Wait a minute, man.
I said this way earlier, and now.
No, you didn't. Go Pete.
Yeah, I did. He confirmed.
Man, you
You was
were
pissing at the
you were
time.
talking
Nobody
about
took you
you were
seriously.
you were talking
Hey,
about
it was a little,
student loan forgiveness and
Could
it was
all
a,
kinds of
tell
shit.
us why?
it,
You know
it was
what?
a, it was a
Not the
little gold P
school.
on it. It was a little gold P on it. It had a little snitch on it.
Ain't
We couldn't
nobody gonna
accept
touch it
it.
because it had P on it.
And I'm gonna say, Russ Man said cut his mic. Now, Gold P, he said that before you was even started talking, but I cut your mic anyway. Okay, you wasn't even talking yet when he put that in the chat. But hey, it just happened to work out that way. It happened to work out that way. And you know what? I was gonna give it back to you, but since Jado here, I'm not gonna give it back to you. I'm gonna give it to Jado. We'll see you in a minute. But we appreciate you, Gold P. We appreciate you. Jado, you got the flow, my brother.
Hey, what's going on, Roger? What's up, fellas? Hope y'all doing well, man. Peace to the chat. Greetings, gang. Peace. I don't want to get on here and try to, gang bang with these terms and stuff like this, but are we conflating things, or I'm asking this question sincerely? Are we trying to take ethnic pride, or are we really debating over a legal term, or establish a legal term? Is there official, is Freedman the official term for ADOS,
That would
FBA, or whatever? Like, what
that
is
would be the
okay?
more accurate term legally, though. So, but you're right.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
So
Yeah.
what? So what I've seen in its purest form with FBA, in the purest form, I understand it and I agree with it to a certain extent. But it seemed like it just regressed, or it just kind of went into just name calling and bickering back and forth with, people from the Caribbean and Africa. That's what it seems like it's come down to. Or are we just what are we doing here? Are we trying to get the? Well, hold on. I'll be done in a second. But I do ask these questions sincerely. Yeah. What are we doing here? Are we just trying to have pride in ourselves? Or are we trying to establish a legal term? Or are we just trying to bicker back and forth and gang bang, man? What are we really doing? I'll be right there. Appreciate it.
Well, I think there's all of that. I think all of that applies. Because I think part
Jado.
of it is obviously the reparation. Part of it is the reparation issue, but also part of it is the identity issue and repping our set. And guess what? It's okay to rep your set. Everybody else reps their set. The Nigerians rep their set. The Jamaicans definitely rep their set. And more power to them. The Irish rep their set. The Italians rep their set. So part of it, yes, part of it is definitely the reparations issue and what's owed there, and that is important. But a large part of it has been the theft or the misappropriation of the specific contributions of FBA people. And it becoming this larger Black American. A lot of things are being taken away. Like, I mean, and for example, now our R&B is now white, right? Rock and roll is white, right? Well, it's kind of the same thing. It's this whole theft of FBA, and so there's an effort. We can quibble or debate about the methodology, but I think the desire to want to reclaim what it means to be FBA, everything that went into it, the effort, the struggle, the pillaging and all of that. Yeah, part of this is about repping the set. And no, this is my block, right? Part of it is that. And there's no problem with that. Everybody else does.
I agree with Uru, but to what Jado was saying, all of this divisiveness is strictly part of COINTELPRO. You split the group in two and you make them go at each other. Because they could have definitely joined on to the program that was already moving and had it even bigger. We are listening
Who's
to
the
one of
two?
the biggest grifters ever known to mankind.
Yeah,
All
who's
right.
the two? Who's the
Yeah,
two?
who? When was the group together? When did that
Yeah,
happen?
who?
I don't think y'all listen.
You
I
from
don't
New
think y'all
York?
listen to.
You
I don't. Hold on. I don't think you listen to. You
uh-huh.
asking me the question. Let me answer it.
How?
I
Cool,
said
cool.
the two groups could have joined together.
Could
FB,
have.
Could have.
What two groups?
you had ADOS and Tariq Nasheed and
No,
Jason
no, no,
Black
no, no.
comes
Hold
out
on.
of nowhere
I'm not
with.
talking about that. I'm not talking
What are you
about that.
talking about?
You said the whole thing about Black Americans and what they were doing. Basically,
I didn't say nothing about Black
FBA.
Americans.
Well, hold
I
on.
said the two
FBA and
movements,
ADOS are doing the exact same thing.
but they're two
So
different
I'm.
groups. They're two
So
different
what?
groups.
But so what? We have different
It's
groups
strength
now.
and it's
We
strength.
So
It's
have.
what?
strength. It's strength in
Yeah.
numbers.
Yeah.
No, but
Yeah.
we are numbers. There's no
The fact
the
that you hold
definition.
on,
Hold on.
truth
The
teller, the fact
definition
that you
for
have
both
two
names are
different,
the
the fact
exact
that you,
same.
truth teller, the fact that you have two different groups already shows divisiveness.
No, so hold on. This is what I don't understand, and this is the biggest problem in our community. For some strange reason, we the only group that everybody got to agree to the same thing to make a move. Why is it us? We gotta. Hey, we both gotta align to the same direction. ADOS
Okay,
can
I
go and
really
do
want to
their
say something.
thing.
Wait a
I really
minute.
want to
Wait a
say
minute.
something.
ADOS can
Wait,
still do their thing. If they're not sabotaging, nobody's gonna take shots at them.
wait a
FBA
minute.
could do their thing. Solani could do their thing. Freeman could do their thing. Why does niggas always got to have one name, one leader, one path?
No
What
one's
is
Wait a
this
saying they
minute.
got to
trouble?
have a
Can
leader.
I
I
say
said
something?
it's
No.
one
Can I
thing.
please say something?
There's nothing
Can I
wrong with
please say
everybody.
something?
Do your
Wait.
thing, my
Do your
man.
thing.
Sorry.
But because I never actually get the chance to say something, right? Like this is the reality I have seen necessarily, right? Because the average quote unquote Black American has been very, very quote unquote helpful and opened the door for most people, right? They do not believe you have the right to exist. Repeat this. They do not believe. You see what I'm saying? Now, granted, I don't care what people say. They do not, in their heart of hearts, they do not feel you have the right to exist because necessarily they're the same thing. You do not have the same issue when a Caribbean dude says, "quote unquote," "I'm from Jamaica." There is no issue, right? If they have 4 different political parties or 1,000 different political parties, it's still respected as the same, right? So I'm saying, right? If you quote unquote say you say the same thing with even recipes or food, whatever. I just kind of just watch small things, right? If something from America, quote unquote, gets big, and or let's say in the Caribbean, they say we created it, right? But even though reality it came from America, it just went over there, right? At a fundamental level, what I'm starting to kind of see, people don't believe you have the right to exist unless they can dictate to you how you should exist. And the problem with that is that's basically slavery by another name, right?
I
And
wanna.
I think and I think that people necessarily aren't just kind of waking up to the reality
Hey,
that
hey,
actually you're not a group of slaves, you're actually
use,
people, and you actually have your own will and desires in life.
usual
I want.
business, man. Can I? Who is they that you're referring to? I just want to be. Who is they?
Yeah, we
They
finna go down.
necessarily is a catch term for just any group in general, right? Because
You,
I've
you
seen
said,
this same
well,
mentality
no,
when
no.
it comes to Africa.
To clarify, you mean anyone besides Black Americans? As we're talking about FBAs or ADOS or however you gonna label it. You talking about anybody
Yeah,
outside of our group, correct?
That's
yeah,
too
yeah,
broad.
yeah.
That's
So
too
Okay,
like,
all
so
broad.
like,
right. I just want to. Yeah, cool. Thanks.
All right,
That's
yeah.
too
now,
So that's
broad.
what I'm basically.
now hold fast, y'all, because now I'm gonna read this statement, which I think goes along with this part of the conversation just fine. Some guru says, Roger, how should FBA reconcile so-called indigenous groups if historically consistent? They hold as much grievance toward the formerly enslaved as Europeans for their role in the decline. Well, I'm gonna say this, brother.
Correct.
If you're talking about other groups of people that were here, they did get a reparations package.
They already have it.
Exactly.
You see what I'm
They
saying?
get
So
they get paid every month from the federal government for existing.
yeah, they have a reparations package that's already available to them.
The Chinese have one.
My thing is, there's nothing for me to reconcile. I'm worried about my group. The only person I need to reconcile something with is the U.S. government. My
I
group
want
needs to
to.
be paid no matter what we call ourselves, whether it's
I want
ADOS
to.
or FBA.
I want
Go
to
ahead,
answer
because I
this.
can't even get a good phrase in on my own show. Ain't this about nothing, y'all? At first it was
Man,
Gold P. But I ain't gonna do you like that. Go ahead. Everything later.
Listen, I want to answer J-Do's question because we got away from it because two of the kids was fighting over there. You know. so to line up with what Uru was saying, there's so much of our culture that has been misappropriated because even we complain about we can't keep anything to ourselves. This is kind of like us drawing a line in the sand. It's like that movie 300 where when they went to the hot gates, they all locked shields and decided they're not going any further than this. This F.B.A. thing, this is that. This is us locking shields and saying this is who we are and you're not going any further than this. And we're beginning to push back. This is why this is important. It's not so much about gangbanging. This is about our actual identity. This is us making a political claim to America. We are Americans. You are going to recognize us as such, and you're not going to just lump in other people when you feel like it, and it's monetarily advantageous for you and them, and not us. You're not going to just put them in our group. We're locking shields, and you're not getting past these shields. That's what's happening here.
And that is 100% true.
And going forward, any equity, any benefit to be derived from what our people particularly did will accrue to our progeny, will accrue to our heritage. You will not be able to use the fact that we fought, bled, and died in wars and whatever to then award what comes to that to other people. You won't be able to have us get lynched and all of this stuff and get laws passed, etc., or whatever. Then you pass laws to bring more non-black or non-ADOS people or non-F.B.A. people over here to replace us. You're not going to do that anymore. And you're not going to do it because we're going to specifically assert our unique position in this country and this history every time going forward. Every time.
Amen.
I think it's really also one thing is really important, and it's starting to piss me off every time I hear people referencing it. When there's back and forth going, I don't hear nobody talking about immigrants and how they talk to us and how they talk about us. I don't see Pan-Africans jumping on them panels when they talking smack to us. I don't see black people in the street jumping out saying, yo, that's not true about black Americans. They literally come here and they say, well, this is what the people told us about you before we got here. Listen, I come from New York City, Queens, New York, to be specific. There isn't a black or African-American library, multiples of them in every single borough. If you wanted to learn what black people are really like, it is not hard for you to learn. You don't come here saying, well, this is what they told me when I was coming here. And then you got here, you lived here 30 years, and you're still saying the same things you did when you first got here. There is no more room for that. There's no more room for your ignorance here no more. That's done.
Hey, truth get the money. Man. Hey, look, man. You're from New York. I'm from Chicago and Atlanta, Georgia. I didn't have any problems with any immigrants like telling me, well, I'm calling me a kata or whatever word term. I don't know. How bad is that problem? Or them just talking saying something bad?
You misunderstand. It's not the word kata. So just so you understand, I also I hear you. I know you're giving an example. I get it.
It's very real in New
I
York
lived in Miami. Yeah, it's very real in New York. But I lived in Miami too. And you don't want to know what it looked like for black people in Miami. Because there's actual F.B.A.s that live in Miami and have lived there their whole lives. You couldn't tell these days, but they're there. My first experience with a Cuban dude playing basketball, he was pitch black. I would have assumed he was directly from Africa. I made the mistake when he fouled me in the game and said, nigga, foul me again to see what happened. That nigga screamed on me and told me he's not black.
Mm-hmm.
That's the experience we have. They don't see themselves as us. So my whole thing is when they come here and say black people are broke, you don't own anything, you're lazy. That's a big one. You don't want to do this stuff, and they make all these accusations. They don't know the history. They don't know how this place got built. They don't even acknowledge it.
Y'all let Roger in. Roger
Sorry,
trying to get
Roger.
in.
Yeah. Look, hold on. Let me say something that I want to say that I think will be a little bit more constructive. Because I hear where Truth Teller coming from, and I ain't gonna deny where he's coming from because I know it's real. Let me say this though. This is the issue. A broad issue that everybody can see. For anyone who has an African background, if you come over here and you're trying to get in on any level where you believe that somehow you will be involved in a payout of reparations to black folks who actually been through it in this country, you come across as a scam artist. They keep telling us that you are. Now you sound like scammers. Now you sound like you have no love for black people at all. And in your mind, you're telling us based on your actions that you think we're less than dirt because you believe we went through a struggle where we had people die, we had labor stolen, we've had women raped, we've had men stretched apart with horses, we have all types of immeasurable things that have happened to us, and you want to come over here and just get some money just cause. You're saying a whole lot about yourself and what your people are if we gonna start looking at you based on how you treating us. So I'm gonna say anybody with an African background, you keep that in mind. The next time you want to say, yeah, we should get reparations or something for something that had nothing to do with you. You look like the person we should kill. That's what you look like. I'm not saying we do it, but I'm saying you look like when you do that, you put yourself in the position to look like the person we should kill. That's what you're doing because you're playing with people's money. It's just it's just a general rule that you should avoid playing with people's money. And I'm just saying that real talk. This is a good general rule in life. No matter what your situation.
So if I use an analogy, now let's say I owe someone money. Me, I owe Roger. I owe you money, bro. And Truth Teller, I don't owe you money. You know what I'm saying? And you guys may look alike. Let's say y'all look very similar to each other. So who am I? Is Roger? Roger wants his money from me, right? Is he going to be bickering back and forth with Truth Teller? Like, oh, yeah, what's wrong with you? I'm F.B.A. I'm ADOS. I'm a Pan-African. I'm blah, blah, blah.
So is it okay for Truth Teller? Is it okay for Truth Teller to
absolutely.
disrespect you?
Once I'm done, brother.
Right,
so where's our grievance, or our number one grievance to be headed towards? Who is to be directed toward? Where should our energy be directed toward?
Can I answer this?
Yes,
so you're doing
before you answer, let me say this real quick, y'all. After Truth Teller, I'm gonna bring somebody down and bring somebody else up. I got a couple people backstage, so I'll be swapping some people out. You ain't got to disappear, but I am gonna swap some people out because I got a couple people backstage. Go ahead, Truth, and then the new person gonna be talking. Okay.
So your question is a prime example of what I have a serious problem with. I don't know if you realize what you did in that question. Do you realize what you did in that question?
So just explain it, brother. Go through it.
In that question, you were saying that if you owe Roger money, and Truth Teller and Roger is there, and they both look the same, but you owe Roger money, why am I bickering with Truth Teller? What you left out is Truth Teller is slapping me in the back of the head at the same time while I'm trying to get my money from Roger. And I ain't supposed to say nothing to him while he's doing it. I'm just supposed to focus on Roger and get my money.
You're saying
that's
slapping.
The problem, sir.
When if you're slapping Roger, what do you mean by slapping Roger in the back of the head?
He not only slapped you in the head, then he took the money that you were supposed to get.
No, I know I owe Roger. I know I owe Roger.
Okay, you
asked us. That's who I'm supposed to be paying. But I'll sit back and watch y'all two niggas argue over this shit.
Okay,
us arguing have to do with you paying the right person.
Wait. It's getting confused. He asked the question. He asked the question two different ways. We just didn't answer it succinctly the first time, so he tried it again. This is what's happening. When these tethers, so we can lump them all into a group. These tethers come over here, and they call us these different names, like you were explaining. katas and all this other
Okay.
stuff and cotton pickers and all that. They do that, and then they go to the government building and say to them, "I'm one of the
Mm-hmm.
akatas. Pay me for being an akata." That's what
I
they're
would
doing.
hope
That's
so.
the issue.
Here's the really evil part. Here's the really evil part. The government know you're not a kata, but the government
That's
will
right.
conspire with you to usurp the akata. The government
That's
knows
my
you're
point.
Nigerian.
I'm
The
good.
government
That's it.
knows you're Jamaican. But here's the thing. To address your point, Jado, uh, I'm trying to take out all the conspirators, not just the white ones, the tethers too. And guess what? Whoever I can get to first and to neutralize first and most efficiently, that's who I'm gonna do.
Now, can I say something real quick,
Well,
please?
Shark, just because you got that out, Shark, after you, we got a new guest on the panel. We got Shane Go, and he's gonna be after Shark, y'all. Everybody else, let it alone. Go ahead, Shark. Go
And
say what you want to say, and you go get it uncontested.
I know True Teller probably gonna load up on me, but to Jada, what you were saying, that's why I said this was COINTELPRO. You heard Uru use the word tethers. That word was not in the conversation until Tariq Nasheed and them came into the game. We was straight up going at the government. We wasn't talking about these people doing this to us. These people, we was going for the government's neck. Your man comes in, he's talking about tethers and ashy foot this and ashy foot that. This the same dude who made videos called Hidden Colors and stuff like. So it's like it. The, they just threw a monkey wrench in it, and now that we fighting each other, we fighting people who ain't the ones that signed the bills that say we can't get something.
Did a documentary on the Haitian Revolution, man. I'll stop right there.
All right, I'm gonna say we got Shango here. Shango, I believe it's your first time, so welcome to the show, my brother. And
Peace.
after Shango, y'all, I'm bringing in up Inspired Truth, so y'all will see yourselves be popped out in there. It ain't this and y'all. It's just we rotating so people can have a chance to speak. Shango, you have the floor, my brother. Welcome.
Yeah, peace. Go ahead to all the processes, you know what I'm saying? But I do have to say this, man, that is a blatant falsehood and a false characterization that the last speaker just said. Calling someone a tether and identifying them as a threat is not in any way taken away from the fight against the so-called government or whatever. Many tethers are in the government, like Wes Moore, who blocked reparations in Maryland, people like that. So we have to get away from these non sequitur arguments and just these nonsense arguments, man. At the end of the day, F.B.A. here to stay. Can't nobody do shit about it. It's going to be here forever. There you go. That's all I got to say on that. Delineation now, delineation then, delineation forever.
Okay.
Hold on now. Wait a minute. Now, hold on. That statement there historically is problematic because it was originally coined by a legendary segregationalist.
And that's why I made the
by
point.
Strom Thurmond. So
it's a flip.
I wouldn't use that phrase,
kind of an ironic.
I'm gonna say I think he did that on purpose. I think he did that on purpose. I don't know. But
Okay.
That was pretty clever.
Yeah, he did. That was pretty clever. Yeah, it was.
All right. Inspired Truth, you got the flow, my brother. You got the flow.
All right. Well,
again, y'all, if y'all disappear for a second, just chill. You ain't got to go nowhere. I'm just going to be flipping people in and out so everybody get a chance to speak. You ain't got to disappear. Go ahead, Inspired.
all right. What's good people? Happy Friday to everybody on the panel. Happy Friday to the folk in the chat. Hopefully I can be heard coming in loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
You
Yes,
loud and
sir.
clear.
All right. So first off, I just, since it is Black History Month, let's go over this thing with a quick history lesson. So we have F.B.A, and I'm proud to see that going up there in mainstream media. They actually have to say our name. Before that, we had ADOS. Before ADOS, we had Cobra. Like this whole reparations push has been a long struggle. I think that another thing to consider is that there is a such thing as political inertia. That's why we have to kind of pay attention to
a little bit of our history. Like we don't get to instant results by magic. We have to have a whole lot of energy and a whole lot of effort that has to precede any kind of actual progress. Like, so that whole thing about a study and trying to put a dollar amount on it and all of that stuff, that was some inch of progress. Like, even though it's not getting us to an actual result, it is still a part of the progress. We also had stuff in like Illinois where they ended up doing like the housing voucher thing, and that was tied to reparations. We had a bill that was at least brought somewhere in California. Like we've seen some bits and pieces of progress here, progress there, but we do need to kind of actually coalesce and work together if we're going to have that energy push something forward. If you have energy that's dissipated, like that's just like density. Air is not going to push things as far and as fast as water is. Like you need more molecules in a denser, more concentrated area. Like, so yeah, we do need to try to kind of coalesce behind some of these things and actually push things forward if we're going to make progress. I guess I might be going into my 2 minutes too far.
Like, you was all right. You was all right. You wasn't acting like Gold P or nothing. So you good.
Yeah, you wasn't peeing all over the
Damn you,
floor,
Gold
player. So
P.
you good.
Damn you, Gold P.
You.
Man.
They got you, Gold P.
And he backstage right now. He can't even say nothing.
Nah, y'all gonna leave my man Water Sport alone,
I'll just
man.
make this even better than F Gold P. He can't defend himself right now. I gotta get my shots in while I can, though.
While
You know
you're
what I mean?
here, I'm glad you're here, usual. Like, because I think that like I think that whole idea of like Pan-Africanism gets like just beat up on and gets just bashed like constantly. But I like this idea of pragmatic Pan-Africanism, like where you go to the
Yeah.
other countries because they're just like exploiting the hell, like other groups are exploiting the hell out of black countries and giving them like nothing for it. We need to get in there and not expect that we're going to be treated like brothers and sisters, but that we are still able to work with other black people in a way that's productive.
Yeah. I wanted to say something. Basically, basically you have people that's basically getting to the point where we're no longer politically as naive as you used to be, right? And basically the world is trying to quote unquote just like the average let's say Keisha, right? They want you back in the box. Right? They want you in the box because in the box is the easiest way to deal with you for them for their own personal well-being, right? And the world is just kind of just getting used to that. That's all it really is. Like you said, it's just a coming of the age story. You know, you went from the little boy necessarily to quote unquote the man, and you know some people kind of quote unquote upset about that because you know once you was the kid, I could always come to your refrigerator and steal out your refrigerator at will. I can always eat your fruit snacks, but now it is, hey bro, you can't eat my fruit snacks no more. You gonna have to pay me. And you know when you get used to getting free fruit snacks, and now you got to pay for them, you start looking at them a little differently. So, but like I said, it's just the you know the growth of the let's say the mentality of F.B.A. people as a whole. Is just collectively getting a little bit better, and you know, hopefully it can go into the future. But you know, it is what it is out here, bro.
All right, now before anybody go, shout out to Officer Franz Smith. He says black men are cursed to be confused, devolving to us versus them. Slurs like tether, miss, and they started it is a fundamental flaw in black men's nature. Now,
I agree with them.
Bullshit. Go ahead though.
I'm gonna say sometimes. Sometimes.
I mean, you know,
100% right, man.
I mean, everybody has a name for something that they perceive to be a threat to their interest. Nobody plays particularly nice with somebody who they think is taking advantage of them and who's stealing from them, who's misrepresenting them. And we need to clarify. Tether, the term tether does not mean any black person who is not F.B.A. or ADOS. That's not what it means. It means someone who has that background, who operates in a particular kind of way that is
There you go.
contrary to the best interests of
Yep.
FBA and ADOS people. We should emphasize that point because that does not constitute any and all people who are black people who are not FBA ADOS. That is not all people who are not. There have been a lot of wonderful people who made great contributions to America and particularly Black America who have been non FBA. I have mentors. I had college mentors and guidance counselors and shit who were Nigerian and Ghanaian. So that's not the issue. The issue is not being not FBA or ADOS. It's your particular behavior, your particular actions, how you align with this white supremacy against the interests of FBA and ADOS people. That's what makes you a tether. And you deserve to be called something. You deserve a label for which we can identify and point to and operate and direct our interests towards.
Now,
I don't. Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that Shango?
No.
Was that Shango? Who was that?
That was
J-Do.
J-Do? All right, man. See, J-Do, he from Chicago, too. Look, all right. J-Do, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, I was going to say all the non-tethers, just be quiet for a second because we got another guest that needs to come up. But go ahead, J-Do. But after J-Do, we're going to get Tunnel running here. He's just now coming up. So we're going to let him get his statement in. Go ahead.
I definitely get the point that Uru's making, but at this point, it's morphed into something to where anyone that disagrees with anything, then they can be labeled a tether. That's what it's morphed into now. And I'm not saying, hey, I'm kind of ambivalent to whether people use it or not, man. I don't agree with it. I try not to use the term or whatever. But now it's just if you disagree with me, you're a tether. That's what it's morphed into.
No. I use the word tether first up here, and I'm gonna explain what I'm saying, and I'm in alignment with Uru. When you're coming here and you're taking advantage of the FBA Americans here, and you're not speaking well of us, you're not uplifting us, you're not in alignment with us, but then when you go to the federal government and say, "Give me money because I am one of them," you're a tether.
Also, who does the government want to see come here?
Now, and I'm gonna have to agree with that. And you niggas, I said all the non-tethers don't say nothing, but y'all just did it anyway. But it's cool. It's cool. I ain't even tripping. No, I'm gonna say this: you do have to be able to properly identify an enemy too. You know what I'm saying? If you give me an assignment to go take this particular person out, I need a description. Is this person male? Is they female? Are they black? Are they white? Are they Asian? I need a description so I know who the enemy is. So I'm going to say, no, I'm never going to be against identifying an enemy. And I got to say, y'all going to have to excuse and bypass stupid people talk. Because stupid people will get on the internet and somebody will disagree with them. And you'll be like, well, you're a tether because you disagree with me. Yeah, those are dumb people. How much credit or value do you give to the words of fools? Well, you know what? I ain't gonna call them fools. The Bible say ain't nobody a fool. But how much credit you gonna give to the words of idiots?
Exactly.
Yeah, Roger.
You got
I always heard that. I always heard if you don't have nothing good to say, don't say nothing. You know, if the word this tether thing wouldn't even be going on if they wasn't talking negative about people. You should be glad if you're in America and you got here. If you have something to contribute. But if you got negativity, keep your mouth shut because we here got enough problems trying to get our stuff together. So only come with some stuff if you got something positive to give to the group. If you got negativity and your countries ain't all like that, you ain't making all that kind of, then you need to be quiet. And that's why I think that F.B.A. is a good thing because it separates this negativity that people have that they will use. They will use, F.B.A.s when they have negative things to go, and when they're doing something positive, then they separate. Oh yeah, I'm Ghanaian, me not black, all that stuff. So I mean, if you got something, if you don't have nothing good to say, if you just were quiet, you wouldn't even have gone through this.
I agree with him on that.
I do want to push the fact that you got to understand, y'all. When it's the internet, people feel extremely safe. Now, I like Mr. Z. Me and Mr. Z have talked offline. Now he's not F.B.A. He doesn't stay the plenty time. He Haitian. Got no problem with Mr. Z. So is Mr. Z a tether? Absolutely not.
No.
He definitely rocking with us at the end of the day. So my thing is, I know who Mr. Z is, but I also want to know who a tether is. So now I rock with Officer Franz Schmidt, but I'm gonna say, yeah, I got to give room for us to identify an enemy and to be able to easily communicate to somebody else that that's an enemy. But we shouldn't be doing it for people who are not truly our enemies. Just calling somebody a tether because you in a disagreement, that's just dumb. At the end of the day, there's ain't no getting around it. But as whatever I said, y'all, stupidity is a choice. We gotta understand people gonna choose to be stupid from time to time, and understand that people are saying this from the safety of wherever they happen to be from on their internet. It's not like they're coming in your face saying this stuff for the most part. When with some of the stuff they say on the internet, now I'm gonna say what they do say in our face. Well, no, I'm saying
Hey, we got to pause. We got to
I don't know. Okay,
pause,
I don't know
man.
what I said, but all right, pause. All right, whatever I said. Oh,
We
I
can
figured it
come
out.
on.
Okay,
I want
all right. Well, hold on. Let me say it like this, y'all.
We got to pause.
Some of the stuff people are saying on the internet, they're not going to address you face to face with some of the things that they say. I think I figured out what you
But I agree. I agree with what Tony wanted.
Hold on 1 second, chat. 1 second, chat.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna say, in reality, the reason they don't do this because we understand if you talk to a person and say certain things in their face, somebody's liable to punch you in the mouth, and that's just a real thing. But you got to understand, a lot of people gonna get say on the internet what they're not gonna say out, and when you right in the room with them. It's that simple. Some people silly enough to do it, but most folks are not. They're not going to say the same things when you're in arm's length of them. I done heard many of people, and I ain't throwing no shade to anybody, but I heard many of people talk about catching flights at each other. I personally never say that because to me it's just stupid. I'm not going to threaten somebody 100 miles away from me. I'm not going to take a threat as real that's 100 miles away from me. It's not even real to me. It's just we just getting out of pocket for no reason. Relax a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
That's all.
If I
Relax.
have to take a flight to come and fight you, I gotta be selling some tickets. We gotta get into that MMA cage. We're gonna have to really promote that thing. Like we gotta get some paper for that.
Well, my thing is, if you're not doing this professionally, realistically, the fight ain't gonna never happen. That's just how I look at it. So my thing is, and it ain't gangster to threaten somebody 2,000 miles away from you. That ain't what the gangsters do.
But
Okay?
what I was going to say that one of the reasons why I agree with Tunnel Runner, and I'm going to say this before I leave for today. One of the reasons why I kind of agree with Tunnel Runner has to say is that some of these people, some of these so quote unquote tethers, align themselves with white supremacist groups and everything else.
No, not some. They all do. That's what makes them tethers.
Yeah,
that is what makes them a tether.
And they have platforms and everything else on social media, whether it's on YouTube, Rumble, or TikTok and everything. I mean, TikTok they're getting rid of them on TikTok, but on X and everything else. So I agree with Tunnel Runner right there.
See, I was trying to say.
I'm gonna land my plane for today, but
everybody, I don't know if sometimes.
All right, well, take care, chap. Take care, chap. Appreciate you, brother.
So what I was trying to say earlier, I don't know, maybe I don't talk clearly enough. I was literally saying the first group that was going, it was none of this back and forth with tethers, and it was none of this arguing with other races of people and other black communities. They were strictly going at the neck of the government. I ain't never sat on here and told y'all you don't have to identify a tether. I'm saying the F.B.A. is all about identifying tethers and not going at the government.
That ain't true.
Well,
And
but
that's what COINTELPRO is. It will take the energy that you had to go to.
I just want to say one thing, and I'm gonna be real quick.
Somewhere else. Now we're sitting on here talking about Jamaicans this and this and this and this and that, and we ain't even talking about the different people in the politics that we supposed to be pushing pins.
No. I think the small problem that what you're saying is this, man. Right? It's this. when you have certain people that quote unquote that looks like you, that say they're you, and almost operate like you necessarily, right? But they're not you. That's working against your best interest in the government. Then you have to look at it different, right? Because you had somebody was in California, stopped the I think it was Ghanaian, right, who tried to stop the reparation bill in California. They had somebody else try to do it in Maryland, right? I think I forgot where he was from, but
Yeah,
he wasn't from
Westmore,
here.
half Jamaican,
Westmore.
half FBA. Yeah.
Yes, you know what I'm saying, right? So when you got people like this that need to be identified, right? It's just simply looking at a threat necessary that needs to be identified, right? Because when somebody quote unquote like I can't come into your house, go into your let's say whatever room, your bank account, and take the money out your account. I can't do that, right? And if I did do that, that would be stealing, and necessarily you personally would try to quote unquote get rid of me if I did that, because that's basically me stealing the lifeblood from your very very household, right? And right, so I don't understand how that's quote unquote crazy to identify people actively stealing from your pot that you need to eat out of. That's like literally, we're literally saying winter is coming, and people saying, "Well, we don't give a damn.
I
Why we
literally
steal out of your
I
pot?"
literally
And that's
said it's
crazy.
nothing. I literally said it's nothing crazy about it. But
Yeah,
that's not the biggest problem right now.
and my thing is, let's not confuse what was said in one instance and what was said in the super chat. Let's not confuse those two, because one person said this and the other person said that. It is fine to identify your enemies, and I'm gonna say if somebody stole from me in my house, I'm probably gonna have a very different response than some stranger stealing from me in the street. My response is probably gonna be totally different.
Let's look at the logistics of how things work. Ados, Shark Ados or whatever. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't. I
That's
can't.
cool. That's
I'm
cool.
I'm
You
an
OG
old man.
status.
I'm an old man. I'm looking at a phone. I can't. I can't
Oh,
see.
Jado.
I can't see it. I'm looking at a phone. I can't see things.
It's 806.
Clearly. So forgive me. Yeah. 806. Okay. Thanks. My, but you have to look at the logistics of how things work. Like now, let's take the reparations issue. It's a political issue. It's going to be driven by a lot of activity at the municipal level, at the state level. It's going to culminate ultimately into something that gets to DC, possibly. Where it's before a subcommittee and then the main committee, get voted on, etc. But it's going to be a culmination of activity. Well, when you see these highly appointed municipal and state officials who take very bold steps against reparations, very bold, very public, on the record, even in some cases vetoing. I believe one of these gentlemen vetoed, or he had to have his vote. He 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 voted against it. They took it back to the legislature and made it veto proof. So that's what they had to do to usurp his going against the reparations action. Well, that's a very powerful thing he did. That's a very destructive thing he did. That's
Yep.
not just about quarreling over who's a tether and who's not a tether and who's from Jamaica or whatever. No, that's a very bold and powerful thing. And then if you see a series of people with these non FBA ADOS background taking the same or similar positions, then there's this thing you call, I call in my profession, pattern recognition.
Mm-hmm.
That's pattern recognition. There's a
But
particular kind of behavior of a particular kind of people that is occurring
Exactly.
in a particular kind of position. And I, as an intelligent person, it is appropriate for me to deduce that there is some broader strategic action going on here.
that is why I said
It's
the people in
appropriate
the
for me to do
government,
that.
those people that you're talking about are literally in the government.
But this
You
this
got
is
to
what
put
I'm
foot on them.
No,
I
but,
think we are though, brother.
no, but the thing is that tether term made a lot of black folks start looking at
Divisive.
those people. No, looking at those
Mm-hmm.
people making enemy moves. At
Yeah,
first,
And the
we weren't
yeah.
government.
even really thinking about
Mm-hmm.
them as being
And,
enemies.
Exactly.
and,
Now we
and,
start.
and here's the other thing it made them start looking more at their what was going on locally, what was going on in their companies, because this kind of thing is going on in companies. I've witnessed it
Yes, I've
myself.
witnessed it as well.
So
Same here.
it has compelled people to start really looking. It's the glasses that the late great Roddy Piper put on in They Live, where he put the glasses on, and then all of a sudden he can see the
Great
alien.
analogy with that one.
I can see all the monsters.
It's that kind of yeah, it's that kind of a thing where suddenly you put on the glasses and you see this alien invasion that's occurring. And so it's a similar kind of thing. It's a similar kind of effect.
All right, now I
I,
got a super chat to read, y'all. And again, for those y'all who getting pushed in the back, I'm putting certain people in the back for a little while, bringing y'all back up. Black Rule is the only person who I'm not gonna do that to the privileged people. So he the only one's escaping it. Shane Go is escaping it. He gonna be up the whole panel because he knew it's his first day here. So I'm just giving him that as being a new person. That's my gift to him as being a new guy. He ain't got to worry about this mess these other
You can
folks got
drop
to
me if you
worry
need
about.
to.
You know, now everybody gonna get dropped from time to time, but you ain't got to go nowhere. And depending on how the show goes, I am prepared to stretch this one out, even if it go up. It can go up to 5 hours, up to 5. We're not doing more than 5, unless we really gonna say this gonna be a marathon. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I want to do a marathon today. I'll see how I feel later. But up to 5 is cool, depending upon how the show goes. Now, shout out to Narratives and Dialogues. He said, Roger, you forgot one word in the thumbnail, and that is tether. And to us, you become that when you cosplay in black people's faces, then an anti-black tap dance in front of white people for validation. And I'm gonna say Narratives and Dialogue, I definitely didn't forget that word, because that word is people who are not us. See, if you look at those other words, those are people that's us. We have been referred to as African Americans. We have been referred to as colored. We have been referred to as black and so on. Tethers aren't us in the first place because they're another group of people, which is, it's not a problem being part of another group of people. Like, I was calling folks, they Obama black. You just from somewhere else. You're not from us. You just black from somewhere else. You just Obama black. But now when you start working against us, now you become a tether. See, I ain't got no problem with you being Obama black. But if you working against me, of course I got a problem with you. I got a problem with everybody who's against me. And I don't think black people should ever put that thought process down. You're supposed to have a problem with everybody who's working against you. That's called being not a normal human being. Stop letting everybody else push their abnormalities on you as a black person. A lot of people want us not to be normal. I'm going to have a problem with everybody who creates problems for me. That's just the way the game go. And that's real talk. All right.
Hey.
And shout out to Squab King. Got super chat, whoever that was. Shout out to Squab King. He said, shout out to Ali Muhammad, aka I don't know how to pronounce that. Is that Z? How y'all pronounce that with the X-I-Z Amoru Ali? How you pronounce that? That's not the proper way. Shout out to Z. Well, I'm gonna say Z for now. More Ali. I know that's not the proper way. My forgiveness to that person. F.B.A.s are American Aboriginals. So that's the name I'm not necessarily familiar with. The Amaru Ali. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not necessarily familiar with this person, but since you mentioned this person, I'm pretty sure they must be good for us at the end of the day. I just wish I could remember the proper way to pronounce that name, because I know XI is not pronounced Z. It's something, because I've seen it before, but I just don't remember right now.
Well, you could just say Ali Muhammad, but like that's another name he go by. But yeah, I know Ali Muhammad. Definitely solid work.
Yeah, and I just don't want to disrespect folk. That's all. Shout out to Joe's. He says the government uses whatever it wants to use. Tethers, COINTELPRO, its own citizens. And I'm gonna say shout out to Joe's. That's a very good point, y'all.
Right.
As I said earlier, the government gonna be the government, and they gonna be who they are. We just gotta find the best way to go around them being who they are, because they gonna play, and that's especially if they can keep you out of money. They gonna play. And shout out to Officer Ron Schmitz one more time. I think that was True Tell. I got you in a second.
Yeah, that was me. Cool.
Eric Adams,
My bad.
Brandon Johnson, etc. F.B.A. leaders of major American cities shipping in Latins. Beware the tether is a scapegoat for universal black men behavior. And
I agree.
No, he's actually dead wrong, but you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's universal black men, man.
He's dead wrong.
Stretching a little too far now.
I hate when
he
niggas
was saying about
say,
the
okay.
shipping in the.
All right, before you say it, before we say it, let me say something. I got a non-tether who done made a super chat. A non-tether. Okay, he must have heard his name, Mr. Z, black in the face in the building. Okay, he says an ally and a cousin of 80/FBA, as I refer to the group of day one to America black folks, and I appreciate that, Mr. Z. So see, this is my thing, y'all. For the dumb people, just because you're not from here don't make you a tether. Mr. Z ain't never showed any tether tendencies, and he is proof that everybody who comes over here and act like a tether is literally making a choice to be against us. Always hold people accountable for their beliefs as well as their actions, and that's just real talk. Go ahead, True Teller.
You see, and I'm sorry because I pay attention to detail when people say stuff, and I'm thinking about your emotions and your thoughts and what actions you're trying to accomplish when you say things. I've noticed it quite a bit from a handful of people on the panel. It's vague attempts to misdirect us from not paying attention to these local threats. Right? Tether's a bad word. And then somebody on the chat puts in they're referencing coons. Well, we got names for coons. We've been had names for coons. So it's just like, oh, because you do like we don't know that they're coons. You're like, listen, we're the only ones that call out our coons. I rarely hear any foreigners calling out their tethers.
You ain't never heard them call them out.
No, so I don't want to sit here and keep saying, well, why are you calling them tethers? Because they are tethers. Why do everybody want us to not recognize reality? Right, we changed our name because we didn't like the direction where ADOS was going. Suddenly we ops. Well, why? There's nothing. Actually, more has been accomplished since the F.B.A. moniker came out than ADOS. Multiple cities. There's multiple organizations right now. Y'all should look them up. They're fighting for reparations in different cities. There's at least 7. But nobody cares about that. We're not doing nothing. We were getting more done, and we didn't get anything done. They couldn't even get. Yeah, but they couldn't even get an anti-lynching bill. They could not get an anti-lynching bill the whole time they were doing ADOS. And I don't know why y'all. And the other thing is, I don't know why F.B.A. can only be talking about reparations. That's another thing people keep saying.
That is a fact.
I just don't understand this.
I can agree
misdirection.
with that,
yeah, but why is this misdirection? If you're not talking about ADOS, then it's a fraud organization. Like what? You think black people, our whole ethnicity is just about reparations? Like, where does this stuff come from? And why do y'all niggas keep saying it like it makes sense?
Well, I don't believe you're a person.
You are seeing the
now,
consequences of
let me
previous work.
Let me throw this out here, y'all.
The fact of the matter that you said that shows that people don't even understand why the ADOS movement was even put together in the first place, what they were originally trying to do. Because if you don't have equity, if you don't have money in America, your reparations would be the only thing to set us
all straight. But what are you talking about?
Are a political threat.
What does that have to do with F.B.A.?
F.B.A. is a lineage, dog. It's an ethnic group. Dog.
Yeah.
You can have
why do you keep bringing this stuff up?
You can have. Yeah, you're right.
And it has nothing to do with F.B.A.
I'm gonna say,
y'all keep not understanding this.
Y'all, you don't have to choose. I don't think people get that. You don't have to choose.
Really
there are F.B.A. people who are also ADOS.
And Pan-African, too.
There's going to be some F.B.A. people who are not
and
ADOS.
Coons.
Okay?
They're coons, too.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a all-inclusive and all-exclusive term. It's just a term about the people who was here before this country that we know of it as itself. This country that was established in this 1776 form and beyond is saying we beat the country here. That's what it's saying. We beat the country here. We was already here. That's foundation, beginning of breaking the soul. We was already here. That's what it's acknowledged.
Well,
At the beginning, we were here at the
I'm gonna
foundation.
say this, man. It's about time. I'm gonna say this because I said I was gonna rage quit right now. I'm rage quitting right now. And here's my rage.
Yeah, you know what? Shout out to you for rage quitting.
Here's my rage right now, Roger.
Go ahead.
Shout out to Chicago foundational black woman Tiffany Henry.
There you go.
That's how you gonna do it. That's how you gonna do it.
Listen, I heard y'all yesterday. Listen, I support Tiffany. We would have got reparations already if Tiffany was put in office. Y'all hating on Tiffany. She would have got us what we needed.
She might
I
have
agree.
messed up
I
credit.
definitely agree.
She might have
We
made
would have had messed up
that.
credit. Yeah, we would have had messed up credit, but Tiffany would have got us our money. I'm telling you, she got us
we would have got our money in, bro.
Y'all hold fast now. We got I can't see your whole name today, but director of media something? I got to give him the focus. He ain't had a chance to talk today.
What's up, Roger? What's up, panel?
What's happening?
You have over 80 some people watching, like 55 likes. Can you please hit the like button? Those that didn't hit the like button, you're either a tether or an agent.
There you
And
go.
your mama's on welfare.
There you go.
Please support the greatest show on YouTube. Shit,
And
you
if
can
you've
even
been
hit the dislike button. We need to get participation to get the show to move into the algorithm. Thank
And
you.
I'm gonna say, if you've been watching from the beginning, I need my reparation. You've been enjoying all this great show. I need my reparation on that like button. Real talk. Okay,
And,
run me my
Roger,
like
can you
button.
show my picture? Can you show my picture, Roger?
Got you, brother. Got you.
That nigga say your mama is on welfare too. I ain't talking for the next 10 minutes, y'all. I'm gonna just sit quietly.
Bro, he out here threatening folk like that, bro. He out here threatening people, bro.
Your mama on welfare.
Y'all
The welfare part was just too much. You crossed the line, right? It was just too much.
I'm just saying, somebody got their mama on welfare. I'm just saying, I ain't putting them down. I'm just saying, somebody mama in his piece is on welfare. Let's just be realistic. Somebody mama on welfare. Real talk. Okay. Oh, my bad. That's what I needed to do. There it is. Hey, Gold P, if you're listening. Gold P, if you're listening, I think this one was for you, brother.
I think that was perfect there, bro.
That's a gold P type looking dude. That's all I'm gonna say right there.
No, he don't got the holes with the P coming out.
P, he's spraying P. No.
I never thought about Gold P this way until the other day, man.
Yo, that's crazy.
Who's that? This is? Was it shout out to Jay Moore? I think it was. Shout out to Jay Moore. I think that it was, but I thought Gold P was cool and everything. Then kind of went south. It kind of went south a little bit, but you know what? I'm still your brother, Gold P. I ain't gonna leave you out there. I ain't claimed you this long. I ain't gonna let your little freaky stuff, stop making me claim you. But get it together, brother. That's all I'm saying. Get it together, brother. Real talk.
With the cheetah print on the hat. Nah, that's diabolical.
You saw the print, Sims. You saw the print, and it's on the collar of the jacket too.
All right, let's get back to the show. Let's get back to the show. But shout out to Gold P. And thank you, Deborah Cott. Thank you, Deborah Cott. She said, great podcast today, Roger. Thank you, sister. I appreciate you big time. Always good to see you. I know you don't be able to catch the live stuff, but it's always good to see you in here whenever you do find a chance to get up in here. So shout out to Deborah, y'all. Deborah, one of the good ones, y'all. She one of the good ones. Trust me. Okay.
Well, since y'all are throwing shades at me like that, talking about my mama on welfare. My mama, not only my mama on welfare, I live with Keisha. You know what I mean? Keisha's name's on the lease. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Well, then I gotta pray for you, brother.
Keisha's name.
That's what I'm gonna do. If we gonna after the show, we gonna pray for you. That's what we gonna do. If her name on the lease, woo, Lord have mercy.
He sleep on the couch because he don't want to sleep in the bed, Roger. He could sleep in the bed, but he prefer to sleep on the couch in Keisha's house.
Hey,
And she paid
sometimes
rent.
that's just the way it's got to be, man. Now, I'm gonna address this real quick. Shout out to Double Edge Logic. He said channels who selling people the dreams of receiving reparations, who know damn well they're not gonna get any reparations. Well, you know what? You never know what can happen in the future. But as I said earlier, I mean, as long as you got Democrats and Republicans in charge, I doubt reparations are going to come. But the thing is, Double Edge Logic, you might as well push for it, because what you gonna get if you don't push for it? Nothing. You know? So I just gotta say, you know, and this ain't no diss to you. Why discourage somebody from fighting for something that they know is right for them to have? Because when the moment they stop fighting, is a guarantee they won't get.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
When you accept defeat, you're guaranteed
Yeah.
defeat.
And you gotta fight for something in life anyway. So the people who want to fight for reparations, why discourage them? You know? Now what if they get it? Now I'm
He
not
ain't
on the
getting
front
nothing.
lines for reparations, but if somebody make it happen where we can get the check, I do want the check. Let's be realistic about it. You know? I'm gonna
Actually,
support the
Rajesh,
movement. You know?
he's probably somebody who wouldn't get a check, but would have to pay towards a check. And you know, them people don't like that.
Yeah. I was just about to say that, man, because like
Well,
we have to keep in reality is, man. Like
well,
if you, my bad.
I'm just saying I'm trying to give people benefit of the doubt. Because you know what? Because somebody who's a non-FBA person, that might be something they would say. But I'm gonna say this doesn't necessarily have to come from a non-FBA person. But regardless of what your background is, the thing is, why would you discourage somebody from fighting that fight? What do you get by discouraging the people who are willing to fight the fight? Because if you are FBA and we get the check, you benefit from getting the check. And if you're not FBA and you see us get the check, why would you not want us to get the check?
Yeah, we can take the check and we can go make some moves other places too.
Yeah,
I keep saying it, bro. Like the reason that you have people come out here and they say this thing, because at the end of the day, they really believe that you're not human and you're not owed anything, right? Because at the end of the day, you tell anybody or the person who ever said that comment, right? If I came in that person's house and I stole everything out that person's house, he's not gonna allow me to come in the house and steal everything out of that person's house, right? Because he's gonna defend what is his, right? At the end of the day, they believe you should have nothing, so they come out here and tell you should get used to having nothing, right? So because at the end of the day, they don't see you as truly human as themselves, and you're just seeing that in real time.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if it's that simple though.
Let me
Sorry, do
throw
your
a chair
thing.
right quick. Let me throw a chair right quick.
To
You
throw a
got a
chair.
famous big YouTuber with a big audience, a big channel, and he publicly said he don't want y'all niggas to get nothing. He said
Yeah,
he would want
Yeah,
y'all
I
to
think
get
he's a tether though.
nothing.
I think he's a tether though.
I
Who
know
y'all
who you
talking
talking
about?
about.
And
Talking about
I'm just
anti
throwing
damage.
I
some
think he's a
chair.
tether.
I'm not going to mention
I hear
names.
you. I hear you. But he talks. He doesn't. So if you ever paid attention, like we got our own folk who sabotage us, and they
Coons.
speak a certain. Yeah, there we go. They speak
See,
a certain way.
we identify that.
He doesn't speak. He doesn't speak like them, right?
Wait,
Because
type
we
his
got
name in
plenty of
the
them that's on YouTube.
type
We
his
have
name
plenty
in
of
the
our.
chat for me,
Well,
please.
I'm gonna say this, y'all. I'm gonna say this, okay? Because I want this to be something that everybody gonna have to learn to accept at some point in time. Now, Double Edge Logic said I'll be one of the first to get it. So now he's saying he's of the FBA lineage. He said, "Who y'all say? Who y'all say? Well, I guess he meant to say who y'all say won't get it." And that's why I say he could be FBA. But I'm gonna tell y'all this is something that's very real amongst Black people, especially if you grew up in this country. You were taught to be a white supremacist.
Mm-hmm.
That is something a lot of Black people never think about, how they were taught to be a white supremacist. You went to a public school. Now I'm not. Now this ain't every Black person, because some of y'all don't fit the description. Some of y'all didn't have to go to public school. Y'all parents was doing something. Y'all went somewhere else. But if you lived in this country and you grew up here and you went to a public school, you watch regular TV, cable TV, all that good stuff they came in. You got all these messages that were white supremacist approved, so you to receive, especially if you didn't have no parents doing a counter job. Because I at least credit my parents for at least telling me stuff about, hey, this is what they saying, but this is what's real. answer the question this way in school to pass the test, but understand this is not the truth. You see what I'm saying? Everybody don't get that. A lot of us, we got to deal with the fact that we've been raised to be a white supremacist, and a lot of us just ain't put it down yet. So you got to look in yourself and say, when am I going to put down my own white supremacy? Because I basically follow anything these white people tell me. So again, that's why I'm saying, what's the point of me discouraging somebody to fight the fight?
Also, this is something I have observed, and you have to be a little older maybe to have seen this. Some people have established relationships with those people, and those relationships are maintained over the course of generations. And they don't talk about them. They don't advertise them. In fact, what they do is they don't at all necessarily make plain what those relationships are, but they have those relationships. I've seen them, and I've seen them transfer generations, and you'll be surprised. And I've seen them transfer generations. I've seen them transfer geography. Now, the gentleman y'all mentioned, and I won't repeat his name, he said something about his family being from Alabama, I believe he said. Well, but wouldn't that not at all surprise me that some of his elders or their elders or whatever established these relationships and carried them forth across, geography and across generations. As I said, there's a lot of stuff that's going on that we don't know about, or put it this way: what's coming out in those in the files, and I'm going to assume you guys know what I mean by the files, because I don't want to be that specific on this subject. Is what's coming out in these files is there's a subterranean world of activity and relationships, and some of the cooning you see is a product of some of these multi-generational relationships that have been maintained across years and across geography, but those alliances hold true regardless of such. And those people have a job. They have a job, and they do that job. You don't necessarily know who they're doing that job for, but you can kind of see about what they're doing. You could kind of deduce from what they're doing who they're doing that job for. And you guys need to start to learn to think that way.
Yeah, there are sellout families with sellout lineages. There's a lot of enemies everywhere. And on top of all of that, then there's the media programming that goes on as well. And yeah, like Rogerism, your subconscious will rule you until you bring it up into your conscious mind.
Hey, I'm just keeping it real. Just keeping it real out here, y'all. Now, we got one of these mobs up on the panel now, y'all. We got us one. He got descent. He ain't F.B.A. We got him. Okay, we got him. Y'all watch him now. Watch him. But Mr. Z, glad to see you here. I had to pull you right up just because of who you are, brother, and because of your background, and because of today's show. Not that you wouldn't get respect regardless, but I had to pull you right up. So, Mr. Z,
I'm invited to the cookout, y'all. I am invited to the cookout. Yeah. I'm one of the few.
So far. Sometimes people mess up. So far.
Hey, I know I can get kicked out the cookout at all times, at any time, with a lump on my head too. With a lump on my head, I know how that works. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
I don't want nobody to believe stuff can't get rescinded around this joint. Okay, and that's real talk.
It ain't permanent. It ain't permanent.
But let me say real quick, because a couple super chats came in. Gold B say shout out to all you busters, suckers, woo wops, and jive turkeys ducking and dodging these chairs being thrown at you with P on it. Shout out to you, Gold P. Shout out to you, Gold P. You need to keep your activities to yourself. But we'll holler some more. We'll holler some more, Gold P. I know how the game is with you. And also shout out to Narratives and Dialogues. He says all of them are a problem for born Black Americans, truth tellers, coons, aka MAGA coons, tethers, immoral ninjas, and hyenas. They cosplay on us. And you know what, y'all? It's our responsibility to recognize it. As I've said time and time again, life is not fair. You can get robbed because you didn't recognize the robbery was going on. And at the end of the day, technically it's not your fault you got robbed. But in the real world, you got to pay attention to the robbers. That's the way the game go. But Mr. Z, you got the flow, my brother. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Raj, and thank you to the panel in the chat. Let's do this. I listened to the show where they came up with ADOS. It was a person that called in. If I could go back, this is forever ago, but it was a person that called in, and you could see the wheels turning in Yvette's head as they came up with that term live on air, practically, for all of us that watched that episode that I'm referring to. So, the idea that it was stolen from someone else, possibly it could have been a show. She could have been pretending. Possible. I leave that out there that it's possible. But I was watching the show. Number one. Number two, I was watching when Tariq was pressed. I watched it when Tariq tried to yank that from them the first time. And somebody in the chat was like, "Oh yeah, shout out to Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks." He's like, "Oh yeah, shout out to them." When he tried to yank ADOS from them before he came up with F.B.A. So I watched that too. I watched the third. I'm telling you, I was all over this. I watched when he first decided to do the organization and meet up somewhere wherever he had the first F.B.A. meeting. And someone called and pressed him like, "Yo, these tickets are ridiculous. Like, yo, we don't got money like that." And he was kind of flummoxed. And this is like the first time I've ever seen Tariq Nasheed flummoxed. He was kind of flummoxed, but he didn't really know what to say. On another note, something that we have to appreciate too. I agree with everyone who says that others have been delineating themselves for a very long time. I look at us as a nation of Black people, particularly those of us in the Western context, in the quote unquote Americas. I see us as cousins in the nation of Black people in the Americas, and what ADOS is doing is establishing their tribe in that nation. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Anyone that tells you they don't understand the reparations argument and who gets it is lying. They're just straight up lying. There's no other way to say it. It's not gaslighting. It's just lying. You know what tribe you belong to. And anyone that pretends like they don't, Black people, non-Black people, they're full of crap. So it's a very easy argument to be made. It's who was here during slavery, who was here during Jim Crow, however ADOS and the U.S. government decide this should be divvied out. I am for reparations. I am for ADOS getting reparations, and whoever maybe, is not, but came early enough, whatever, however that works. But yeah, so anyone who tells you different, there's an agenda there. There's going to be a lot of in the way. I think we have to appreciate this. ADOS, F.B.A., and quite frankly, all of us that were shipped to the Americas, it was to be permanent underclass. If you recall how Europeans were fighting each other in Europe, the wealth hoarding in Europe during the age of quote unquote discovery, appreciate that Black people white people needed to be white people, so they needed Black people. To consolidate around whiteness, they needed Black people. They needed a permanent underclass. And the reason why reparations poses such a threat, especially if it's going to be some hundreds of thousands of dollars, whatever money it is, a couple million, whatever it's going to be, it's because it upturns the apple cart. ADOS is supposed to be the permanent underclass. You're supposed to get off the plane or the boat. White people are supposed to point to ADOS, F.B.A. and say, by the way, whatever you do, don't be them. If we think you're in our way or you're talking too much, you will be put in their place, right? And that's essentially what it is, and to the point about Africa. Africa is a country with what 54 continent with 54 countries and 3,000 or so tribes, 2,000, 3,000 or so tribes. If you understand tribalism, if you understand, and I don't mean that in a negative context, I know tribalism usually is a negative context. If you understand what a tribe is, then you understand ADOS FBA lineage and argument, right? If you know what a tribe is, you know what ADOS FBA is. Stop pretending. The problem is a lot of people see that is a fight that could be won by ADOS FBA, and people are kind of like, so what does that mean for me? It meant for you what it meant for you before. you not part of the tribe. You part of the nation, maybe. You part your skin color. You definitely wear the same jersey color in America. And many non-black people don't care to separate the two, but that means nothing about who's owed what because of the history of this country. The whole idea, the argument we've been having for a few years about how black wealth is going to be zero by 2053, and COVID sped that up, automation speeding that up. There's ADOS FBA deserve what's just due. We know about the wealth classification on the top. When you add race to it, how bad is the wealth classification at the top with elite white folks? We let Elon Musk come over here and become a multi-billionaire. And ADOS FBA can't get that little money. I just don't believe it. It's a bunch of crap. Yeah. So I'll pause right there and thank you, Ross, for letting me rant on.
All right. Well, I got a couple super chats, y'all. And this is why y'all know when we got a reparation check. If I hit Mrs. Z with 500 on the super chat, y'all, that's gonna be a mark that we got it. You know, see, you ain't got to be on ADOS to benefit from ADOS people if you're cool with them.
But by the way, but Raj, remember, I am engaged to an ADOS woman. I'm really about this.
That ain't got nothing to do with me, man. Your 500 is 500. Okay, that's all I'm saying. You know, now if you don't want the 500 because
no, I definitely want the 500. No, I definitely want the 500. You can actually double it though. You can actually double it. And I just want to say one more thing, Raj. I came in the door about this. So it's not no pressure. I was on that before I met my lady. She actually met me kind of writing about this harder than she was. So yeah. So anyone that knows me in the black manosphere, I walked in the door really about it because it's a justice claim. And it's a very easy to understand justice claim. Anyone who pretend like they don't get it is doing just that, pretending like they don't get it. And I'll really shut up now. Ahead,
and I'm gonna say it ain't gonna double because you messing with a chick who happens to be ADOS. She got her own check. Y'all be good, you know what I'm saying? And she ain't no content creator, at least not that I know of. So I'm paying you for doing good work. That's what I'm paying you for. Shout out to Joe's. He said, shout out to Mrs. Z, the reckless scholar. Don't say it in the comments, okay? Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. And also, now I gotta need a reference of what do you mean by don't say it in the comments, because that I was referencing something and I ain't catch it, but I want to know what it is.
I got you, Rush. So you know, let's just say, Raj, you know how a best way to say this, you know how you be streaming. Both of us are reckless out here. So when I say don't play it in the comments, that's for everyone that understands what time I'm streaming and how I'm probably streaming understands not to say it in the comments because my people will smack your ass. That comment gone. Right? So exactly. So I'll pause right there.
All right, and shout out to 414 Money. Appreciate you, brother. He say, Brother Uru, within your historic context, do you think black men have anything coming within this country? We didn't get much in America's glory days. Basically, how about now? Now I'm gonna say 414 Money. I appreciate you, brother. You've been a great long time supporter. But was that a slick way to call Black Uru extra old? Is that what you just did right there? He say within your historic context, like, well, I mean, what you trying to say, bro?
I mean, technically, bro.
I
don't take it that way, sir.
Okay.
I thought he said Uru was in the movie Glory.
Oh wow! Well, I'm old enough to have been in the movie Glory. Come on, I could have played a young soldier, I guess, in Glory. I guess the movie was made about 30 36 or 38 years ago or whatever. Shout out to Denzel and Morgan Freeman. And the late great Andrea Bronner, the late great, one of the greatest actors, black otherwise, who have ever lived. Shout out to Andre Bronner. But but no, I
Let
mean
me just say
I
real quick.
guess
Let me just say real quick. Shout out to 414 Money. Hey man, y'all keep in mind I was a rapper. Sometimes you see a double entendre that really wasn't one. I think that was one of these that could, or he could just be real slick. That he could be. I'm just throwing it out there. He could have been real slick. Well, I might have just seen a double entendre that really wasn't there. I do got a rapper's background. Go ahead, Black Rose.
well I think what the brother is trying to say is that my my contribution here has often been to try to emphasize the historical connection between things, or the historical basis for certain things, how things connect together. Uh, Pardon me, somebody's got something going on in the background. It's a little bit distracting to
Yeah, sound like a
me.
TV.
So if maybe you can mute up.
It sound like a street
I
fight
don't
in the
know.
background.
That's the
Yeah,
barbecue at Mrs. Z's house.
Definitely not. Mr.
Yeah.
Z is mobile right now.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
discussing.
I generally don't have, but it was a little bit distracting. Anyway, I usually try to. I am very much a proponent of including the historical perspective of things to the extent to which I'm acquainted with it. So, but to answer his question, I don't know. I don't. I mean, there's always been reasons to be doubtful. There's always been reasons to be doubtful. Do you think the folks who fought back during those slave rebellions, you don't think they had reasons to be doubtful about the potential efficacy of rebelling against massa? I mean, there's always been reasons. You don't think Dr. King and Malcolm X? I mean, there's always been reasons to be doubtful. Always. We can always come up with some reason why our liberation or our attempts for liberation and advancement won't work. So, look, we could probably have a discussion, and I could point out all the issues or the potential problems for an attempt to get reparations. But I also think about it from this perspective. I mean, I think we owe it to our enslaved ancestor to make the country pay, or to attempt to make the country pay. If the country never pays, if it's 1,000 years from now, and we're still, fighting this reparation, but I think we owe it to people who were enslaved. We owe it to them. It's not about whether or not some shit you just have to do because of who and what you are, regardless of whether it will work, etc. Some things you're obligated to do just because of who and what you are. So it doesn't really matter to me whether I would calculate whether or not reparations would work in America. I could, I have an accounting and economic background. I can come up with all kinds of reasons why it won't work, but I'll never take a position against it because it's what the people who came from me owe. We owe it to them.
Black Guru, years ago, me and you were.
Before you say it, I got to double back. I was supposed to say this a minute ago. My bad. And I think this is when we were talking about the women playing a certain part against us. Deborah Carr sent in a $2 cash app, and she says recount black women abortion rates. Okay, so I think she put that in when we were talking about women's role and somewhat being against us too. I believe that's when it was. I ain't 100% for sure, but I do want to say thank you to Deborah Carr. My bad for not seeing it earlier when it first came up. My bad. My apologies. All right, go ahead, Mr. Z.
Well, yo, Mr.
You
Z,
know,
I just want to thank you for bringing up them 2 points that you brought up too, bro. Because that's exactly what I was trying to get to. But these guys is crazy. They won't let you chop it up like you need to.
no,
But
and,
change that
to back up what you were saying too. I also watched when Tariq said out of his mouth, that Tone isn't charismatic enough. I watched him say that, and I watched Jason Black pretty much back up Tariq Nasheed, and Jason Black say essentially, and Jason Black is smarter than that. That's why I'm disappointed. He essentially backed Tariq because we can't lose Tariq, those weren't the exact words, but that was the sentiment. So if you listen to Mr. Black, I watched this whole thing for the whole back and forth between F.B.A. ADOS. I watched it from the beginning. I watched when everything looked like they were okay with each other, and I was like, oh crap, we're about to have the goddamn Justice League of black people on the internet. Like y'all don't understand how ready I was. I'm not ADOS or FBA, but I was so ready. I was like, oh, it's about to be over. I wanted y'all to win so bad, you have no idea. And then I watched it disintegrate. And if you ever talk to BGS, you'll see how disappointed he is because he watched it also. Too. It was heartbreaking to watch it disintegrate. And I watched the whole thing. I'm like, what the hell we talking about?
But everybody, I get that y'all point is how it disintegrated, but none of y'all talks about what they were doing, what ADOS, the organization, was doing. I paid attention to what they were doing. Do you know what they were doing at the time?
No. What do you mean? I'm a little lost on what you mean what they were doing.
Who are the politicians that they were promoting?
Oh,
and it wasn't new politicians either.
I don't know now. I can say
I don't.
So
I do know a couple.
I remember they were being accused, rightly or wrongly, of being shields for the Democratic Party. I remember that.
Because they were.
I remember that.
They were.
I get what people. You guys with the emotional stuff where they ripped apart, they couldn't get together. But all I'm saying is the direction they were going is just like the NAACP.
Wait. So we have to be fair, and we have to whenever we start doing the saying that men are emotional, we know that's a jab under the belt.
You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. But all I'm saying is y'all only talking about these interactions that you saw on YouTube. Nobody knows the context and the basis of what this group was actually doing. You guys are only pointing out, well, Tariq broke away, and I'm sorry, that's what I call emotion. Because if you don't have any context, hold on.
After Truth Teller, Bad Black Gamer got to get the mic. I never gave him the mic.
But because I got to respond to Truth Teller though, because
do your thing. Well, hold on, let me finish.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because you're not the only one on the panel that actually reiterated the same exact thing. All you guys are talking about is how they were interacting with each other, what their relationship did, who was stealing what and who was taking what. Nobody talked about what the organization was doing and why they were a problem. Nobody except me.
You can't really analyze the rebuttal to them without considering we were coming out of the disappointment of Obama. We were coming out of the disappointment of Obama. And so anything at that point, particularly connected with the Democratic Party, for those who were on the reparations, were on the pro-black, I know we kind of debate what that term means, but were pro-black at that time, were very not hostile, but very antagonistic towards the Democratic Party and anything associated with it. The Democratic Party Obama had been in office 8 years, no support at all ever conveyed supporting reparations. We've had politicians. We had Kamala Harris openly said that she wasn't going to do anything for black people. So then if you have the so-called ADOS group that says this for reparations, but she's supporting the people who have clearly and devoutly said that they are against reparations, that was not a good position for them to be in. That was not a good position for them to be in.
let me say this also to you, Truth Teller. So I'm not. I'm sorry.
And y'all keep in mind, we got to get Bad Black Gamer in here now.
My apologies, but give me 1 minute. Truth Teller, I grant you everything you said. That's not Tariq and Jason Black's issue. And as I said before, I watched Tariq try to claim it until his chat said shout out to Tone Talks and Yvette. So he didn't know none of that. I watched when I was watching it live. This is not even a replay. So even if I grant you what you're saying, which actually I do, that's not why this disintegrated the way it is. I do think what you're saying is legitimate, right? So because I heard some of those rumors too, as Black Uru was saying. So I do grant you what you're saying. What I'm saying is the disintegration of where this went and the splintering off of this group over here, and even the little different chapters of ADOS and the people that even splintered off from that outside of Tariq. Yeah, no, I grant you all of that. There was a momentum going, right? And I'm not about ADO. Well, I'm just giving commentary now because I'm not ADOS or FBA, but I'm not about ADOS FBA being captured by any political party. As the Roger report was saying, who's going to do my bidding is the question, right? Who's going to do the bidding of ADOS FBA? That's the question. It did, regardless of political affiliation, right? So I definitely see where you're going with that. What I will say is the disintegration, that had nothing to do with that, because too many of the primary actors fit different for it to be, I think these people are captured by the Democratic Party or whatnot. That was not an accusation until way after all this went down, and until too much of I'm trying to yank this from you and it's not working the way I want it to work, so I'm gonna just throw out the smoke screen that may or may not be true. Oh, look, it happens to be true, but that's not why I took it in the first place, right? So and I'll pause right there.
All right, we're going to finally get Bad Black Gamer in here. Can we do that now? Okay. Thank you.
No, Raj, but I got something else to say, and I'm playing. Go ahead.
Bad Black Gamer, my bad, brother. I don't know what the disrespect. Is it a full moon tonight? I don't know, brother. I don't get it. But please make an opening statement, my brother.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Good show so far. Salutes to everybody. I want to say, first of all, Mr. Z, I do like you. I do watch and listen to your broadcast over the weekend. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you're of Haitian descent, right?
Yes. Born and raised in the U.S., but Haitian descent.
Oui, Missouri. So I do like you, Mr. Z. But what I don't like is Gold P. And the reason why I say that, because if you find yourself with Gold P, that's a good sign that you're dehydrated. So you need to drink some water. You got to shut up the guy named Gold P. So I like the guy on the
Bad Black Gamer. As respect, Gold P was the first person. Gold P was the first person to suggest that Mr. Z start his channel. I have to respect Gold P. I cannot allow you to besmirch the good gentleman's name.
No, I'm just saying.
Right?
Right? I read that online. I read it online. If you have
if Gold P is thirsty, Mr. Z is thirsty
dehydrated.
Too. I am dehydrated then. I'm riding with Gold P. That means I am thirsty too. I am dehydrated. That is what that means.
So you don't want that. You don't want that.
Drink some water. Didn't see that one. Then drink some water. Drink some water before you pee.
But for real though, like I try to hear what Mrs. Z and some other guys are saying, but look, this is the point. They need to run us our money as the F.B.A. They need to run us our money, period. And if you're not trying to help us, like you're part of the other group, like you need don't get in the way of that. Like they need to run us our money. Like we're F.B.A.s, and they owe it to us. And they've if you look at through our history, they've run everybody else their money. They pay reparations to everybody else but us. But when it comes time for us to get our reparations, our mural, as a matter of fact, they gave it to some of us in the South, and then they legally took it away, and then nobody knows that they own it because the paperwork all messed up, or they can't find the paperwork now. So they need to run us our money. And if you're not trying to help us, please don't get in the way of that. They literally have paid everybody else from the Holocaust to the Native Americans, indigenous people. They've all got their reparations, and every time they try to talk about getting bizarre reparation, they come up with some like really great silly excuse for why they can't do it, and then we watch them pay out all this money during COVID when everybody's like stuck in the house, and they tell everybody to stay at home. So the money is actually there. They can pay us our reparation like everybody else, and that just needs to be the focus, like Black Rube said. If it takes us 1,000 years, we need to keep asking for it because it is owed to us, So, and that's just gonna be my little two pieces on that. Carry
Let
on,
me get
fellas.
in.
All
Let me get
right.
in. Let me get in there too.
Well, let me get
So,
the super chats in, then you got to inspire. Shout out
all
to
right.
Afro Merchant. He says, "Great discussion, fellas. Hashtag support Black men media. Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you, my brother." Shout out to Trust, and Trust even gave the 57-cent trail Bentley tax on this heck of a statement. She said, "Ride with Gold P." You know what, Trust? You the daughter of the channel, so I ain't gonna need to say nothing about it. But I'm gonna say just shout out to you, sister. Gold P backstage right now, so he hear all this. Hey, you still getting some love, brother. You still getting some love. So don't trip. Don't trip. Now I was told that I missed a super chat. I'm trying to see what super chat that is. So Inspire Troop, go ahead, and I'm gonna try to find something I missed while you get yours in. Go ahead,
All
my
right,
brother.
go ahead and do your detective work thing. So here's the thing that I guess I'm kind of getting back in on there's a little bit of a question to truth teller. So what are you going to do then if you're trying to appeal to people in a position of power? Are you going to end up going and talking to the Democrats? Then you're a Democrat shield. If you talk to Republicans, then you're a Republican shield. Like neither one of them really want anything particularly great for you in the first place. So, and then if you go third party, then the third party is marginalized. Like you don't have a lot of places to go other than to try to make some deals with people that might be somewhat unsavory, and everybody's dirty because that's the nature of the game in this country.
Was that to any specific person?
Yeah, that's the truth teller. Oh, he's the
No,
guy
you know
all
what?
gone.
No. You know what? Hold on. Yeah, I knocked him off. But since you said it was a truth teller, he gonna get to come back up so he can speak to what was addressed to him. Hold on. Where's truth teller? Yeah, where's it? Where did dude go?
Why are you looking
Oh,
for
there
He
you
truth
go.
teller,
There
disappeared.
you
Rick?
go. Go ahead. See, now you're being slow. I said go ahead, but now you done got knocked off, so I can get truth teller.
Oh no, I just dropped because I sent you something, so you'll see that in a minute.
Well, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. But did you hear that question he just asked you?
No, I didn't hear it. I was off. What was the question?
All right, let me run it again. So my question was exactly what are you supposed to do then if you are trying to go for reparations? If you are the ADOS organization, you have to appeal to somebody with political power, and so you're ending up with people that are unsavory on the Democrat end. If you do that, then you're a Democrat shield. If you can go and you do that on the right with the Republicans, then now you're a Republican shield. Like no matter where you go, you're gonna deal with some people that are dirty one way or another because that's kind of the nature of the game, and that's where we are in this anti-black country.
It's true, but there's something you need to take into account, and that's probably why most of us need to go ahead and study, them 40 laws of power in regards to how to tread this path, right? Because that kind of thinking is what the ADOS organization was trying to do, and that's the kind of thinking that everybody else convinces us we need to do. If anybody took a bit of time to understand how the voting system works, you'd realize that you trying to convince individual politicians to do what you want never works. It has never worked in this country, by the way, ever. The most direct way of doing it is having money, but they restrict us because they literally sabotage our ability for money. They only allow a few of us to get it, and when them niggas act funny, they take them out in one way or another. But they need our
Shout out to the
participation.
great Robert Smith.
There we go. So, but they need our participation in order for this system to work. Because I don't know if y'all been paying attention to the last, I don't know, 40, 50, 60 elections. Basically, this country is balanced out. 50% Republican, 50% Democrat. And we both know neither group is liberal, neither group is actually conservative. They just want to pick a side. There's only a couple of parties that are in the middle, and our group is the only ones in the middle that got enough numbers to be a sway, to make a decision, to actually point things in our own direction. Problem for the last, I don't know, since Roosevelt, we've been going to one side of it. That's why they always need us to vote in certain areas to get certain electoral votes. They run the same game every election to convince black people in certain areas to go out here and vote for certain Democrats. Well, there's an easy way to get around that. There's a strategy we could use, but nobody really wants to do it. And I'm not going to say it out loud while we hear live, but it's not a hard thing to do. What's going to happen is you're going to have to make people suffer. That's the only reason why we got our freedom. People were suffering.
So
They
now
use us as a pawn to sabotage the people who was costing everybody money.
Here's two follow-ups to that. Now, the first one is about the money side of things. It becomes a catch-22 because if we have like 1/8 or 1/10 of the wealth in the country, we're supposed to be moving things politically with that wealth, we're going to be outspent.
No, you missed my point. It's not the wealth at all.
I'm not done yet, though.
Sorry, go ahead.
So here's what I was saying here. So that your capital and your access to capital actually predicts and actually causes your ability to move and influence things. So you need the money, which is what reparations would do. You need the money to get the money, and it just becomes like you can't damn it do anything because you don't have the resource that you need to get the resource. That's one side. On the second side of things, you have the fact that the political machinations of the mass populace over and over again. We see like things that are like 70% people are in favor of, or 60% that people are in favor of. Universal health care people are in favor of, and then the politicians don't do it. So that doesn't happen, and that doesn't occur either. And there's just like not a good way to go about. And then the third thing, I guess there's a third thing now, because you talked about, okay, what if you go ahead and you just become the swing vote, and you vote this way and then you vote that way? The problem with that is that when you have like another group that's like openly antagonistic to you, then you have the problem of cutting that 1/8 or 1/10 of wealth that you have down even further because of the negative impact that those folk might have. Go for it.
So my point has nothing to do with wealth. What they need first and foremost is your participation, which is why they spend a lot of money and a lot of time lying to voters. Really, there's only two types of people in this country, white and black. Let's just stop playing games. There's really only two types. They can call themselves Hispanic, Mexico, whatever. I'm from Africa. There's really only two types, man. So what happens is what I said before. In order for us to get what we want, we're going to have to create leverage. But in our mind, the only way we can do that is we got to have money. Listen, you're never going to, even if they didn't have their foot on our necks, we'll never have the amount of money that those people have. They've had a 400-year head start. It is not even feasibly possible for us to compete on a financial level. But that's not the primary thing you need when you're dealing with elections. It's participation. So what happens is, if you don't participate, your numbers don't get counted, right? But if the country depends on some of you participating for everybody else to be convinced that it's a fair system, then you might not want to, your whole group may not want to participate. Now, when people hear that, they think, oh, well, that means just not vote. Well, one way you can make your not vote be very impactful is if your entire group registers to vote, but doesn't.
that's not going to delegitimize the system quite as much as you think. And the other thing about money, I think you're kind of like undercutting like what money like really is. Like it's ultimately like social value. Like it's the things that that we're able to do because of money, rather than the actual accumulation of the money itself. Like that's the whole point,
Well,
is that it does things.
well, I think we need to recognize that there's always a trick up their sleeve. Cause I'm listening to what you saying, Truth Teller. I had to go away for a second, but I called that end piece. And I'm gonna say this: when it comes to voting, if we don't vote, I don't believe they have as much concern about that anymore, because they're trying to bring the immigrants in to replace us and replace our voting power, regardless. So if we don't vote, now I do think it does make a big statement for us to register to vote, even if we
Well,
do
hold
decide
on.
not to vote. It's definitely a big statement where you may have
But
some leverage.
no. You misunderstand. I'm not saying that generates the leverage. That's not what generates the leverage. First of all, we do have to go a period of time where we're registering to vote, but we don't vote. That breeds confusion. Then we're gonna have to vote, and we're gonna have to do it in great numbers. But what people don't understand is we're gonna have to vote for things people don't think we would vote for, like people like Trump, crazy stuff, and then get away from voting again. Suddenly, we're a variable that everybody has to take into account because we'll be kingmakers. We didn't
Okay,
have
Now,
to
I
spend
see
a
that. Yeah.
dime to do it.
Okay,
now
I
that I
see
could
what
kind
you're
of
saying.
rock
But
with.
people are gonna have to suffer during that time period, and that's what I keep saying. People are not ready for people to
Y'all,
suffer.
y'all trick Truth Teller into telling him his strategy online
I
anyway.
had to because nobody thinks beyond the first move. They just think about, hey, if we
Well,
don't vote, what happens? And I'm like,
well,
Well, if
that's
we
not the
don't
win.
vote, it looks like Jim
well,
Crow.
well,
But
well, my bad for
I,
walking away and making you say more than you need to say, because I had just
as,
came back.
soon,
My bad.
as soon as as soon as he said we have to not vote, I knew exactly what he was talking about. You have to
That
prime
is
the
the
system. You prime
correct.
the system into saying this is what it looks like when we're not here, and then you
And then
reprime the system to say this is what it looks like when we are here and we are voting in numbers as a block, and then you don't
here's
vote again to get them to say, okay, what do we have to do to get your vote?
there's one problem with it though, like, and that problem
Well,
is the
also,
ability of
also,
narrative.
also, you have had state legislatures to pass significant overtures towards reparations. You've had universities. I think Georgetown did some sort of reparation thing. I mean, there is precedent moving in the direction towards reparation. Even the polling amongst non-black or particularly white citizens is very different now. It's trending towards much more consideration towards reparations than there ever would have been when I were your age.
and you're
So
absolutely
I
right,
think
Uru, and that's where our attention
I
should
think
go.
there,
Mhm.
yeah, I think there's some cynicism on the issue that isn't necessarily reflective of how things are really trending right now.
Those
Hmm.
are the things that our attention should be spent to, right? If so,
Right.
Georgetown did this, right? There should be some. We should make a donation to Georgetown, the black organization of whatever donated this much money because of the efforts of Georgetown towards reparations. A state passes a law,
Right.
we should be voting for the officials who helped pass that law and keeping them in office. We should reflect the benefits of doing these steps, right? But in the overall arching federal
Here, here.
government, that's a different story, right? So I mean, there's strategies behind this, but because of we've been trained of how we've been trained for so long, we only think about one election at a time. Everybody does it. And if you understand what the voting system is and how it's built and how people even become politicians, you'll realize you won't be able to target it the way rich people do. First of all, these people, they don't even listen, they get money before they even know what they're supposed to do for these people. right? And in some cases, they don't get no money and they do stuff for these people. And then when they get out of office, they get money. So, I mean, you can't compete with that on a financial level. And I know people think, hey, if we put our money together and we pay certain politics, we'll never be able to pay them more than what they can get paid from the other side. They got
and,
the
and
whatchamacallit group.
Hey, come on. Can I say something? Because, like,
There's no
Jesus.
way to do
Like,
that.
some
can,
somebody got some
never
noise
mind,
in
bro.
the background.
Oh, that's me. I'm sorry about that. I'll mute up.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. Well, basically, I think what we keep trying to basically say is you need to be a political quote unquote mercenary. You are not loyal to one group. You are not loyal to one party. You're loyal to yourself, which basically always makes you the quote unquote was it question factor at the end of the day. And that's how black people need to be, right? And you need to actually quote unquote invest in other places to quote unquote get some money, right? You should
Political
have a loyal.
Mandalorianism.
Exactly. I ain't want to say the exact word, but you know exactly. We had the conversations, but the reality is that's how you need to be moving. Bro. Like how Black
Actually,
Americans really need to come on. I ain't get a chance to finish. We need to be moving how the Chinese actually move. When they move up on a place or whatever, right? The first thing they do, they try to secure themselves a financial quote unquote what's the word is it was a cultural haven, cultural what is it cultural something. It's like where everywhere your people live at. What do you call that stuff?
yeah, community
Um,
centers, cultural centers, yeah,
cultural centers, whatever you want to call it, right?
schools. Yep.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it. A cultural center is basically where you congregate and you necessarily take that information and you build out on it in different environments, right? And you either necessarily you just do that how the Chinese do it. The Chinese have a quote unquote what is it? A nail shop in every hood and necessarily in America, bro. They also got them in Africa. They also got them in South America. They also got them in China. They also got them in quote unquote what is it Asia. The reality is we could be doing the same thing. It could have
No,
context in variety of different countries and whatever.
we
Oh, let me
can't.
finish. See what I'm saying? And we, let me finish. Let me finish. Right. You need not be quote unquote be tied to one political system because at the end of the day, the political system that you trying to get your stuff from does not have your best interest at the heart. So at that point, you leverage other people's system to get you what you need. It is what it is, bro. Like I ain't got that. I pay Peter. I can rob Peter to pay Paul, kind of thing. See what I'm saying? We ain't got to be friends as long as you help me get what I need from that guy. That's all that matters to me.
So that will never work. The reason, and a lot of people say this too, you don't understand how these people are able to establish these communities. Do you think they didn't get permission to do this? Do you think an Asian bank can just be stood up in America without the support of the government on all levels? Do you think they can set up these businesses and buy these properties without somebody saying, okay, I'll sell it to you? That's what
Do you?
that's why I'm like, y'all, you guys don't really get it. You cannot be that kind of mercenary. So that's what I'm saying. The mercenary thing is cool if everybody wasn't trying to get at you. Literally, people don't want too many black Americans coming into different countries. Now I know the Passport Brothers is spreading this bad name about black dudes, but the truth of the matter is they're just ginning that up because they don't want us going to these other places and stirring up things. We're a
You mean
problem
black
to
women, bro?
everybody. We're a problem to everybody. That's
Well,
why we are who we are. So the
okay.
Bro,
problem,
you
you
lying,
can't
bro.
go to.
Hold
But
You
on,
what I'm
hold
lying,
on.
saying,
bro.
Let me be
You
fair to
lying,
the
bro.
passport bros. People report all kinds of stuff.
no,
We
I'm
don't
not
know
saying
that
it's
stuff is
true.
real. Yeah,
No,
we
no,
don't
I'm
know
not
that
saying
any
it's
of
true.
that's real.
When I say we're a problem to everybody, I don't mean we're a problem to everybody because we're doing bad things. We're a problem to everybody because we shake things up where we go.
No, no,
That's
I
why they
agree
got to.
with I agree with the
Yeah.
fact that they don't want us here. I just don't want people to misinterpret what you meant
Oh
by
yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I
what you
didn't
said about
clarify
the
it. That was my
passport. That's
fault.
all. I'm just
Yeah,
clarifying
yeah.
that part.
I'm
Yeah.
saying
Go ahead.
they make that up because they trying to put a facade across all of us, right? They don't, because white dudes have been doing monstrous things for centuries and they don't say nothing. Suddenly it's a passport bro problem.
Hmm.
And them niggas just started traveling. So yeah, and what the problem is you won't have those, it'll be very difficult for you to create those footholds in other places. It's just as difficult as you to create those footholds here. They tried to create a
No,
black,
no, it's not,
all
bro.
black.
We keep
Hold
doing
on,
this,
hold on,
and you know you're
hold
wrong, bro. Like
on,
we keep
hold
having this
on,
conversation, you know you're
hold
wrong, bro.
on. They tried to create a black community in Georgia. They bought the acreage. They started building the houses. Do you know what happened? They took them to court and everything froze and stopped. Why would you do that? They got white community. They literally have white supremacists talking about they building communities, but for some strange reason, them niggas can always buy land and get permits to build houses and all kind of approvals. How is it even possible?
Are you talking about the country or the state of Georgia?
State of Georgia.
Oh no, no,
It
no.
was
That's
about
not
I've
five.
true
never
at
It
heard
all.
of
was
that.
it was
That's
about 5 or
that's
6 years
not
ago.
that's not true
Yeah.
at all, bro. I just moved out
What?
of an all black neighborhood in Georgia.
No, no, no. I mean, they tried to build their own community. These weren't
I've
people
never
that
heard
got
of it.
placed there. Exactly. Most people
I've never
haven't.
heard of it, but
Do you
no,
know?
no, no. But what
Do
I'm
you know
saying,
how hard
no,
it is for a
wait,
black person to purchase? So listen, I live in a well-to-do neighborhood. I had to go through 4 real estate agents because they wouldn't show me houses in this neighborhood, and
you
I
know they
wasn't
have their
broke.
own. Do you? I just want you to understand that while you also saying this coming out your mouth, right? Do you not
Uh huh.
also know they have their own quote unquote African village that people from America, right? They just call it an African village, right? Just set it up. I think it's in South Carolina or North Carolina, right? They just set it up. It's been there
Hmm.
for generations at this point now. It's just been sitting there, right?
Right.
So
Now,
no, that's not necessarily true.
was that established by Africans or FBA?
FBA people. So the
When was
reality
it?
is.
So
When was it
FBA
established by
people.
FBAs? When?
When I don't know the exact. I think it was like 1960s or something like that.
There we
So
So
go.
I
so
can't.
I'm
So I
FBA
can't.
sorry. Come
people
on, man.
established an African village.
Yes.
How does that
It
even?
was,
How can you establish an African village in America by FBA people?
you
How's that?
have people
I
that.
don't.
Okay.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what's happening.
Okay. Right. You have your own little cultural centers like the Gullah Geechee. What are the Gullah Geechee? Realistically,
They've
right? See,
been,
the Creole.
but
Hold on,
they.
come on. Like realistically, right? The Gullah Geechee necessarily, okay, quote unquote, we different from y'all, right? What we claim we different from y'all, right? So we can go off in the woods and do our own thing, right? If you ask a lot of the, you actually speak to some Creoles necessarily, right? They will say, oh, we so different from the rest of y'all, Black Americans, right? That we different. We got our own thing. We gonna go do our own thing off here in the woods and be by ourselves. They do that. They do that a lot, right? If you look at it in a sense, there is a village started by African American, right? That I think it's in North Carolina or South Carolina, where they got their own little village necessarily. They call it the little African village. I forgot the specific name for it, right? But that's just it. They just set it up and they've been there, right?
I
So
don't
so
even
the thing
know.
they've had it. Now you may say at quote unquote at a certain size, they may come in like quote unquote do something to you. But that may be true. But just setting up your own stuff out in the woods, no, that's not true. It's been done.
So just so you understand, my mother was born in 1943. My mother is technically silent generation. My grandfather moved to New York City from Augusta, Georgia in 1934. He was a barber in Harlem for 5 years, and he moved to Queens and opened up his own barber shop. Got married to my grandmother, and they had 3 daughters. Both my grandfather and my grandmother already had kids before they met. So my mother has half sisters and half brothers as well. Do you know what happened to all the black neighborhoods that were built by black people in the state of New York? Do you know any that still exist?
They probably either burnt it down. Yeah, I'm not saying that like people need to do some evil shit like that. I'm not
So
saying that.
my question to you is, you said an African village was built up in the 1960s that nobody has ever heard of, which means
No,
there's no
no,
office
it can't.
buildings.
It can't. No, no, no. You putting words in my mouth
Sorry.
again, bro. Right?
Mm-hmm.
See, what I simply told you since you said was like they have towns and villages that black people have started. That's it. Now, granted, are they big? Not really. Are they pulling in actual weight? No. Are these like an industrial powerhouses that's actually like any city or state that's actually putting in work? Of course not. No, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying.
So
What
then,
I
how are they
said
a
was,
valid place for? How is it a valid black town then? You just described. You just described. You
never mind,
literally
never mind,
just described the projects.
never mind, bro. Never mind.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Never mind, bro. I think you
Let
already
me.
got so
I gotta
no.
reiterate
It's
this.
like our fifth time me and you done this, bro. Like when
The
I correct
rules
you,
are
like
not.
first
Nah,
you
you
But
don't
did
like
y'all,
it,
you
you
did
get
just
upset.
describe the project development. Like that
why
ain't
y'all niggas think I'm not listening to y'all when y'all
yeah,
talk?
that's just a
You really
neighborhood you
think I'm
just
not
described,
listening?
bro.
I hear you. You think you saying something to me, but I hear your words.
Truth teller. You right, bro, but you kind of strong.
He wrong as hell. I mean,
But overall, if I'm sitting here,
No, I
listen,
mean,
we all know the
no.
system is built against us.
Hold on, hold on,
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
hold on. Uh, usual.
yeah.
Um, I get what you're saying, brother. But I mean, this is a country that has systemically, repeatedly destroyed any efforts of progress for African American people, like throughout its history, like in every way possible. Building towns, building schools, churches, families, communities. You know, they literally. I mean, you can go into YouTube and Asian people will tell you how they were set up to be used against black people. They're out there now. You know, that's the great part about today versus when I was coming up. You got people, non-black people. Somebody's got some noise in the background. I don't know why. Um, you got people, non-black people, who are starting to really tell the truth about all of the machinations that have gone on. A lot of stuff we've suspected, you know, but you can't prove you didn't have access to information. But this is a intricately constructed sabotage program of F.B.A. people. It is.
When did I say that it wasn't? Like
Now I would never
I think we having two
I would
different
never.
conversations.
I calmed down.
Well,
So since he admit that, that's what I'm trying to get to you, right? You're comparing us with different
okay.
weights on our back to other people that don't have any weights on their back,
No, no,
right?
no, no. Even though you misunderstood what I just said, right? See what I'm saying? The village that I said, I can drop the name, location, and everything, right? It is made by a Black American people, right? See what I'm saying, right? They just like you have people who say I'm Gullah Geechee, right? See what I'm saying, right? And they go off and they do their Gullah Geechee thing and they sweep it down and say I'm Gullah Geechee. I don't know if you've seen these people, right? I ran into like selectively on once or twice of people. They so gung ho Gullah Geechee, they think they something else, right? See what I'm saying, right? You just like you saying you had the same people who say they Creole, right? They so Creole out. See what I'm saying? They think they so quote unquote whatever, right? They so into their Creoleness. All right, they say they ain't Black American. All right, cool, right? They got their own little village or whatever, right? These people, what I'm telling you is, you have Black Americans who started their own little quote unquote city in South Carolina, a
Yeah.
decently sized little city. All right,
I think
but they call it.
I think the issue is always with you. You got to look at the particulars about who those people are and what they did and whatever kind of deals that they made with whomever. And then you will always have the question of scalability or transferability of whatever
That's
they're
why I did
doing.
say that.
Because when you get into the details, very often you'll learn that there's something very unique about what's going on, and what's going on is not necessarily what you think really is going on. It may be advertised a certain kind of way, but when you actually get into the meats, nuts, and bolts of things, it's something very different going on. Look, I don't want to dissuade any brother's attempt to try to build anything. Uh, but here's where I always come back to. A lot of times people, younger people, like, there really is nothing new under the sun. I think I think the Bible says that, or maybe Newton misquoted it or whatever. There really is nothing new under the sun. So when I don't see something that occurs to me that I think should exist, I try to, as humbly as possible, consider what people who came before me were faced with and why they didn't do it. Because I don't presume that the idea necessarily originated with me. So I'll think back historically, et cetera, whatever other people, and see, well, why don't this exist? Because my presumption would be that black people will want to have their own towns and politics and all of that. So why don't they have those things? Well, maybe it's because X number of dozens or hundreds or whatever of black towns, for example, were destroyed or whatever. And so that has influenced what people think in terms of possible and whether they think it's cost beneficial for them to attempt to make an investment in something that they can pretty much predict will be sabotaged. So that's just kind of that's just kind of how I think about that sort of thing. And we're talking about in America. I mean, going outside of the country. I mean, there's so many parts of things that I have no idea about that I'm going to be very hesitant to believe that in any sort of material way we can go and plant, ADOS America into,
It's not me this time.
Nicaragua or something.
Before the rest of y'all go, I want to get up there and say something myself. And unfortunately, I went a little longer than what I wanted to even go. But I mean, the discussion needs to be had. But I'm gonna say this. Let's not forget about what we're arguing, because
Exactly.
there's been more than 100 cities that black folks have put together that has been put underwater. That's just the ones that have been put underwater. Now I know y'all got other cities that come to mind, because the first town that's usually thought about towns being destroyed. Usually people go to Tulsa first. You know what I'm saying? You may go to Rosewood or something second, and you're talking about towns that were destroyed in a different way. I'm saying it's 100 just put underwater. You got to
Lake
get
Lanier
past
out here
those
in
100
Georgia, bro.
to get to destroy. But I am gonna say this though: you can't have somebody get a victory somewhere, but that doesn't mean things have changed. I can say personally, I guess maybe 10 years ago, terrible neighborhood in Chicago, absolute terrible neighborhood. Okay, but they had just did some reconstruction on a 2-flat building. For those who don't know, that's you got you got one apartment on the first floor, you got an apartment on the second floor. Okay, somebody had just did construction. Somehow something went south. This thing was available to sell. It only costed $10,000 for some reason. I called the insurance company a good 3 months, and no one would address me except through email. And I told them I got 10,000 cash. I want it. When somebody actually finally reached out to me, they said, "We sorry to inform you, we just sold it 2 days ago." Now you just sold something 2 days ago that I've been trying to buy for 3 months. Cash. We ain't going through anybody. I got the cash in hand. You see what I'm saying? So let's not act like we in a nation where people don't play games with real estate property or however you want to address it. A lot of games get played in this country. So just because one small person or one small group got to win doesn't mean they ain't still playing these games they play amongst the masses of people. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know about the particular one in Georgia. Maybe they did get that one thing in Georgia, but getting that one thing in Georgia.
South Carolina.
Well,
South Carolina.
Okay. Well, just because they got that one thing done, don't mean they ain't still playing games. That's all I'm saying.
I do want to shout out to that village, but that village is to promote the Yoruba tribe.
Yoruba tribe, yeah. Like no.
Not
So
F.B.A.
I never said
it's literally there to promote the Yoruba tribe. Now there are some small black areas where black people have been able to buy houses, and recently, but they're out in the middle of nowhere and they're ridiculously small. So what I'm saying is,
I did say
you
that, didn't
can't.
But
Hold on. Sorry,
let me address
I
this
literally said
real
that
quick.
in the beginning.
Let me address this real quick. Cause shout out to Jadeo. Shout out to you, brother. He said maybe it was under contract before you made your offer, Roger. Long live the habitual ancestor. No, that was not the case, because the issue with the building is the contract, whatever was being done had to stop. Okay, and they put it for sale on their website. It didn't say anything about pending, under contract, or anything like that. They put that stuff on their website. So no, it was just a building for someone to buy.
Roger, you said you were you had been attempting to buy this property for how long?
About 3
3
months.
months.
3 months. So I
Yeah,
mean, if it was under contract, they would have told you that immediately, right?
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, why would they? You wouldn't have gone 3 months. I mean, that would have been strictly prohibited from the beginning if it were under
Sometimes
contract.
Yeah.
and so
because we as Black Americans, we're gonna have to learn how to put a white face on some of the things that we're doing.
bing, bing, bing.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to point out is because he gave the examples of other culture, other ethnicities coming in and doing it and setting up whole communities. They do that in areas that are already established. Have you ever tried to purchase commercial property with your black face? It's a very difficult thing to do in this country, almost anywhere. They'll not sell it to you, and they'll rather sell it to somebody who looks like them. So that's what I'm saying. They get permission to build these communities. It's not they get let in. Their banks get let in because I don't know if you noticed or not, but in a lot those Chinese neighborhoods, they have Chinese banks on the corner. They have bank branches from banks that are in China, located here in the U.S. How in God's green earth does a Chinese bank get a branch in the middle of a city of almost 20 million people? But it's
I
just
want
a
to ask you a question. So I'm gonna ask you
Chinese
a question
bank in a
real
Chinese
quick,
neighborhood.
real quick. It's just a real
How?
quick question. I'm gonna ask you a real
Huh?
quick question. So you telling me when the Chinese people originally got here, right? This is before the nation actually got prepared itself in the 1930s and 40s and whatever, right? So you telling me the broke Chinese people who came over here necessarily penniless, right? Did that quote unquote came here with their banks intact? That's what you telling me.
No, that's my point.
Okay,
They
okay,
didn't.
hold on. So we
Yeah,
got one
that's my
point.
point.
So
Yeah, yeah,
hold on.
yeah,
We going
yeah.
from point to point, right? So that means
Those
shit.
aren't even the same Chinese people, man.
It don't
There have
matter.
been
Let them go ahead.
waves of
Let them go ahead.
Chinese people who come here.
Waves,
Exactly.
Uh,
waves.
yeah, yeah,
So what I'm saying?
and
Shit.
they have not all been paupers. They've not
Yeah.
all been paupers. They've not
Honestly,
all been railroad people. Yeah.
a lot of folks are
Go ahead,
people's
Ron.
best and brights. That's all I'm trying to say. A lot of people who come here are other people's best and brightest at the end of the day, and that's how they got here in the first place. And I'm gonna say, y'all, you can't we got to be smart enough to understand. There's a table out there with 20 seats. They'll pull one person in and swear you can get to them other 19. Them other 19 ain't for you. You'll never get another person in
Mm-hmm.
at that table. That's just the way the game goes. But we're going to let this one person out of 20 sit at this table. But the rest of them seats, it's not for you. And there's nothing you can do about it. And money can't buy everything. And, I'm sure a lot of y'all done went to a park at some time. Y'all played some ball. Or maybe you went to a field, you played some football. And guess what? It was somebody out there who can play their hands off, but they couldn't get on your team because you ain't know them. That's all it was. The same thing happens at grown folks level with money and property too. We don't know you. You just can't get on the squad. That's it. Oh, I brought my own five. I'm good.
Exactly. Like but I'm basically trying to tell people this, bro. Like when I said earlier, you need to be a political Mandalorianism, right? You're not loyal to any party. You're loyal to your finances and yourself and your whatever your group affiliation is,
But
right?
but,
And
but
at the end of the
I am saying this basically because you're giving an example of one group of people who supposedly successfully did something in South Carolina. That doesn't mean that's going to carry on in other places. Just because that
true.
one faction got it done, was great for them, but that don't mean it's cool for everybody else to do it.
I understand that necessarily. So for me, my mindset is always the group mentality necessarily, and I can go from the smallest to the biggest. Like I always plan all my stuff out, like legitimately. if you're a political Mandalorian, what I think what somebody else out here said earlier, right? You vote necessarily strategically, right? If you don't need to, you need to hold your vote when it's temporarily beneficial to you. You do that. When you give your vote when it's beneficial, you do that, right? I'm not here to quote unquote to help anybody's system. I'm here to help myself, right? I said political Mandalorians. People said I was crazy. I was lying, right? But then at the end of the day, how do white people maintain their funds and their money? They have resources that they're getting from other places. It don't matter if he's Jamaican, he got access to the quote unquote Caribbean that he can also access. You got access to what is it? Nigerians have access to Nigeria. Thing is, we don't go no place and quote unquote access nothing. You want to sit here and just bitch and then complain and then also say it ain't gonna do nothing. No, that's a crazy mentality, right? If you
Where
let
do
me
we
finish,
go?
come on, bro. I did not. Come on, bro. God damn.
I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So when I tell people, if you quote unquote, if you want to quote unquote expand your quote unquote reach, right, you're going to need other people on the table. Because if you're playing a quote unquote a game versus somebody, and this is right, and you need extra quote unquote people on your team, you need to recruit extra people on your team. That means you need to expand. That means you need to make connections. That means you need to be someplace other than goddamn America, right? But when you say that, all of a sudden people get mad. I keep telling people, you have to start learning. You have to stop quote unquote juggling chainsaws. Do not skate up hills, bro. Do not ice skate up hills. The reality is some of this shit has already been done by other people. You just take what actually works, right? And that's useful to you and then use it. I don't need to use every quote unquote spinning hook kick in the game. I just need to use the one that's good for me. The same shit applies to how you fight, is that how you quote unquote you build or how you live your life.
See,
I use the
but see,
skill that's beneficial to me.
But this is
I
a
hear what you're
disingenuous
saying.
argument.
Well,
It is.
it is, and I
It
think
really is.
it's going a little too far upstream. Because my thing is this: the reality is, I skate upstream. I skate up the hill everywhere I go. I'm doing it in America, which is my home country. I'm not connected to anybody else around the world, so I'm going to do it over there. There's a plenty of people who charge you all kinds of extra stuff because you ain't their people. I'm
Right.
skating
Steal your
uphill
land.
everywhere.
Yeah.
No. I'm not calling out any particular group, and I'm not even tripping that they doing it. That's the game they play in their country, and who am I to tell them they can't play that game with an outsider? I'm an outsider everywhere I am. So, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying you're saying anything wrong, but I'm saying there's a proper context. Because I am F.B.A, I'm an outsider in every other country because I have no lineage, no family there. There's nothing that connects me to those people. Nothing. Literally nothing connects me to those people. Now in America, they treat me like I'm not connected to these people. So I'm skating up here everywhere I am on planet Earth. And I'm saying I got to also think about that as a reality. But I got to let Jay Moore get in, y'all, because unfortunately I got knocked off and couldn't get up for a while. And Jay Moore been sitting quietly the whole time. So Jay Moore, get in there, brother.
What's up, you guys?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I just wanted to bring up, before I say my other stuff, it's just like, what's it called? All the connections that black people had in America, they either put a highway through it, put a lake on there, or back in New York City, they made that shit into a park. And so I just want to, like, every time when you see what's going on with the black people here, every time when they build their own stuff, usually a bomb, a river, ropes, or something always comes to take every single thing away from y'all here. So, and then it's just like, what usual business was bringing up, like, hey, you could go over to other people's stuff. That's other people's land. Like, we got connections over there. You don't. You're from this land. This is what you're supposed to get from here. I'm sorry to put it out here like this, but you like, by the time that you could get connections over there, that's your kids. Those are your grandkids. It's not going to be you. So we're talking about it here and now. And back to this whole F.B.A. and ADOS thing going on here. Honestly speaking, when it comes to that, I see it as this, that they should have just took it as another way of calling themselves Black Americans and just work together and, what was it called, and get their reparations. But it was like people wanted to put their proverbial penis on the table, either the literal one or the dildo on that thing. And then next you know, they just ruined it. So that's what's actually was going on with that. Because honestly speaking, it's just like, I could see what people are saying with both sides. Is like, yo, one is working with a Democratic Party, the other one could look like a shill because they both look like it. because they both were acting like they should have just like, like, hey, let bygones be bygones and just let stuff go. And one thing I could say though about the F.B.A. thing or the tether stuff too is that honestly it's a good thing that he brought out the word tether, because it put everybody on notice, because it was like, what Martin Luther King said, like, we're coming to get our check, get our money, you know what I'm saying? And now we need to call out what is going on. You're just making everybody know, like, hey, none of the stuff that you were playing before that was going on, letting all this stuff slide, because there was great people that came from other parts of the world that came here and helped Black Americans out, like Marcus Garvey. He came over here, but they kicked his ass out too.
Don't do that. Don't go there.
So I'm just saying, like, other people came over here to help out too, but it's still like, what was it called? Damn, I just ruined my train of thought. But either way, it's just like to make everybody know, like, hey, it's time for us. And anybody that's not with Black Americans get their what's it called? Their reparations. Honestly, yeah, you are tethered. You are not. You are a coon. You are something. You're not part of us. You might look like us. Not every kinfolks is skin folks. I mean, not every skin folks is kinfolks. And oh yeah, back to the other thing too. Don't forget this. I forgot which president said this, but they said also there will not be a nation within a nation here in America. So they already said that they were coming after you, Black Americans, from day one. That's been their main goal since then. So we need to just understand all of this. So
yeah. And I'm gonna say shout out to what's that the lady name that was in Wiki? The black lady. Whatever her name is, she don't matter that much. But I just want y'all to peep the behavior. Okay, I just want y'all to peep the behavior. The girl that was in
Cynthia
Wiki,
Erivo, I believe that's her name.
yeah,
Cynthia
whatever her
Erivo.
name is. Now that's the same chick who did the movie Harriet. And years ago, I reviewed Harriet. That is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life, and I literally cannot think of a worse. Real talk. No ADOS person, F.B.A. person, Black American person, nobody who even thinks anything of Harriet Tubman does that movie the way she did. So there are now people may say, well, she's not necessarily a tether. I don't know. She seemed to hang out with Ariana Grande a lot, real happy nowadays.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
I think she's a. Yeah, what is she? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, if anybody who has any respectful regard for Harriet Tubman does not make that movie the way they made it. Nobody, if you like Harriet Tubman, you cannot play her because remember, she's the title character. She was Harriet. You ain't gonna play no Harriet like that, and you have any level of respect for Harriet Tubman. You ain't doing that movie. And that's just keeping it real. Nobody who like Harriet is doing that movie like that. You would have forced some changes or you'd quit. And truth be told, before somebody say something about it, there was a lot of other actresses that just wouldn't take the role. And I'm gonna assume that's because they read that script and they was like, nah, I ain't doing it. So if you from the outside, when you're a tether, you just a coon that ain't related. That's all you are. You're a coon that ain't related. The coons related to us. The tethers are not.
Just so everybody know in the future. Yeah, same thing. But just so y'all know in the future, please, y'all, do not reference Marcus Garvey as an ally of us. Yeah, don't do that. You should probably study the history a little bit better, and you won't mention him again. So just be careful.
My fault.
Well, you might have to go and inform me on that one then, bro, because I thought he was for the most part a solid.
When we off, I'll let you know. Yeah. When we off.
All right, now I'm gonna get a flow to So Fresh, So Clean because he just came up. So Fresh, So Clean, you got the flow, brother. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, brothers. I appreciate the opportunity. I listen to y'all awful lot, and I enjoy the conversations. It's helped me to have conversations in my barbershop. But one of the things that I know I got 2 minutes, so I know the rules. Anything we're talking about building, we definitely got to have something to enforce that, which is the military. And that's the thing that was missing in the whole conversation. You got to have that military to be able to protect what you're building and to be able to enforce what you're building as well. And I think that's the one thing that we missed. And if you look at through the history, is something to protect what we're building. And that's all I got to say.
I'm going to say a good point, but I'm going to say it like this. you can't have a military because the American government will take that as an absolute threat. But what you can have is people willing to kill. What you can't have is people that's willing to kill people, and you can have some juries that's willing to say not guilty. I've been trying to get y'all to grasp hold of this jury notification thing for a long time, and I'm gonna keep it up till people really start to figure out just how much power you get by being in the jury, and it only take one person to say no to mess the whole plan up. That's all you need. I just need to be on there one time so I can mess that whole plan up. You know,
I don't think people understand leverage and political leverage, but I can clearly see that we
Wait a
don't.
second. I wanna reply to that as well. Like we as Black Americans, this is when we get into fantasy land when we start talking
Exactly.
about the military. Hold on. We are F.B.A. This is the core of what we're talking about. We are F.B.A. Americans. We already got a military. We already got one, bro. So we don't need a military. What we need is for the country in which we derive from to recognize us as full citizens and give us the actual full citizenship and be respectful of it. That's what we're fighting for. We already have a military. We fought in the wars to help get this country to where it is today. So we don't need a military. We don't need to become a military threat to the country in which we already exist in. That is literal suicide. I'm gonna land
I
my
keep
plane
telling you,
on
bro.
that.
And don't forget this too. Every time when black people, matter of fact, the gun laws in America literally got stricter because a couple black people went onto a town hall with some guns, and they was like, "Oh hell no." So I'm just saying, like, even with the whole military thing,
well,
it's like, dude, they don't even want us to be armed for real, for real.
well,
What they
I'm gonna
want,
say,
it is not
I'm gonna
necessarily.
say, I'm gonna say the gun laws aren't strict, but I got a show coming up next week that's gonna kind of touch into that anyway. So I'm gonna kind of leave that alone. But I'm gonna say, as a Black American, you gotta really pay attention to how you see yourself, cause you can tell me stuff, but I know what's written on paper, and I don't believe it. You know, and people take that the wrong way. I know what's wrote on paper. I don't believe you, and I act like I don't believe you. I treat the police like my employees, because that's what they are. A lot of people don't take that attitude on with folks, and you get more trouble than you needed to get into because you didn't know what position you was in. Okay,
Like
I'm the top of society. The government has a piece of the power that the people gave to them. They work for me. I don't work for them. You need to know who you are. Real talk.
I wanted to say a few things, right? The reality is the thing, like I always tell people, look at what they deny you in this system, and that's what you need to be doing, right? What did they deny you? They deny you money, right? What did they deny you? They deny you having political access to other people that can also be of use to you, right? What did they deny you? They don't want your black woman to have a whole bunch of kids, but eventually you will outnumber in society, right? Those are the things that actually matter. Those are the things that actually move any needles to where you need to be at, right? Like if I said it again, right? If you had any groups of people who actually, from America, right? People keep saying I'm crazy, but they made connections to other people in other countries, whatever, right? And had connections. At the end of the day, it don't matter if it's this generation or the next generation, or like somebody said, 1,000 years from now. It was still once you establish the relationship necessarily and it becomes a decent relationship with both parties can quote unquote benefit, it don't matter. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna say this, at the end of the day, right? When you say quote unquote don't do this, and my partner Uzute that I'm paying $15,000 that I'm mining his diamonds for whatever reason, right? And I'm selling them on a US market, or I'm selling them in the Caribbean market, or I'm selling them to the South American market, whatever, bro. That's gonna hold some weight.
No,
And
but this is the thing, and because I agree with you, but I don't like how you present it, because you presenting
my
it like
bad.
no, yeah, you're presenting it as if it's a solution for a mass. That is an individual solution. There's
Exactly.
no place on planet Earth where they want the mass of us to show up. That place don't exist. There's places that have even said we are willing to take some of y'all, but there's nobody who wants us in mass. Because when you start
Well,
talking
hold
about us in
on.
mass, we're talking about over 40 million people.
It's worse than that,
And
Roger. Name a place that will accept 20,000 of us to start our own community in said country. anywhere in whatever country you pick. They will not
And that's
allow that.
dangerous, bro. I mean,
Thank you.
I,
And that's just
no,
20,000.
no, hold on. No. It's dangerous for the simple reason that, bro, you belong to the most white supremacist culture country in the planet, bro. Let's be for real.
No.
If I was, hold on,
Nobody disagrees.
let me finish what I was about to say, bro.
Nobody
Let
is
me.
saying an individual shouldn't leave and go somewhere else if that's what they want to
Right.
do. I'm just saying don't present it as if there's a mass solution, because there is no place they want the mass of us.
No.
That's all.
And
That's an individual
right. And my
plan.
point wasn't mass. I was just saying, even if a small grouping, 20,000 black FBAs go somewhere, they won't accept you. They won't
That's
let
not
you
true.
build a community.
That's not
Name
true.
the place in there that has happened
That's
Now
not
in the
true.
last
I'm gonna ask you a
200
question.
years.
I'm gonna ask
Liberia.
you a question.
Hold
What
fast.
place have they actually attempted to go to?
Hold fast. I'm gonna say shout out to Family Business, okay? Because he said, is this the one? Yeah, I think it is. He said, "You dummies, your money was you being here. That's why everybody's laughing at you. That's why everybody's trolling you when you're on some foreigner or immigrant looks like a black person." That ain't even really one I was trying to hit. But I'm gonna say what I was really gonna address was he was saying something about y'all crying over. I think this was it here. He said y'all crying out to the country saying that you want some repair, but because you're lost, you're only saying that what you want is money, even though he didn't put that together well. I'm gonna say family business. I mean, at some point we gotta. I'm gonna say, and I'm not attacking you because I know you've been coming to the channel for a while and seen your name before. We gotta stop saying stupid stuff, man. You address a person about the thing that is worthy of them, the thing that you can actually solve. You don't address the same party about everything. When you're dealing with a money situation, you deal with your money situation. That's not to deal with your feeling situation. That's not to deal with you feel like somebody owes you therapy or something like that. You address different parties for different reasons. So at the end of the day, if you're addressing reparations about money owed, that's what you deal with. Saying don't address them about money is just being a coward, man. At the end of the day,
Exactly.
why y'all want to tell somebody not to ask for their money? Because at the end, when it comes down to it, are you going to let somebody tell you not to ask for your money when somebody owe you something? If you wouldn't accept that, don't tell nobody else to do something. And if you would accept it, it just does confirm that you are an actual coward. Now, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying what you're doing. You're telling somebody this person owes you, but you shouldn't ask for your money. Why would you
There's
say
more
that?
to that though. It's also ignorance because reparations isn't just about money. Most people know that that's the biggest part of it and the biggest hill. But there's actually also a bigger hill because laws are gonna have to follow it as well. But
Exactly.
niggas don't talk about when they say reparations, everybody just say don't ask for money. Like nigga, it's more than money. Just like the saying F.B.A. is more than fighting for reparations. So I get frustrated hearing people talk like this because I'm just not understanding why they can't see the path that's laid out. It's
Everybody
weird
don't,
now.
everybody don't see
And
the
wait,
same thing at the same time. You got to remember grammar school, man. Some people advance quicker than others. Okay. Shout
Oh,
out to
somebody got to answer to your question. And that's a
uh,
valid answer. That's a valid
yeah.
answer, sir.
The reality. Hold on. The
Let me read
reality
it.
I
Let me
wanted to
read it.
say
Can I
is
read the
simple.
money? I gotta read the money, y'all. Let me read the money. Come on,
read the money.
let
Read
me
the money, Roger.
but you got it right after though. You got it right after. Shout out to Inspirational Truth, or I like to call them Inspired Truth Broadcast. He says, "Wait, Ghana." Now there was one more super chat. So I guess he's answering that question about where we gonna go. Kunguru says if FBA showed up with money and a plan, any ages a country would work with them. There hasn't been any real attempts by FBA to establish elsewhere. Now I'm gonna say that
Exactly, bro.
as a people know there has not been, but I'm gonna also say you do have to remember countries got to protect itself too. Every country, the countries that are willing to take on some folks, don't want to take on the mass of folks because our mass is just too many. No country wants 40 million plus
45 million
people
people.
to start
No,
influencing their country because now you're losing control over your country or you got a battle
Exactly.
on what's right about it.
you
So nobody's going to take that. everybody lives somewhere. Whether you live in a house, apartment, or a mansion, how many people you want coming in your house at one time? You'll take on the few if people struggling. Yeah, my cousin come on, you my brother come on, you my sister come on. After 3 years, my place ain't big enough for the rest of y'all. It don't mean you don't love them, but my place ain't big enough for the rest of y'all.
And,
Quick
and
question.
what,
What was
what
the
Roger's
I
talking
wanted
about
to
is
answer the question.
infrastructure. Roger's talking about infrastructure.
Well, hold on. It's not just that. I do want to ask one question too. You let me ask my quick question. I go, what was the last country that gave an invitation to us, and what happened? I'll leave it at that. Go ahead, my man.
Ghana, and y'all let usual business in here. He want to talk about Africa. Y'all gonna let him talk? That's what we're
Thank
gonna
you,
do.
bro. Like the reality the point is that we have people who got like I know your point of view. Your point of view just don't leave America at all. Stay comfortably next to American society, and I'm cool
No.
with that.
That is not the point of view. What I'm telling you, if someone's going to leave, you're gonna have to leave on a more individual level where no one's gonna take 40-something million people. That's all I'm
That
saying.
I collect that I understand, right? See what I'm saying? Who it will be stupidity for me to tell you to move off a population the size of Uganda all at one time to another place. Who even in the world tells you that shit? When have you
I'm
ever
not
heard
saying
me
that.
say,
Well,
hold
you
on, let
didn't.
me say that.
You
Come on.
didn't.
See what I'm saying, bro?
Usual business. But that's why I said earlier, I agree with what you said. I just don't like how you're saying it because it sounded like you're saying move a mass of people. I know that wasn't what you meant. I was just trying to clarify because there's people in the audience who ain't gonna catch stuff. That's all. I
Yeah.
was just making it
So,
clear.
I'm clarifying necessarily so that we have a collective understanding of what I'm saying, right? Like with anything else, right? You send out your peripherals to go necessarily to do anything, right? Like you stick out your hand to quote unquote get some food for your body, right? You don't stick out your ear to get food for your mouth, right? It's the same thing, right? So if you was to go with any policy, right, or any combination of anything, right? You send a couple of people, let's say 40,000, 20,000, 30,000, 10,000, whatever, right? Because their job is resource acquisition, right? And making connections. So all you really need is the best and the brightest of you to go over there and make those connections. Just like how the Chinese do, just like how everybody else do, how the Lebanese do, how the Arabs do, even the broke poor Arabs, they still do this thing, right? Even the people from quote unquote, they have their own collective enclaves. Haiti have their own collective enclave, and Haiti is poor. No offense to Haiti.
All those
No offense to Haiti.
entities have all those entities you describe have their own separate countries and thus the power of diplomacy of negotiating arrangements between themselves and the countries they're embarking upon.
Haiti.
So when Chinese go over to Africa, they got the power of China behind it. When Haitians go over to Africa, they got the power of Haiti behind them. It's not just individual.
Yeah, even Haiti.
Haiti is a country. Haiti has a diplomatic presence in the United Nations. So when people go over there from Haiti, they're not just representing themselves individually, they represent Haiti. Regardless of what you think about it, that's how they're viewed internationally.
It's not just
But
that
that's
though.
a
Fu.
relevant point because you're
Yeah.
citing examples, but you're leaving out the diplomatic
Context.
element of the thing. And what we lack is the diplomatic power behind our being able to do that in any material way.
It's not just that,
And
Uru.
Now,
There's
and don't
another part
forget,
United
that.
States, if the United States, let me tell you, if Trump said, I'm going to establish this Bureau of Negroes to go over to conquer Africa, then maybe we're talking about something. But that's not what's going to happen. We don't have the power of the United States of America behind us to do that kind of thing.
Not
So
only
when you
that.
make these comparisons, you got to consider all the elements that are going into why people are able to do that kind of thing.
Trust me,
But there's
real
and
another.
humble.
don't
I've
forget
had this
Liberia.
conversation. Yeah. We've had this conversation with BGS. I had this conversation with Common and Commentary. I've had this conversation. Trust me. I understand certain things I'm leaving out because I just don't say them online. Repeat this. There's certain things I'm leaving out intentionally because you just don't want to say them online, right? But there are things you can do, right? But like I said, this is the step to what you would need to do to quote unquote get to the position that you want to get to, right? Now, granted, I can't say them things online, but that's what you need to do. Granted.
So let me just point out something because I hear when brothers say this, and yes, it's more of an individual thing versus a group thing. And I know Roger gave a whole large
It's
number,
both at the
42,
same time.
43.
No, it's both
But
at the
hold up.
same time. That's what y'all missing.
But hear me out. Hear me out. You know what the biggest difficulty of if 25,000 black people decided to go to one particular place to establish a community.
You mess up the economics.
Do you know what the major reason why no country would allow that? Take a
Well, if
guess
it's
on what you
men,
think.
if it's men, they don't
No.
want
Here,
to.
I'll give it to you.
You mean
500
like
men. 500 men. They each are
If that,
married and they each have 3 kids. It's
yeah,
500 families. If you
you
send 500 families, 25,000 people to a country, what you think is the first reason why they wouldn't want them niggas to come?
Well,
By your own definition,
also
then nobody should be in Africa
you have the
outside their tribal
currency.
land.
You have the issue of the fact that the American dollar might be worth 100 times
Bing,
that
bing,
of
bing,
their currency.
bing.
So you're essentially you're gonna crash
You're gonna
everybody
crash their
else over
economy.
there with the power.
that's
Yeah.
I
That's
think
why
y'all
we can't
missing.
go anywhere in bulk. We
I
make
don't know if you
we
could.
have yeah, we're the black are the wealthiest black people group of black people in the world. They will not take a significantly large number of us. When I say significantly large, I'm talking about multiples of thousands, not tens, not 20s, multiples of thousands. They wouldn't do it because we would wreck their economy.
dude. Let me, like,
How
dude.
many
Even
how
right
many
now,
Nigerians are in America, bro?
what do you say?
How many Nigerians are in America?
Yeah, but Nigeria doesn't compare to
How many
America.
Ghanaians are in America? I'm gonna ask you a quick question. How many? Just tell me the answer.
He didn't hear nothing I said,
Okay,
man. All right.
I'm gonna ask you
No,
again. How many Africans? How many quote unquote Jamaicans are in Jamaica, bro? You trying to tell me it's not hundreds of thousands?
It's like 2 million
Yeah,
Okay,
Jamaicans.
but
It's
guess,
2 point
but
something
guess,
million.
but guess what? That the Jamaican money don't match to American money. Well, being a
yeah,
broke,
you're
when
not.
we are wait,
You missed the
because I
whole
can say
point.
this: me being a broke American, I'm broke basically. Is rich in Jamaica. So I'm just saying, me just going over there, I know I could easily turn over a little town if I really wanted to a certain degree, because I have enough money to do a lot of things over there. So I'm just saying,
so
like, that's what they're pointing out. Dude, there's a certain power that you have being an American and having an American dollar. And that's what we're bringing out, because they don't really want you. They want a little bit over there of Americans to come over there, but not too much, because it will fuck their whole system up. Look what happened just last year or so when a decent amount of Americans went over to Mexico, like like Mexican, whatever you call this, I don't know,
Oh,
Mexican
I'm
city,
glad.
and then and guess what? The whole city start revolting to kick out Americans because Americans over, the prices went too damn high for their own people.
That's the
first
second
off,
time that has happened.
yeah,
That's the second time. Hold on. Let me get this in because this goes right along with my point. I graduated high school in 1995. I remember watching the news in 1994. There was a bunch of white people went over and bought up some land on the coast of Mexico and built some very
mm-hmm.
nice neighborhoods. It was thousands of them. They were there for a few years. The Mexican government came and sent all their asses back to America and took the neighborhood because of exactly what they're explaining to you.
Like you're forgetting like the power that we have as a people here in America, like especially the money, and they got a fear for it, dude. They only will take it a little bit in. They don't want to take too much. It will fuck them up. I mean, after them up. Sorry with the cursing.
Did y'all listen to what I'm actually trying to say? I understand what you're saying, quote unquote, not being a threat and scaring the shit out of people, right? Now, granted, I understand if like 45, let's say 25 million African American men dropped on your quote unquote beach and said we taking this shit. I can understand why you would be scared then, right? I can understand necessarily if you had 45 million, let's say 45,000 people come over here and say we're going to economically come over here to destroy you. That ain't it, right? The reality at the end of the day, if you send 10,000 black people to any country, bro, can 10,000 black people, quote unquote, take over Ghana? No, because at the end of the day, they had a population of people who were more than that over there
But
called
you know what?
Liberians. Hold on, let me finish.
10,000.
Come on, boy. Like my niggas, y'all
He's
just
not. He's
really
not gonna
y'all
listen.
just
He's not gonna listen, man. Just
my
let him
bad.
run.
Y'all got it, because you know what, y'all already got your point, so it's no point in having a conversation. Y'all
You
good.
know. You
Dude,
know the thing that
we're pointing
happens.
out that you
We
know
good,
what,
wait, bro. We good,
10,000
bro.
people
No,
with
no, no, no. We
10,000, if you
good,
bring
bro.
an
No, no.
American dollars
Understand? At this
there,
point, the conversation is dead, bro. We dead.
Well,
You
here,
already made
you
the
know
point. Is
what?
dead.
You know how many people went to? You know the count of how many people went to Mexico that they was complaining about and revolting in Mexico about last year?
it
That
was
was in
like a
the low
couple
hundreds.
hundred.
Yeah, low hundreds. You
And
sent
they burned the
10,000.
city down, damn near.
If you sent 10,000 black people, FBA
It
somewhere
don't
with the
matter if it's
American
5,
dollar.
1, 2,000, 3,000, or 8, bro. Like
All right,
Dude,
man.
y'all really taking the number
look what
necessarily
happened
and
to
really running with
Austin.
it, bro.
Look
But
what
whatever.
happened to a dude that
We
went to
good.
Brazil. Like literally, because he was just down there. He was just a young
You
black
know what?
man that
I'm
went to
done. My
Brazil,
bad.
and
Is,
they
Conversation
got
is
his
is
done.
ass
there?
out there.
My bad.
Hey,
Conversation
can
is done.
we?
I'm done.
Hey, fellas, can we let that man finish his point though? Maybe he is wrong, but can he finish his point though?
Sorry, finish it. Sorry. Maybe it's the New York. Maybe it's the New Yorker in me. I guess that was coming out here. I don't
I
know.
got it in me too, player.
Hey, usual business. You still there, bro?
Think he might have hung up.
He dipped
I mean,
off.
it wasn't. I mean, I know you was trying to help him, but he was giving the same answer. He just kept saying the same thing over and over again.
In a different
Maybe,
phrase, man. It's like, yo, bro, we're
quite
telling you, do you not
possibly.
understand the money? It's the issue
I
with the
tried.
money and the power that we have, man, and he's not getting that point. And it's like, dude, it's a reason why they didn't want to send Black Americans to Africa when they had the chance and stuff, because they know the power and the influence that we have here. And if we went to Africa, America doesn't look what happened to Liberia.
Yeah.
Like he's not getting this shit, and I'm like, dude, it's a history to it. You're not understanding the politics
That's
behind it
that's
and
why
the
any
money.
country who does give us an invitation, they require us to pay them a lot of money to be let in.
Exactly.
And that's why I asked, what was the last country that gave us an invitation? And you said Ghana. And guess what
Dollar.
happened?
They
Guess
took
what
the
happened
money.
to everybody?
They took the
Yeah.
money and kicked them out because
So
you're doing
that's
too
what I keep
much.
telling everybody. The people, I know everybody think the rest of the world is better, but they're not. You live here with niggas. We call them tethers. What do you think that they came here and learned this way here? They brought that from where they came from. It's not new. That's why I keep saying we don't have friends or allies anywhere, including here. So why do people think we could just go to another country and do way better? And I've traveled. Listen, I've traveled more than most people, even passport pros and military people. I've been traveling since I was a kid. My family traveled a lot. I know cultures. I got immigrant family members. I know people across different countries. I've seen. I know, and where thing there is down there in Florida. I know that area where he's at well. I know Haitian scammers. I know Nigerian scammers. I know Puerto Rican scammers. I know Venezuelan scammers. I know criminals from all cultures. And I met most of them in
I
New
think you
York
tell.
and Florida.
Do you know you telling? Do you know you telling on
I ain't
yourself?
do no crimes, Uru. I ain't tell
Why?
no. I didn't
Why
do
you
no
know?
crimes.
Why? I'm trying to figure out why he know
I'm
all the
just saying.
criminals.
I
I'm
know
Why he
just
know
niggas.
saying.
That's
all the
all I'm
You
saying.
criminals?
know what?
I ain't commit no
Damn.
crimes. They not my fault.
Hey,
All I'm saying is
hey,
Uh,
they
you
don't look
you
much
just
different.
Everybody. Hey, real. Hey, everybody a crook but me. Everybody a crook but me. That's what this
Everybody's a
nigga
crook
say.
but me. I got a job. I don't do those kind of things. All I'm saying is you go to these places, and if you've traveled and when you go places, like when I used to travel with my parents and we go somewhere, don't speak to anybody. You get taught rules on how to interact with people because you become a target. Don't offer anybody money. Don't ask anybody any unneeded questions, right? Stay close to yourselves. Keep your passports in certain places. Keep your money locked away in certain places. Don't fall for this. Don't fall for that. I'm out here I've actually been in the Caribbean. I've been to Caribbean islands most people don't even know the names of. Anybody even heard of Curacao? When I ask people, hey, you ever been to Curacao? I've been there a few times. People are like, where the hell is that? You go to these places, you can get robbed from women, you get robbed from dudes. I've been in Barbados and somebody broke into our hotel while we were sleeping and stole our money.
Dude, you know what happened in Jamaica? Like this one lady, she was working here in America. She went back to Jamaica and started living back there. And her own son came there and killed her and
Yeah.
robbed her and shit because she was just living and got some money from here and shit.
Yeah.
And she's a whole Jamaican. She moved from Jamaica and came here to make
My
money for her
father
family
is
back
Jamaican.
there.
My father is Jamaican. If I pull my father online right now and ask him, hey Pop, you retire, you gonna move back to Jamaica? He'd look at me like I was crazy. He was like, why the hell would I do that?
Why would you move? I'm gonna ask you a question. Why would you go necessarily take all your money and effort necessarily and go around poor people necessarily that's struggling to survive? Let me ask you that question.
Maybe you're trying to build up your people.
No, hold on.
No.
I'm asking I'm asking a fucking direct question that I need a direct answer to the person who said this, right? If I'm hold on, let me finish what I'm saying first.
Okay. Sorry,
why would you go? Why would you take your money necessarily, right, and go around poor people? If you have money, why wouldn't you build yourself or be around people who also have money or have the same economical quote unquote strategy? Why would you go amongst poor people and then stunt? Because realistically, if you got money, the only people know you got money unless you showing it off, right? So why would you take your money and go around poor people and stunt and be surprised you got robbed?
Cool. I want you to pause for a second. Think about what you just asked, and then wait, and then think about what you've been suggesting for the last 2 hours.
You've been saying that you want us to go over to these poor countries and build up our own shit, and you don't think we're doing that shit? But come on, bro.
I'm gonna ask you a question again, bro. I'm gonna ask you a question again, bro. So are you telling me, right, in these countries, so you telling me that Arabs don't have their own ethnic enclaves where they have their money circulated amongst themselves? You tell me that's a lie. Repeat this. So you also gonna tell me the Chinese don't also have that? Hold on, wait a minute. Also, they got different. Hold on, let me finish. Different groups of Ghanaians also have businesses in quote unquote Nigeria. Now Nigeria is different quote unquote groups in Ghana, right? Plenty of them tribes have actually businesses in Nigeria. So you trying to tell me from all these different ethnic groups in all these different countries, right? They still do business in Africa, but we can't for whatever reason. Like I understand because
I'm not sure I understand.
The information is coming from the same man who said I will have my son.
I don't understand. What does this question have to do with what we talking?
The information is coming from the same individual man who said, I understand
but I don't
these women
understand the point of your question.
Why is it when I start speaking, he always have to overtalk me? That shit you get really frustrated.
Because you're adding a whole bunch of stuff in, dude. You're adding a whole bunch of stuff into the question.
Like I said, bro. The information is coming from a person who said, "Hey, bro, I understand 60% of these women have herpes. I'm gonna send my son into that environment, bro." I keep telling people stop sending your kids to juggle chainsaws, and the people get problem when you tell them to stop jangling chainsaws, bro.
I got to answer. I don't even know what he's.
Don't answer. Don't waste your time. It's pointless. I don't even know what he's asking.
Because I do got a super chat here, and you know what? We got less than 14 minutes of show left because I said we're not going past 5 hours. But I done let it rock. Shout out to Kunguru, and I appreciate you a great deal, my brother. He said he been tricking off in the chat, y'all. But hey, I'm a good place. I'm a good place to trick off to. Okay, I'm a good place to trick off to. And shout out to technically acknowledging because we said something but didn't technically do it. Shout out to Truth Teller for his cash app. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Now, in this super chat, Kunguru said how Nigerians and Jamaican broke but have more global presence than F.B.A. F.B.A. is not leveraging their collective wealth. Now, I'm gonna
that makes absolutely no sense. I'm sorry, that was dumb.
Dude, they got their own country.
That was dumb.
Wait a second. That is not true. Listen, you guys got to understand. Wait, hold on. We are American. You got to get that in your heads. We are American. We have more global presence than Nigerians because we are American. We got embassies all over the country.
We
What
got
we
more
have to
bombs than
do
they do.
is we have to learn how to line ourselves up properly in a way that is beneficial to us with our
Us.
own government.
Well, I
If
think
you
I hear what you're saying. You're not wrong, but his question was stupid because of how he referenced FBA. For some strange reason, all these people think this is a
Wait a
new
minute,
thing.
hold on now. I gotta
Just a
say something.
new
I
it's a
gotta say
new
something
name
now.
for old people, B.
Look, look,
What's wrong with
look,
y'all?
look. I gotta say something now, y'all. Let's keep it real now. These brothers is paying. We don't need to be
Oh,
insulting
I'm
brothers.
sorry.
yeah,
I'm sorry. You're not
yeah.
stupid player. My
Hey,
fault.
Yeah,
My
oh
true,
fault.
yeah.
You just
these,
confused. You just confused
true,
a
Truth
little. That's
teller,
all.
truth
true,
teller. Yeah, correct yourself, man. The money's
true.
coming in.
Yeah, true.
Oh, wait,
The
so you
views
correct
of
yourself
truth
around
teller,
money?
the
My
views
fault.
of truth, the
I
views of
retract
truth
that.
teller does not represent
Truth
properly the
teller,
views
Yeah,
of the
truth
Roger
teller.
Report
I retract
Live.
it.
I
My
told you
apologies,
early.
sir. My
I told you
apologies.
earlier, truth teller. You were coming in. You were coming in strong. I told you that earlier. You were
I'm
coming in strong.
sorry. My apologies.
Yeah.
You right, Uru. But
Now,
I'm gonna say this just to clarify: FBA is a new name for old people. So let's stop acting like it's a brand new thing, people. Thank
okay.
you.
We
That's
never.
all.
And I am gonna say now, Kangaroo. I will say this, bro, because we live in America, and based on what I know about the world has this obsession with America. So I do believe our American influence will be bigger and greater than any other group of black men on the planet. I do believe that's very much true. So
And
yeah,
I'm just, Roger. One thing to point out here:
Well,
everybody, all black people dress like black Americans all
I
over the
think we
world.
should. I think we should ask a question before.
They
Is he when he says presence? Maybe what he's referring to is that there's much more immigration activity from Nigerians and Jamaicans in certain parts of the world than there are FBA people.
what,
I mean,
what
Nigerians are running around everywhere. So
That might
if
be
you
true.
look at it, I mean, there's probably more Nigerians, let's say, in Poland than maybe there are FBA people. So I guess if he could kind of clarify what he means by presence,
no,
maybe we might better understand the argument he's making.
But I mean, like Black Uru, it's like when Mexicans come over here, it's just cheaper labor. That's what they are. That's the reason why they got presents all over the damn place.
Well, I'm just saying respect. Let's respect what he's saying enough to at
Yeah,
least be
right.
clear about what
they
he's
don't respect
saying
what you're saying, bro.
before
I
we
ride with Uru on
rebut it.
this. Right.
Yeah,
He might be talking about presence of the number of people across the world. So
I
that he
think
might be
that's a
saying that.
total legitimate way to view it. Because look at how he put the word, and he said global presence. But
Global presence.
I'm gonna say global presence is one thing. I'm gonna say we probably have more global influence though, because you still can have more influence without necessarily having the presence. White people have been able
yeah,
to do that in
yeah,
black folks' head for a long time. Ain't no white people at your
Well,
house, but a
yeah.
whole lot
I
of
think
black
that's
folks worry
a
about what a
very
white person
valid.
thinks.
I'm
I
I
gonna
would
think
say
say
that's a
this,
valid
Uru.
distinction that Rogers
It might,
makes. I think
but
that's a
then you
valid
gotta
it's
look.
not a
distinction.
might. It is.
Hold on.
That's what I've
First of
been
all,
saying.
y'all hear Black Hoover talking. Y'all ain't supposed to be talking on top of him.
Sorry, Uru.
Second
Sorry,
Sorry.
of
sorry.
all, he's bigging me up. Let that be heard.
But no, but,
That's
but but literally what he's saying is what I've been saying though. But I said go global presence. But like the reality is people don't understand because you never been to Vietnam and Vietnam women see you and say and she gonna quote give you the biggest hug because she say, oh, 100 years ago, your people saved my life. I'm happy to see you here. You ain't got to pay for food. You ain't never been in that environment, seen that shit. So what I'm telling people that quote unquote who have never actually been to these places, been to these people and actually seen the sincerity in these people's heart and this, right? And understand these people will quote unquote ain't got no problem with you, right? I think that the problem I keep saying is you think every place is like America. Not every place is like America, right? People have their own collective one quote unquote best interest, and you can levy that necessarily against America or when it's beneficial. Understand what ally yourself with another country if it's beneficial. Because at the end of the day, I promise you, if you would have set up businesses and let's say some random country, let's say South Africa years ago, let's say 25, let's say 40 years ago or 60 years ago, do you not know how that would have changed the global society, how we look at things right now? If you had a population about 200-300
1,000 black people by now in South Africa, that would radically change the
But
world
they won't
necessarily.
let that large
But
of a number of
Zulu. Wait, can I say
I
this?
can't keep doing this, man.
Can I say this, Zulu, real quick? Can I say this? It's a reason why that they don't want black Americans to go over to these places. They know the type of stuff that will happen when we go there, especially the change and the fact that a lot of people around the world would accept a decent amount of black Americans to come over there. But America doesn't want you over there because they won't even fund you to go over there because they don't want. Because this is the truth. This is where your land is. This is where you're from at the end of the day. And they don't like the fact when black people go over there because they don't want black people to have a mind of their own or have a power of their own. They don't want you to go out there. I get where you're coming. I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from, Zulu, and I understand it. But at the same time, we got to look at reality for what it is.
No, you don't. Because if you actually understood what I said, because what he said earlier, right, with having your presence, right, was the same thing I've been describing. But when I said it earlier, I said it in a different way. Y'all said F that shit is wrong, right? But then somebody else explained it in a different way. Hold on, repeat this. Somebody else explained it in a different way. You easily accepted it, right? When BGS say stuff. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. When BGS gives you advice, it's like, even though he may say the exact same thing a different way, right? I may say a different way. It's the same. You end up at the same quote unquote result at the end of the day, right? Because it came from my voice, it didn't come from BGS voice, or it didn't come from Black Uber voice. Y'all are more willing to accept it if it comes from their voice. That's cool. But don't make because the fact that I said it came from my voice don't make my shit no more right or wrong, bro. That's what I'm been telling you.
It's not your voice,
bro.
Let me explain. Let me just explain a couple things. First of all, y'all niggas need to look up what that word means. Global presence. It doesn't mean number count. It means what we all thought it did. So hold on. You referenced our presence when we go to, you said Vietnam and how they would treat us, right? Which was great. We're not arguing that if individuals go and do these things you're describing, it'd be great. But then when you jump to, if we have 200,000 or 300,000 of our people in these other countries,
that's over time.
Right, over time, they wouldn't allow it. We already went over this. It'd be a financial detriment. It'll be a financial detriment to their country. There's a reason why. Do you know? Hold on. Do you know that? Hold on. Do you know that China has two currencies? One they use for international purchases and one they use for internal purchases. Do you know that the reason why they do that?
I'm not too sure on the complete financial system of China.
It's to protect their main currency. You know what would happen if, and I keep saying it's a small number, 20,000 black people go to one place. Let's say they went to whatever African country, Asian country, wherever. Pick the biggest one. Just take 20,000 of them, spread them out. Some open businesses, some don't. Some get jobs, some do. Do you know what will happen to their economy when you have big spenders suddenly coming in, willing to spend astronomical amounts of money for property, for product?
Yes.
Astronomical.
It's astronomical.
It is astronomical. And our money is astronomical to them. Like
the problem y'all actually having. You actually having a conversation with somebody who actually been overseas and actually know what the price is.
Okay, and how much is a dollar worth in the country that you went to? If you go over to Uganda, how much is a dollar worth over there?
Do you want me to tell you how much it would cost to set up a house in any country?
Please do. Yes, tell us.
Name me a country in Africa, and I can tell you almost the price.
You could do Vietnam because
let's Africa. Uganda, where you been going to? How much is Uganda? How much is your money there? How much is American dollar worth over there?
If you want, now you said the currency. Now I said building. I said building. The reality I think y'all haven't necessarily is this, right? Y'all think because y'all go to another country, everything is gonna be cheap there. I think y'all really don't understand how actually.
Just give us.
I know it's a gringo tax, but give us the number. What is our dollar worth?
So well, it depends. Like you said dollar worth. Now I said build you a home.
No. Whatever the cost is for the people there, tell us what those costs are in dollars.
Exactly.
For what? I want to be exact because I want to make sure.
Let's say you want to buy a house. Let's say you go to Thailand and you want to live there and you're gonna buy a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom townhouse. What's the cost?
Oh, that's gonna cost you about $20,000, $30,000.
Cool. So
What is that? What is that in America?
Wait,
What is
hold
it in
on.
American dollars?
Hold on. Yeah. He gave us a number, 20 or 30,000. Cool. It's in a nice neighborhood, right? Not a rich one, but a nice.
Depends.
Okay. Well, I'm saying, what's the price for a decently average, nice neighborhood?
It depends, but it depends on what you call nice, because depends on it can get just as expensive to be nice.
American version nice. What's
Okay,
nice?
okay.
Come on, man. What's nice for you? Because probably what's nice for you is
No,
nice for us.
nice
We
for
all here.
there. Nice for there.
No, I'm
Nice
talking about for
there.
him.
Let's
Like
say,
him. Like
let's
what's
go ahead
nice
and
for
say
him
35.
over there since he's American
Let's
too.
say $30,000-$40,000. Let's go ahead and say
30.
30.
All right, so $40,000. How much would the same house in the
Well,
same
hold
ranking
fast.
neighborhood cost here?
Hold fast. Let's just get this in real quick. Shout out to Inspired 2 Broadcast, who's trying to answer the question. He says you build a bridge
slowly.
No plantation, bro.
Exactly.
Okay.
These niggas trying to set up plantations and enslave the population.
And shout out to Floyd Thompson. He says hashtag black men crashing your economy tax. Hashtag long live the visualized stuff. Hashtag F.B.A. tax. Now that's hilarious. Shout out to Floyd. All right.
So how much would the same house be here?
Well. Last one.
Oh, we got one more?
Shout out to Bad Black Gamer. He says Liberia would not let an American own land. I tried. Well, we're gonna do a little bit of that too. A little bit of that gonna happen too in different places around the world.
And the funniest thing is you talk about Liberia, but Liberia was a colony that they sent they have free slave children over there to colonize. So even then you having conversations without context. See what I'm saying? I keep having these conversations with people
Hold on, man.
context.
Don't change the subject.
Yeah, stop changing the subject, bro. Go back to the money,
bro.
the building.
Yeah,
like what's
how
up?
much that same house is 35.
Don't ever talk question like that, bro. I never stay off the topic, bro. I'm definitely on.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now can we go back to like
Hold
what
on,
we
man.
asked?
Hold on. I'll ask him. Don't you ain't gotta press on nobody like that, man. Come on. He's talking. We talking. Yeah, we talking, man. So that $35,000 house in that country, in that nice neighborhood, put that same house here in the U.S. in an equivalently nice neighborhood. How much would it cost?
Dig this here. Shout out to Trail Bentley. He say, might as well shut it down, Roger. You know what? We were so close to the 5-hour mark. I let it ride. But you know what we at now? We at the 5-hour mark. So I hope y'all had a great Friday over here at the Roger Report Live. If you're new, subscribe to the channel. We do this Monday through Friday, Chicago time. That's it, y'all. Long live Habitual Line Steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right. And I'm out.